2017. Trump said in 2017, how the Bible tells us how good and pleasant it is when God's people live together in unity. A nice thought, I think. But the fact is you don't have to mention the Bible. I think it's just a good thing to do. And interestingly, presidents in the last 100 years have been more likely to cite the Bible than presidents in the first 100 years, which is kind of contrary to what you might have thought, given the lack of religion in society today and the rise of the nones, meaning the N-O-N-E, no religion, as one of the more common elements of our population. So I do think it's a nice tradition to cite the Bible and does speak to our Western Christian and Judeo-Christian roots.
You have a couple of inauguration hat stories. Why don't you tell those?
John F. Kennedy did not wear a hat at his inauguration, which is kind of shocking because it was just de rigueur for men to wear hats at these formal events. And it actually hurt the sales of men's hats that Kennedy didn't wear a hat. Another great story is from Abraham Lincoln. Lincoln was known for his stovepipe hat, but when you address the crowd, you're not supposed to wear your hat. And Lincoln was looking for somewhere to put his hat on the inaugural platform when he gave his address in 1861. And he looked far and wide and couldn't find an empty seat. So Stephen Douglas, the little giant, the man who Lincoln had debated in the great Lincoln-Douglas debates in 1858, and one of the men that Lincoln defeated for president in 1860, Stephen Douglas very kindly and graciously put out his hands and held Lincoln's hat during the inauguration of the person who defeated him.
Inaugural balls and all the other sort of attendant events are not paid for. We might be happy to hear by taxpayers. There are tens of millions now, maybe a couple $100 million this time, donated to pay for it all. What costs so much, and what are donors buying, if anything?
Well, in some ways, they're fundraisers for the state parties. There's the New York Ball, the California Ball, et cetera. In other ways, there's also, they're expensive to rent real estate in D.C. on inaugural weekend. There's a lot of logistics going on. Obviously, you're paying for the food and drink. So, yeah, it costs something. I do think the prices are more than what you're getting with them, but people do like to see and be seen.
There's a famous story I'd like you to clear up one way or the other, or maybe it's still debatable. William Henry Harrison, first president to die in office, 1841. He didn't last long. There's the story that he gave his inaugural address out in the cold, didn't wear a hat, didn't wear a coat, whatever, and then that's what killed him. Do we actually know if that was a contributing factor, his inauguration?
Well, since we didn't have modern medicine or medical examiners, we don't know for sure. But he did get sick shortly after, and he did die shortly after becoming president. So that part is true. I can't necessarily speak definitively to the cause.
We mentioned Thomas Jefferson. His inaugural address is considered to be one of the, 2, 3, 5 best. Having read most or all of them, do you have a couple of standouts and maybe somebody, no disrespect, who had a weaker inaugural address in your mind?
Well, I always like to think about Donald Trump's inaugural address, the American Carnage address that prompted one of his predecessors, George W. Bush, to listen to it and say that was some weird, and he used a bad word that I won't use on the air. So that was an amusing one. I think John F. Kennedy's ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country really resonated, even though Milton Friedman blistered that perspective that it's not about the government doing for you. But nevertheless, that was a very famous one. Lincoln's second inaugural on the cusp of winning the Civil War, when he talked about with malice towards none. So he talked about forgiveness for the people who had just been at war and forgiveness for the Confederacy and for the South. I think there have been some great ones. And then obviously FDR also had a great one at a very difficult and challenging moment for the nation.
There have always been parades, I guess, but are we in a different period now where there is, and there have always been balls, but I assume with television it's a different event than it used to be?
Yeah, look, TV brings us to the American living rooms. It used to be if you wanted to see this thing, you had to come to Washington and see it for yourself. And now with modern technology, you can see it for yourself wherever you are. And so I think that does change the nature of it. But the fact is you do have you can't know the exact number of people, but some large number of Americans coming together to celebrate this thing, and not just the person who they voted for, but also the peaceful transfer of power, which is one of America's great gifts to the world.
A cold day in Washington, D.C. for President Trump's second inauguration. Tevi Troy, presidential historian and former U.S. Deputy Secretary of Health and Human Services in the George W. Bush administration. Tevi, thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When disaster strikes, the food supply is the first domino to fall. It can start quietly, an emergency alert, a breaking news headline. But within hours, reality sets in. People rush to grocery stores, emptying shelves of everything from bread to canned goods. Lines stretch out the door, tempers flare, and desperation takes hold. And no matter who's in charge these days, you simply can't rely on the government to bail you out. That's why having an emergency food supply on hand is the right move for you and your family. Right now, you can get $50 off a 4-week emergency food kit at mypatriotsupply.com. They're an American company trusted by millions, offering 2,000 calories per day with essential vitamins and minerals to keep you strong during a crisis. This food will be there for you when you need it, since it lasts up to 25 years and can ship out to you next day. Go to mypatriotsupply.com now to get $50 off your 4-week emergency food kit. That's mypatriotsupply.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212. Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Hair Volume is the best-selling hair tablet in the world and one of the many award-winning natural hair products from New Nordic. Purchase at newnordicusa.com or CVS.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you! Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. President-elect Trump Sunday giving a sneak peek of plans for the opening days of his term, vowing the biggest first week in presidential history. During his rally in D.C., he vowed to enact changes right away.
In hours of taking office, I will sign dozens of executive orders, close to 100 to be exact. many of which I will be describing in my address tomorrow.
Says he will
not waste a single moment in delivering on our promises to the people.
Says he'll undo many of the Biden administration's policies. Hamas releasing 3 Israeli hostages, part of a ceasefire deal in exchange for Palestinian prisoners. More to be released in the upcoming weeks. And millions of Americans facing a big chill today as a polar vortex moves in.
That's what it's like in Dallas, ups and downs, and we're ready for this one.
Record low temperatures expected and highs as well. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The divisional round of the NFL playoffs started with wins by the old guard and the new. And it's the new guard that was a shocking one, as the Washington Commanders, who won just 4 games a year ago, knock off the top seed in the NFC, beating the Detroit Lions 45-31 and advancing to the conference championship game for the first time since the 1991 season. As for the old guard, the 2-time defending Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs took care of the Houston Texans 23-14 and will play in the AFC title game for the 7th straight year. They've made it at least that far every season since Patrick Mahomes became the starting quarterback. That's sports in the Fox News Rundown. I'm Greg Thompson, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Too often, people try to make everything about race or try to put racism in situations where it's not otherwise existing. That happens way too much. But I will say this. Marcus Freeman with a chance to win the first ever national title as a black head coach in college, that's a story. People can hate on that all you want. And I know Marcus Freeman has done everything in his power to diffuse that, and I love his answers to it. I loved his answer after the game where he was asked about it again. He said, Fantastic. Look, I just want good people to have a chance to lead young men. That's all that I'm after. If you're a good person, I want you to have those opportunities to do it. And everybody believes Marcus Freeman's a good person. He's a hell of a football coach, too. And he's got a chance to play for a national title for that reason. If he wins, or even just playing for that national championship in this game, it's noteworthy. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
In Virginia Beach, our locals live the life every day. In fact, we can't wait to share our way of life with new friends. It's no secret that we are known as one of the happiest communities in the country. Virginia Beach is a friendly hug, a warm handshake, a hearty laugh, and a healthy dose of the unexpected. The art of living the life starts by connecting with what matters most: happiness. When you visit, you will realize that happiness is a real place, and that it is here in Virginia Beach.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. It's the first day of trading for President-elect Donald Trump's second term as president. Stocks rallied Friday as the inauguration approached, but investors also have some concerns about possible inflationary effects of new tariffs or deportations. Airlines are reporting this week. United expected to report strong earnings. Delta also expected to be upbeat. American and Alaska Airlines are also expected to benefit from lower fuel costs and higher passenger revenue. Travelers will be the first major insurer to report earnings since the wildfires broke out in Southern California, and it's one of the most exposed. It's expected to report an increase in catastrophic losses, and that's before tallying up all the losses from the fires. And Moderna awarded an additional $590 million from the U.S. government to accelerate development of pandemic flu vaccines. That's as health officials struggle to contain a dangerous strain of dairy farms. Denise Pellegrini, Bloomberg Radio.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-580-7766. 800-580-7766. That's 800-580-7766.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
If Ernest Hemingway was alive today, would he say this to you?
Shakespeare, Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, all great writers. And after reading your book, I simply must add you to the list.
Wait, you don't have a book yet. So make a free call to Page Publishing. Turn your book idea into publishing gold.
800-215-6818. 800-215-6818. That's 800-215-6818.
I received a call one time, and the man said, "You probably won't call me back because I'm just a nobody." I immediately called him back. Nobody's a nobody.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I always wanted to be the lawyer who represented the little guy, the voiceless, the powerless.
I was rear-ended by a car probably doing about 50 or 55 miles an hour. And my car caught on fire. I'm a paraplegic, so I couldn't get out of the car. They were struggling to get me out of the vehicle. After the accident, I gave Morgan & Morgan a call, and they understood what I was going through, and they were there to help me each step of the way. It made me feel that I had people behind my back to help me and resolve the case.
I represented him, and we did well because we get the chance to help people put their lives back together and to go on as best they can after a life-altering day. There's only one you, there's only one Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on the
this Monday, January 20th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, as we are always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube, as we are broadcasting live this morning from the NAC in Bucks County, Newtown. Obviously a great facility if you have been to this area. If not, come on by. We are live this morning inside of the Sports Training Center for Inauguration Day. 855-839-1210 is how you jump in on the show. On social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, on YouTube at youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Jimmy Kelly, Phil Almquist, our associate producers. And, of course, we have Daniel Valdez out here today.
Des.
And Captain Kirk.
Captain Kirk.
Is here as well.
Amazing. Yeah.
Dawn Stensland, good morning. How are you, dear?
Good morning. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. Did you enjoy 4 to 6 inches and 16 degrees?
Let me tell you something.
Yeah, you go ahead.
I was like a kid on Christmas Eve last night.
Is that right?
We had Saquon dashing through the snow. It was such a great night.
Yes.
And then the candlelight. I stayed up for the candlelight vigil with Trump and beautiful Melania.
Yeah.
And I felt like it was Christmas Eve with the snow, the Eagles, the excitement, and
Did
to
you
be
get any
here
snow? Did you
with
get
you
any
guys. And now I'm with Saint Nick.
Saint Nick. And he's
Santa's
ready to deliver.
knocker.
Yes.
I mean, come on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello, Gregory.
Hi, buddy. How are you?
How are
Good
you?
morning. I mean, so it's a holiday. There's 5 inches of snow on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any other impediments to today? It's going to be about 17 degrees.
Well, we will be here till 3 o'clock, so let's see what unfolds.
Yeah.
Could be a lot of drama today.
A lot of drama.
You never
a lot
know.
of drama. Can't wait.
Yes,
they moved the inauguration inside.
They did.
Some are saying maybe some security threats,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yep.
I don't
Also
know.
dangerous cold.
Dangerous cold. I mean, come on.
Excuse me.
Is it that dangerous?
Excuse me.
Or if you're the media and you're Democrats, they moved it inside because nobody was going to show up. I heard that all weekend. Yeah, nobody's going to show up.
Yeah.
People have been waiting 4 years for this day. They'd be out there if it was negative 27 degrees.
Yep.
Are you kidding me? All right, we got a lot of good things to get to in the show today. Obviously, Inauguration Day. We will get to that in the big take. Also, the restoration of TikTok.
By the way, can you say one more time where we're at? We're at the field house, right?
That's correct. The field house.
Training center.
The training center.
It says on the
Sports
building.
Training Center.
Yeah.
So what you do when you pull into the complex is if you've reached the basketball court and the water slides for the outdoor pools, you've gone too far.
Gone too far.
Turn back around.
Turn around.
And you can't miss us. Of course, I missed us because I went to the other building. I walked in. The lady looked at me. She's like, "What are you going into the sauna? You're going to go do some cardio?" I'm like, "No, I'm here for the radio show." She goes, "Yep, that way." Walked back out. I'm thinking I'm going to slip on the parking lot, fall, break my neck.
They're very helpful here at the Newtown Athletic Club.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good.
You're very fit.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So a lot on the big take with the inauguration and TikTok. We will also get to a couple of other stories, including a report that Vivek Ramaswamy, he might be out of Doge before Trump officially takes office. I don't know what to make of that, but we'll kick that around coming up this morning.
Color me shocked.
Yes. Also, the Philadelphia Inquirer wants you to know that Michelle Obama, amongst others that will not be in attendance today, are trying to, quote, protect their peace, and you should do the same. We'll get to that ridiculous op-ed coming up later in the show, and some other good things as well. We've got the cut sheet at 7:45, and on top of that, today at 8:30, Sean Farish will join us again as Donald Trump. But that's not the only one. Coming up at 9:30, in probably the last day we will see her or hear from her in a long time, Kamala Harris will join the show.
What?
Yes.
What?
Nice.
Yes,
Man.
the outgoing vice president who lost the popular vote to a Republican will join us at 9:30 this morning. And, of course, that is, our gal, Esty Palti, who does I believe, the best Kamala Harris impersonation on the planet.
No question.
She does Kamala better than Kamala does Kamala.
It's true.
So She will join us at 9:30.
Wow.
What a stacked show.
Stacked.
And the cut sheet is absolutely loaded. What do you got, like 34 clips over there?
30. Yeah.
30.
So we're going to have to start it in about 10 minutes. So
Sounds good. We'll skip the big take straight to the cut sheet. But first, let's get to the news.
Yeah.
Round number 1 at 6:05, right on time.
Woohoo!
The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal Company News Live special inaugural edition. We have our sponsor here on Kayal Company News Live, Kitchen Magic. The big story right now, and hopefully you're warming up the vehicle and you're on your way here to the NAC, to the Newtown Athletic Club, where we're reporting live from. But the right now it feels like it's about 6 degrees. Cool. So we're amidst this Arctic blast, all kinds of snow emergencies, code blue emergencies. That means they have extra resources locally and in the suburbs to help homeless folks or anybody to get out of the cold, because it is that dangerously cold that you hear people talk about. But seriously, you don't want to leave the house without a warm coat. Maybe a shovel. I have a shovel in the minivan.
You got an ice pick? We got a snow blower?
Yeah.
Yes, good morning. We also did have this police officer. Unfortunately, we have a police officer in stable condition. She was injured yesterday when it looks like state police had spotted a vehicle driving erratically right around the sports complex right before the big victory of our Eagles last night. They spot this vehicle, then it makes its way around Patterson Ave, trying to evade police, state police that is, and while trying to race away from state police, this particular vehicle crashes into a Philadelphia policewoman's vehicle. She was on traffic control.
I think we have the video of that. Phil, if you can roll the video. Don't roll the audio, because I think there's a curse word in the very beginning. So just roll the video if you have it for our friends on YouTube, if you want to continue with the story, Dawn.
Yeah, so they're not releasing names of they did arrest the alleged drunk driver. That's the suspected situation here. I'm sure that you already probably concluded that. But if you look at the video, you can see that this, I guess that the alleged drunk driver was actually at one point put it in reverse.
Oh my God.
You know what I mean? Like, this is stupid and drunk. I don't know.
It's horrible to live horrible way to live life.
It's certainly a way to go through the you can see the video there. We're playing it on YouTube.
Yeah.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT.
We got all the big screens here as well.
Yeah.
You said what? 475-inch television.
Yes.
Nice. So, like I say, the police officer who was injured, stable condition, taken to the hospital for treatment. I think
he backed into him.
I know,
fast, like man.
Slammed it in reverse and floors it right and then into this police officer's vehicle that was just stationed there, obviously preparing for all the traffic control when the game let out.
Yep.
And so I will say this: ever since the I-95 crash, in which and we now know the widows of too many police officers, whether they're Pennsylvania State Police or Philadelphia Police. Whenever you see this, in all seriousness, I think that's what we all think. I mean, Nick, you texted us right away last night as we were always, communicating back and forth about what's going on, and that goes through all of our minds.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
So we just
horrible.
Hope and pray that our latest officer injured is okay. I talked about the candlelight vigil last night. That was, and this is a tradition, obviously, Inauguration Eve. So President-elect Trump incoming, as I say, he and Melania held a news conference. It lasted until about 9:26. That's when the pool feed, they allow us that pool feed from about 9-ish to 9:26. But talking about the most important days to make America great again, just a beautiful evening and a beautiful day. We'll get to all that audio. It's all on the cut sheet today. But earlier in D.C., with President Trump vowing to release a huge stash of government files on the assassination of John F. Kennedy, obviously Robert F. Kennedy, Martin Luther King Jr. on this MLK Day. And that was during the huge victory rally there at Capital One Arena in D.C. Also he talked about nearly 100 executive actions. The media keeps reporting 200, but he did say yesterday very close to 100.
Yeah, I saw, I think it was NBC News put out a report yesterday, the 11 major things that Trump said he would do on day one. I have that list coming up, so we'll see how many things he gets through in 24 hours. He's got a lot on his plate, doesn't he?
Yeah, right? A lot. Well, I think he's done more just in the past week, it feels like, than the Biden administration has done in years, quite frankly.
Just think about yesterday.
Yeah.
TikTok and Israeli hostages alone. Yeah. He had more accomplished yesterday before Joe got out of bed. The damnedest thing I've ever seen.
And we'll get to all of that. I mean, for those of you, I know you weren't really panicked, but some people were panicked when we had that brief pause, I guess you'd say. The TikTok ban, it technically went into effect and then went dark, but obviously came back within hours of Trump's big announcement where he said he's going to delay this controversial ban on TikTok 90 days, give everybody a chance to figure out some kind of a hybrid buyout deal that that they would comply with the law.
You guys want to hear a great story of trolling your own kids?
Oh boy, here we go. Yeah.
So I knew that the TikTok ban went into effect Saturday night after my girls were already in bed. I'm watching SNL. Chappelle's, obviously hosting.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
So my daughters come down yesterday in the morning, and I said, "Hey, girls, what do you think about doing like a family TikTok?" So they open up the TikTok app on their phone, and it says, "Sorry, no longer in service. Americans can't use it." I go, "Oh my God, they did take TikTok away," and they're like, "Oh my God, we forgot." And then I saw on Twitter like 90 minutes later that it was restored. I said, "Girls, come down here." I said, "Open up your TikTok app." It started working. It was like Christmas morning all over.
Oh, for God's sake.
And did you say?
I said, "You can thank Mr. Trump for that."
Awesome job.
Yes.
Teach him young.
And then I dunked on my mother-in-law on FaceTime. I said, "How about that's how you get things done?"
And she's like rolling around.
And then she hung up on me and said, "Lose my number, you creep."
We will also, yes, and good morning. We have, people incoming. That's okay. Come on into the Newtown Athletic Club. But obviously the Mideast ceasefire, the first hostages, the first 3 women, we'll get to that. Emotional reunions after, my goodness, closing in on 500 days, it feels like the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu crediting both the outgoing Biden administration and Trump's transition team for helping secure that Israeli-Hamas ceasefire deal and the first release of the hostages held in Gaza, with 3 young women finally coming home. And then, of course, more today, so we'll be reporting on that as well. We'll also talk about whether or not President Biden and incoming President Trump, will they ride in the same limousine?
That's what they're saying.
To the Capitol. Yes.
Yeah.
So they didn't do it before, but reports are that Joe and Jill Biden are hosting Donald Trump and Melania Trump at the White House for a tea and some coffee, little reception.
Kind of like here at the NAC.
Yeah.
That's what, our drivers, picked us up first, Greg, and then Nick, and then me, and we all rode in together. It's
my
motorcade
motorcade showed up at 3:30. I was still asleep, actually. Said, "Hold on, I'll be right out."
Little tradition. So we'll talk about that.
So is he a threat to democracy, or is he not?
Apparently not.
Because the left is not happy with Biden. They're like, "I thought he was a threat to democracy." And they're like, "Oh, we were just kidding about that."
Yeah, the whole Hitler thing.
Yeah.
Just joshing around. So we are sponsored this morning by Kitchen Magic. Just go to kitchenmagic.com today. Start your worry-free remodeling journey with a local, trusted, family-owned company that has been transforming kitchens for 45 years. Kitchenmagic.com. Thank you for sponsoring our news, our weather. As I said today, the high we're barely in the 20s today. We're still in the teens.
Yeah.
I think by Wednesday we'll be 30, but the big number that we want to look at, 28 to 22, Eagles.
Wow.
Yeah. Who was the closest of our predictions? I believe it was Dawn, right?
28-22 was the final, right?
Dawn had 27-20, I think. I think Dawn picked 27-20 on Friday.
Hang on.
Yeah, we got to pull up the McCaws and Locks.
So we won.
Yeah.
Hang on, wait.
I originally was going to say what Greg said, then he said his, so then I went closer.
Nick was 34-13.
I was way off.
I was 26-19.
Oh, wow.
Dawn was 24-23.
24-23.
And Almquist thought the Rams were going to win 28-27.
Ooh.
Yeah.
At least he had the 28, but that was the Eagles.
All right, so
28,
Stalker,
22.
that was the closest.
Thank you very much.
There you go.
The McCall's and Lock of the Week is. By the way, we have boys in the back. Do you have the Saquon 62-yard run?
In the gun, Hurts gives off to Barkley. He's got a first down and more. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10, 5, touchdown! Saquon Barkley!
He did it
62
again.
yards!
He did it again, Maurice. And it's a great job of blocking off the right side. They create a lane, and then the safety takes a very poor angle. He doesn't realize the speed of Saquon Barkley, and he takes it the distance.
He actually slowed up inside the 10 and glided into the end zone.
Yeah, he was looking back at the guy that said, "I hate Philadelphia fans."
Verse or whatever his name
Verse,
is.
yeah.
Verse, yeah.
Who had a great game, by the way.
He did, but he was he talked too much because the rest of his team didn't show up.
Yes.
By the way, Dawn, Nick, right before the game yesterday, texted me a can't lose FanDuel bet.
Yes.
And it lost.
No, it won.
No, it didn't. Did it?
Yes. No, the Saquon Barkley 10 plus
Yes.
yards. Yeah, it won. Absolutely won.
Hang on, hold.
Yeah.
Hold, please.
I'll show you the cashed out ticket in the commercial break.
Hang on.
No, it won.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. The bet was
Maybe I bet the wrong thing.
Saquon Barkley had to have 10 or more yards in each quarter.
Oh, yes, it did win.
I told you.
Thank you.
Yeah. By the way, can we deport Jake Elliott? can seriously, Tom Homan.
I mean, he was fine. He
missed two extra
He
points.
missed two.
But it's all year.
Okay.
Send in Tom Homan. All right, and just get him out.
Okay.
Enough of that guy.
Okay.
Cost a lot of gamblers yesterday.
Yeah, I know.
Spread was 6.5. They won by 6. People, that matters, Dawn.
It matters.
He's speaking for himself. He's speaking from firsthand knowledge.
Maybe.
We are reporting live from the Newtown Athletic Club. Come and join us. Breakfast any minute. Having a blast. Celebrating the Eagles.
Yes.
I got my pink Trump hat from Susie Cool.
Where is it? You have it?
I got it right here.
Can you wear it throughout the show?
Put it on for the YouTube videos.
Yeah.
Come on, let's go.
Let's get a close up of this. Oh, look at that.
Oh
We
my
have a-
God!
look at that.
Wow.
We have a.
Hang on a second.
Come over. Come
I
up this
know.
way.
You got to
Come here
come
a
up this way.
Stand right here and look that way. Look at the tech squad
So
we have right here.
she has an adorable pink.
Look at that.
Hello, Liz from Yardley.
Liz, what
What's up,
Liz?
what time do we start the show at?
We start at 6 a.m.
You're dead. Yes.
Liz.
Wow, that is
There it is.
amazing.
So she's got
That is an amazing shirt.
a pink sweatshirt
Liz,
that
you're the
says we
best.
start at 6 a.m. exclamation point. Matches my pink Trump 2024 hat.
It's amazing.
We're fired up.
The first and only fan club member for Stalker. He's got his first fan after all these
awesome.
years. There you go. All right, Jimmy Kelly, let's get to it. 6:17. Let's get to a Monday big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the big take this morning brought to you by First Harvest Credit Union. It is the day that we've all been waiting for. Inauguration Day 2025 has arrived, and today is a date that some of us, if not many, may have wondered if 4 years ago we would ever see this again. A return to glory, a true rising from the ashes, the greatest political comeback in American history. Today is the culmination of celebration. The last 10 weeks, absolutely glorious, and then the hard work begins. We've heard a ton about on day one, but the truth is Donald Trump will have roughly 18 to 22 months to make America great again before the next wave of midterm elections begin to take shape. And he's got a lot to handle, right? From the economy and energy to the border and illegal immigration. From crime to domestic terrorism to global wars across the planet, from culture wars with subjects like DEI to capitalism and meritocracy to small and limited government to tax cuts, tax breaks like no tax on tips, to the restoration of free speech, to gutting corrupt federal agencies, to making sure that big tech is unbiased. There's a lot of work to do, and this administration appears poised to hit the ground running immediately. But today is the party of all parties, reveling in victory one last time. You have billionaire tech titans, country music sensations, rappers, the Village People, and even the famous garbage truck. It was all set to be put on display for a performance for the ages. But then the Trump administration decided to throw us a curveball. Unfortunately, the incoming administration had to make an audible over the weekend as the inauguration has had elements moved indoors. Here was Fox News host and former Trump White House press secretary Kayleigh McEnany on Friday, breaking the news. Listen and watch this.
Breaking news just moments ago, a source confirming to Fox News that President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect J.D. Vance will be sworn in indoors at Monday's inauguration. I believe this is only the second time this has happened. The last time it happened was 1985 with none other than Ronald Reagan. There are dangerously cold temperatures that are moving into the region, and it will be the coldest inauguration in 40 years.
And of course, the mainstream media and Democrats alike are sharing once again the same talking points verbatim. And of course, the dying legacy media and the defeated Democrats are saying things like this. Chris Murphy, U.S. Senator from Connecticut, posting the following on X, quote, he canceled the outdoor inauguration because the mall was going to be empty and totally embarrassing. And all he cares about are the tech bros and the ruling class billionaires. And so it's better if they are the only ones in the room anyway, end quote. So there's the Dems' spin, right? Now we hear the talking heads on cable news parroting the same exact nonsense. Here's former CNN host and currently unemployed hack Don Lemon missing the mark like he always does. Listen and watch.
Cold, Donald, really, to have your inauguration outside because the temperature is going to be 23 degrees. Okay, let's just put this into perspective. It was 7 for Reagan. It was 22 for Kennedy. It was 28 degrees for Barack Obama with winds somewhere in the 20 mile an hour range as well. It was freezing. So I'm not sure it's the cold. I think maybe it's that you're afraid of the crowd sizes and that hotels are still available and that a lot of people, as many people as, showed up for, Barack Obama or Joe Biden or whatever, won't be showing up for your inauguration. I think it's the crowd sizes. That number is more important than the temperature number.
That video was on X, and Lemon immediately was community noted with the following facts, because facts matter. First of all, number one, multiple inaugurations have been held inside because of freezing weather. Secondly, the threat assessment against Donald Trump was elevated to high. And lastly, D.C. hotels have been near capacity for 3 months, requiring attendees to seek rooms outside of the district due to lack of availability. So this is comical. MAGA has waited 4 years for this day. You think temperatures in the teens or 20s would prevent tens of thousands, if not 100,000 plus, from attending today? I don't buy that at all. Football fans, they sit in negative temperatures all the time to watch their NFL teams in the playoffs in January, risking frostbite and hypothermia. The truth is, I think it's a combination of security risks followed secondly by the temperatures. Donald Trump is a man who has had multiple attempts made on his life since July. This is largely because of unhinged people with sinister intentions and perhaps even corrupt actors in the deep state. Glenn Beck explains the magnitude of Trump's win and who is on the verge of losing a ton of money. Listen and watch this final clip.
Cancel the Macy's Day Parade. Everybody knows it's going to be cold, and if it's too cold for you, you don't go. It could be just because Donald Trump knows what the media would do if somebody had frostbite. But does that make sense to you, that they're moving it because of the cold? Donald Trump, and I'm going to cover this on Monday as we at Blaze TV have our complete inaugural coverage beginning at 11 a.m. on Blaze TV on Monday. But I will tell you, he's hired his own private security company, and he's not leaving it to the Secret Service. Is it to keep people safe from the weather or just to keep people safe?
I think it's a valid question. It's a valid point. All right, you can kill Glenn Beck. The number one goal for the next 4 years is keeping Donald Trump alive. To me, this is absolutely the right move. And speaking of the right move and keeping something or someone alive, that brings us to TikTok. The social media app officially banned in the United States as of yesterday, and it lasted less than 24 hours. Donald Trump restoring it in conjunction with TikTok, as left-wingers were losing their minds yesterday. Now maybe you will see what free speech absolutists went through in 2020, 2021, and 2022 with censorship and bans on platforms like Twitter, Facebook, and other sites. It's no fun when the rabbit has the gun, right? But have no fear, Donald Trump brought TikTok back. So all of you that were criticizing the decision, so I would say you now have to give Trump the credit, right? Trump announcing on Sunday morning that he would be signing an executive order to reinstate TikTok. The social media company posting the following yesterday at 12:30 on X, saying, quote, in agreement with our service providers, TikTok is in the process of restoring service. We thank President Trump for providing the necessary clarity and assurance to our service providers that they will face no penalties, providing TikTok to over 170 million Americans and allowing over 7 million small businesses to thrive. It's a strong stand for the First Amendment and against arbitrary censorship. We will work with President Trump on a long-term solution that keeps TikTok in the United States. And this will extend the period of time before the laws prohibiting TikTok take effect so that we can make a deal to protect what is most important, and that is our national security. But as we conclude, the cold, hard reality is that TikTok is a small issue for Trump to concern himself with. NBC News with a column yesterday highlighting the 11 things Trump has said that he will carry out on day one. And those include mass deportations, ending birthright citizenship, ending the Biden-era border policies, pardoning January 6th defendants, ending the war in Ukraine, implementing tariffs, canceling the EV mandates, drilling, making America a American-first automobile industry, limiting trans participation in women's sports, and ending gender-affirming care practices, all of which are far more important in my eyes than TikTok. And when you look at what he said he would do after the last 4 years, after the summer we had, after the fall that we had, are you really going to bet against him? If we've learned anything, it's that you don't count him out and you don't rule out Donald Trump. Comeback complete, celebration today, and then we get to work. And that is the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by First Harvest Credit Union, where you can open a growth checking account and earn as high as 2% annual percentage yield while enjoying flexible access to funds and earning more. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth checking or your nearest branch to get details. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA. 855-839-1210 is how you jump in as we continue. Kayal and Company, we are live this morning from the Newtown Athletic Club in Bucks County. Stop on by, tweet us, comment on YouTube as we get this party started live on Inauguration Day. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Be prepared with CHIP, free or low-cost healthcare for Pennsylvania kids and teens. From checkups to unexpected bumps and bruises and everything in between, CHIP has you covered. Don't wait until you need it. Be prepared with CHIP. Because every kid deserves quality healthcare and every parent deserves peace of mind knowing their kids are covered. CHIP, free or low-cost healthcare for kids and teens under age 19. Learn more at chipcoverspakids.com.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
New year, new ride. Start off the new year with Hessert Chevrolet of Cherry Hill, formerly Mall Chevrolet. Get fantastic finance and lease offers on a wide selection of new models. Whether you're looking to lease or finance, we have great deals to help you drive into the new year in style. Hessert Chevy of Cherry Hill offers one of the largest inventories in the area. For over 40 years, the Hessert family has been a trusted part of this community. Together, let's drive. Visit HessertChevyCH.com.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Veneria is and has been my dentist also. And you know, doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to him, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Veneria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Veneria's office does everything. Dr. Veneria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music at Westchester University in Pittman, New Jersey, February 21st and 22nd.
I'm glad I came. Best ever.
The highs, the lows, that band. The music, the singing, everything. You laugh, you tear it up.
That's Conklin and City Rhythm at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st. And at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey, Saturday, February 22nd. For tickets, go to JoeConklin.com.
JoeConklin.com!
The new 2025 Harley-Davidsons have arrived at Barb's Harley-Davidson. Barb's is Philly's closest and New Jersey's #1 dealer, and they want to be your Harley-Davidson dealer too. Be there Saturday for the new model reveal party, only at Barb's. Check us out at barbshd.com.
Unlock your savings potential in 2025 with a First Harvest Credit Union Growth Savings Account and earn as high as 3.25% annual percentage yield. Or check out competitive certificate and IRA specials. Earn more with flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Start the new year by making a statement in your home with beautiful, high-quality furniture from Bucks County Estate Traders. Browse over 16,000 pieces, all high-quality, famous brands, meticulously cared for and curated by our experts. Many pieces are even reupholstered by their talented team of craftsmen. You can furnish every room in your home with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Their team of knowledgeable professionals provides a relaxed and rewarding experience. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything, online to hybrid courses, lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
I can see clearly now the rain is gone. I can see all obstacles in my way.
Oh, the irony of this song as we come back, 6:34, live on a Monday morning from the Newtown Athletic Club, Newtown, Bucks County, Kayal and Company, here on Inauguration Day on Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. Yes, the rain is gone.
Yep.
The snow moved in. And Jimmy Kelly's on the board, and he never sees clearly. But it's great to have him with us, along with all of our staff, Daniel Valdez, Captain Kirk, Phil Almquist, Nick Dawn, and Greg, as we've made it through the rain of the last 4 years, the storms, the Biden era. And I was thinking about this yesterday because I hate waiting all day to watch the Philadelphia Eagles play. And I plotted out the timeline of the last 4 years, Dawn Stensland. So you had the 2020 election. Then you had January 6th. And it was not till November 15th, 2022 that Trump officially announced that he was going to run for president for a third time. And then, of course, the lawfare began in the spring of 2023. If I recall, that was right around St. Paddy's Day, March 2023. We go through the primaries, then we get to July 13th, 2024, right? And of course, I believe the 34 count felony conviction, the bookkeeping, Alvin Bragg charade, that was in May of 2024. Then he gets shot in July at Butler. Then he almost has another attempt on his life in September on his golf course. And then we go to the election. If the election was the Super Bowl, today with inauguration is like the parade down Broad. So when you think about the last 4 years and you think about the celebration today, what is going through your mind today, thought-wise, emotion-wise? Where are you at right now mentally with all of really everything that anybody that backed Trump the last 4 years had to deal with, and now you can say he has cemented the greatest comeback in political history? What do you feel today? You're not going to cry today, are you? Because you're a crier.
I know.
And I'm not criticizing you
I
for that.
started to get a little verklempt yesterday after the Eagles victory. Then I flipped over and I was watching. There are stations, where you can get the Fox feeds. So I was actually watching some of the Fox feeds or the pool feeds that you could see that, we all tap into. And I couldn't get enough of it. And a couple of things. Number one, I pray everybody's safe because to the point of the, you played the audio of Glenn Beck. I have thought a lot about that this week. And there were some crazies, insurrectionist types, quite frankly, who were on social media who were talking about, oh no, those three-letter institutions will never let him be president. And I'm looking at this going, wow, and they're just letting this go out there. Isn't that something? What a new day this is. Did you see all those? I mean, there were all these people saying, oh, no, we'll make sure that he'll never become president. He'll never be sworn in. So first of all, that took me aback a little bit because, not for nothing, but if that were a conservative, you know what I mean? We don't have to flip the script. We've witnessed what happens.
It would be deemed a threat.
Right.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. You're in jail for,
Right.
So a lot of prayers going out. I think you see that online and social media. It really reflects the mood of people praying for the safety of this incoming administration, this president. And then as well, just seeing some of the festivities last night and watching incoming President Trump in the tux, Melania there, and the smiles and the crowd, and talking about what's going to happen. I'm not kidding you. We started at 6 a.m. as we always do, talking about it felt like Christmas Eve. I can't wait. And that's not in any way a negative thought about, I can't wait for XYZ to leave. It's that I can't wait for the first day of making America great again. That begins today. It's pushing the reset button. And you think about this country, you think about all the things we worry about. And this touches each and every one of us. The economy, whether you think about cybersecurity threats, whether we think about the border, crime, just pick. Education. Is your daughter safe in her local locker room? Changing. I mean, every single aspect of our lives changes today. And it's not that it's hope and change. That's not what this is. This is actual, he's doing it. And he has promised that, and I believe him. Promises made, promises kept. And that's why we saw those three women, thank God, and more to come today, hostages released, because guess what? The worst of the worst terrorists, somewhere down in a cave, they get it. They know that this guy means action, means it. He is a man of action. And that's what I just cannot wait for.
I agree. And there's so many elements to today. There's, if this was like a big onion, you peel the onion back one layer at a time. You have the weather, you have his safety and security. You talk about the fact that he has hired, basically personal security on top of the Secret Service and every other agency out there, because you have to, because we have seen multiple times now where the Secret Service has failed to do their job. And then we kind of came to the realization that the Secret Service is not as cracked up as everybody claims that it is. Yeah, I hate to single out that female from that thing, but we live in this snapshot world. She's fumbling around. She can't get her gun out of her holster. You've got crooks on her roof. You've got Ruth in the weeds on the 7th hole at his golf course. You've got that element. And then you have the party that wanted to preach unity to us in January of 2021, and they're throwing a hissy fit. No Michelle Obama, no AOC, no Nancy Pelosi. I mentioned Friday the people that will be skipping the luncheon element, which comes later today. Both Clintons, both Bushes, both Obamas, they're not attending. And then I have to read articles like this in the Inquirer, an op-ed with the headline, Michelle Obama is protecting her peace by not attending Trump's inauguration. We should follow her lead by not tuning in either. Good, that's great. Don't tune in. Just don't lecture from the soapbox that you want to unite America when some of your most notable faces and voices of your party, past or present, are skipping this because they have sour grapes. We played, I think it was Joy Reid on Friday. Now all of a sudden she's an election denier. So that's fine, but you don't get to be the party of the holding the higher moral ground and then saying, you know what, I'm going to take my ball and go home. There's nothing to contest about the election results of November 5th. Trump swept the swing states. He won the popular vote. I actually think that, if Joe does ride in that motorcade, give him a little bit of credit when people like the Obamas, AOC, and Pelosi are going to pout like little 5-year-olds and not attend. So, a little bit of a difference between Joe and the rest of them right now.
Yeah, and we think about the letter that incoming President-elect Trump, he has said that how much it meant to him that then President Barack Obama left him such a gracious letter. And now Joe Biden will leave Trump a letter. And Trump left Biden a letter.
Mm-hmm.
That was so. This is something that.
What do you think?
What's that?
In the Biden letter.
You think he wrote with a crayon?
Stop. No, I mean they all say that they're very touched by the. God bless you.
Sorry.
Best of luck, Don. Sincerely, Joe.
No, I think that, you think about it, and you saw it at Jimmy Carter's funeral with Trump and Obama joking around. Think about being in that class of individuals in our country. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? There are very few people who can say that they were, president of the United States, let alone a two-termer. And I do think there's a camaraderie between those individuals where only they know what that job is actually like and the pressure of that job. And for me, I just look forward to Trump coming in because the first time around, and how much did we talk about this over the years, that how many friends of mine that worked in that first administration said, oh, there are too many never-Trumpers. He trusts too many people. Because when you're in the private sector, at the end of the day, everybody has to have the mission of failure is not an option.
Mm-hmm.
Only in politics is that a different story.
Yeah. Yep.
Which is weird, right? Mm-hmm. But Trump is such a, capitalist, private enterprise guy. I think it blows your mind to think of how they tried to undermine somebody, even at the risk of harming the country.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I think there's that. This time around, he has learned. I think he, look, he had never done that before. He'd never been in politics before. Right. So the learning curve there is incredible. And then as well, the fact that not only did he have 4 years and then the horrible pandemic, but then we, the people, had the opportunity to compare and contrast.
Mm-hmm.
So we had Trump. We saw what happened, the action, the economy. Remember back when remember Aleppo? Remember all those, what are they going to do with the refugees? Well, Trump kind of took care of that with the Moab, with his generals, right? Mm. Things like that. Then we saw the flip side of what it means to have either a president who somebody else is running things and he's not even aware, and that's we're hearing more and more of that. But we see the result of policies, and that policy and leadership matters. So now we, the people, we can compare and contrast. I think that's part of this. As to why it was, I mean, you had this huge turnout, why people say, you know what, he is somebody who is going to do great at this job, and whatever he says, he is not just planning to do, he is going to do it.
Yeah. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. On social media, you can tweet us. You can message us on any of the platforms at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, let it rip in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. You know, there's two things to hit on here. Number one, I want to start with the hypocrisy of Democrats in the mainstream media now with all the tech bros, according to that Connecticut senator that'll be attending. You know, what's interesting, you go back to 2020, you go to March, the pandemic breaks out. And then in the subsequent years, 2021, 2022, we see the blocking, the shadow banning, the suppression of speech, the silencing, the deactivating of accounts on Twitter under Jack Dorsey, Facebook under Zuckerberg. And now everybody's freaking out because you were going to have not only Elon Musk, obviously he was a part of the Trump campaign, technically a part of the administration, even though he doesn't have an official title other than being involved with Doge, which, by the way, we'll get to the other half of Doge in a minute with Vivek. But you're going to have Elon Musk there. You're going to have Mark Zuckerberg, CEO of Meta. You're going to have Jeff Bezos, the CEO of Amazon, the owner of the Washington Post. And you're going to have, I believe, also the CEO of Google. He will be there as well. And a lot of them will be sitting front row. They are VIPs. And now it's, oh, my God, Trump has created this monopoly of big tech with right wing. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, none of these guys are right wing. None of them. They're all either center left or just common sense individuals. And look, I'm not naive enough to think that all of a sudden they love Trump. But what are they doing? They're like bowing down. They're bending the knee. They're kissing the ring. They are doing they're trying to gain something from this, right? Because you always cite Zioli. Everybody wants their cut. Everybody's trying to get their vig. So you know that whether it's Musk, and, Musk is in it for his own reason as well. Yes, thank you for restoring free speech on X. But if you think he's doing it just to restore free speech, I don't think that's the case. But Bezos, Zuckerberg, these were people that put up a ton of pushback to Trump the first time around. And they're all falling in line. And now the left can't stand it. And, oh, by the way, they still have a monopoly on social media, right? They still have a monopoly on the mainstream media, but their influence and their power is dying. And that is one of the biggest takeaways from this past election, that people rejected what the mainstream media was selling. Threat to democracy, Hitler, dictator on day one. Now, look, you can say what you want about Harris. She still ended up with, 76 million votes. But the fact that Trump won the popular vote really spoke volumes that the American people were tired of the last 4 years. So that's really rich, in my opinion, when you are the party of censorship and all that's happening is the restoration of free speech. And, oh, by the way, a couple of billionaires probably trying to line their pockets, and now you're losing your mind.
Yeah.
That's a great point. You don't like it when the rabbit has the gun, right? It's one thing when you can bully everybody else and have the Biden administration basically restrict your free speech rights. And we've talked about these stories where I think it was Zuckerberg in one of the clips he was on with Rogan on the podcast. And he was like, no, there were Biden administration officials like yelling at us to get this, that, or the other thing off of Facebook, off of Meta, including memes and jokes.
Yeah.
When you're silencing somebody's free speech that falls under a GIF, a meme, a Vine, and any other thing that we do on social media that just rots our brain, you talk about having thin skin. And that's how this last administration was. They didn't want dissenting viewpoints. Now it's going to be a free-for-all, the way it should be, the marketplace of ideas. I mean, hell, that's what our station is founded on, the First Amendment and free speech living here.
Yeah, I am curious. Well, two things. First of all, your reference to the rabbit having the gun. I can't wait to hear Sean Farish's he'll say like, "That's right, I'm a bad bunny."
Does he do an Elmer Fudd, by the way? I wouldn't rule it out.
But I'm curious about, and I saw, Eric and Laura Trump and the Trumps were putting out about, the different kinds of cash and Bitcoin. I am curious about all of that crypto, the banking.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm also curious about all of this online where Trump has talked a whole lot about, until the fact that we had a constitutional amendment, 1913, they changed some of the laws. We had, Americans could keep our own, we didn't have income tax. And he keeps talking about the tariffs. At first, I really thought, okay, this is a talking point, a negotiating point, but is it? Is he going to do some things that he thinks are game-changing with regard to taxation?
Mm-hmm.
And so I can't wait. I can't wait to see what today brings. And then we're hearing that we may see some of these movements as far as raids and cracking down
Workplace.
on
Right at the workplace, too.
Well, I think it's going to be with the cartels.
Okay.
I think what Trump does, reportedly what Trump plans to do today is to declare that the cartels are actually terrorist organizations, that they qualify as terrorist organizations. Anybody with regard to human trafficking, drug trafficking, et cetera. And so if they declare anybody within the cartels as considered a terrorist, then that changes. It's a game changer, right? Because now all of a sudden you have the feds moving in, but you have those TAC teams, terrorist or anti-terrorist task forces. Now that's a whole new game plan.
Yep. One last thing to wrap up the hour. This came down yesterday, and I found it to be interesting because Vivek Ramaswamy, this is according to CBS News, who Trump chose to co-lead DOGE. And I've told you, outside of Tom Homan at the border, there's nothing I like more than Elon and Vivek running the Department of Government Efficiency, trimming the fat, trying to get the deficit down $1 to $2 trillion. Remember, they had a self-imposed deadline of July 2026, 4th of July 2026, our 250th birthday. Now the reports are that Vivek is expected to soon step away from the task force because, according to reports, there has been friction between rank-and-file DOGE staff and Vivek Ramaswamy, and Ramaswamy has been subtly encouraged to exit. He intends to announce a campaign for Ohio governor as soon as the end of January. And I was thinking back to a couple of days ago, I think it was Thursday or Friday, that Mike DeWine, the Republican governor of Ohio, said he was going to fill J.D. Vance's seat in the Senate with somebody other than Vivek Ramaswamy, to which the report then came out that Vivek was eyeing a run to be the governor of Ohio. And now it looks like Vivek will be out of DOGE basically before this administration starts. So is this an Ohio governor thing, or is this the story where he's not getting along with people inside of DOGE, however many people are inside of DOGE? I mean, I can't imagine it's a lot because that would be hypocritical. If you're trying to trim the fat in the federal government, you don't have a staff of 500 people on DOGE. My guess is it's probably 15 or 20 people. But what does that say about Vivek? Because I thought about this yesterday. Does that mean that Vivek Ramaswamy is too real and too authentic even for DOGE? Or is it the complete opposite? Is Vivek a total fraud?
No.
And running for governor, and maybe all of a sudden people were like,
you cannot.
This isn't what you signed up
Nick,
for.
This is the
What do you
this
think
is the woke left trying to spin things and they put this out on social media. And I think it's once again, it's just an attempt to sabotage. I heard even when they began this DOGE effort that it was going to be mostly Elon. I heard way back when that Vivek was looking at, he wanted either the Senate seat or the governor's seat. Yep. Now that Mike DeWine, the Ohio governor, has just said that his lieutenant governor will fill the seat. Now think about the politics involved here, right?
Oh, yeah.
And I have no doubt that Trump is involved. So my thinking when I look at this is, and reportedly Vivek is going to announce very soon for the governor's run. because now they have. So Mike DeWine, there's no question, he wanted his lieutenant governor teed up, who he's close with.
Sure.
He wants to tee him up for the governorship.
Totally get that.
So now there's a negotiation. They put the lieutenant governor in the Senate spot because they think Vivek has more gravitas and headline name. He'll get the governorship.
Right.
And what does that do? That's in 26, right? He announces, he launches. Now that also, I think, kind of ties up Vivek because now he's going to promise, I want to take, lead Ohio. And they've had a lot of problems there. Now because Mike DeWine, I know he's a Republican, but he's squishy. Yeah. Let's just be honest there. So now you've got Vivek. Now he's not going to run for POTUS in 28, right? So that clears the way. You think about the Trump head. It's like, okay, we took care of Vivek. He was a loyal soldier. We got him over here. He's Ohio governor. He's only 39 years old right now. Mm-hmm. So he gets some executive experience, but he's not a problem because we all remember the Chat GPT comments, right? The debates. So he's not going to debate anybody. He's out of the way, right? And so that clears the way for J.D. Vance.
Yeah. Also rules out the possibility if you were thinking of a 2028 ticket of Vance and Vivek, that likely doesn't happen now as well.
Yeah.
Plus, you're right. I mean, if you had to, who's got the bigger stick of Doge, it's definitely Elon, right? I mean, after all, Trump legally adopted him a few weeks ago. He's got the little apartment out by the pool. He's like Kato Kalin at OJ's residence. He never leaves. 855-839-1210. We will come back, kick off hour number 2, live from the NAC here in Bucks County, Newtown. Swing on by if you are out in the area. I know the roads as you get towards the back roads.
Oh, they're fine.
They're fine, but the roads getting here, like I took 276.
Yeah.
You wouldn't even know it snowed. It's fine.
Yeah,
it took me,
it's fine.
38 minutes to get here? And I'm 32 miles away.
Yeah.
So you can get here. We'll see you in a little bit.
And you don't even have a truck.
Well,
look
at this. I mean,
I do have a minivan.
And they wonder why I can't hit the brakes on time because of the incoming shots. Friendly fire.
Friendly fire, yeah.
As we continue, Dawn has some news to kick off the 7 o'clock hour, and that's coming up next here on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit DKAppliances.com.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Is your kitchen or bathroom in need of a makeover?
It's time to transform your home into a personal oasis with Emmons Remodeling.
Our expert team specializes in kitchen and bathroom renovations, creating beautiful, functional spaces you and your family will love. We handle everything from design to installation.
So call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Score the winning touchdown at Borgata during the Big Screen Blitz. Earn entries for your chance to be one of the lucky winners to get an 85-inch Samsung Smart TV, valued at $1,100. Drawings every Saturday, now through January 25th. Score big during the Big Screen Blitz. Only at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
It's the grand opening of King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia, Sunday, February 2nd from noon till 6. With deals and specials you won't want to miss. The gun store and shooting range is complete with an additional 7 more indoor lanes, 14 total, a huge parking lot rear entrance, and the same great staff inside. King Shooters welcomes beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters, helping you find the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories. 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia. On Facebook, Facebook and at kingshooters.com.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Right now, get 50% off all window styles. Plus, you could get 0 interest and 0 payments for 2 years. Sale ends January 31st, so schedule your consult now at 866-90NATION or at windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Tom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Why you wanna tell me how to live my life? Who are you to tell me if it's black or white? Mama, can you hear me try to understand? Is innocence the difference between a boy and a man? My daddy lived a life, it's just the price that he paid. Sacrificing life, just slaving away. Oh, if there's one thing I hang on to that gets me through the night, I ain't gonna do what I don't want to. I'm gonna live my life shining like a diamond, rolling with the dice, standing on the ledge to show the way how to fly. When the world gets in my face, I say, have a nice day.
Kayal and Company, hour number 2 underway. Have a nice day. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, see yourselves to the nearest exit. Trump Inauguration Day underway as we begin hour number 2. Kayal and Company, live from the NAC, Newtown, Bucks County. We are inside of the Sports Training Center. We'll be out here all day until 3 o'clock this afternoon. So come on by. You still have another 8 hours. The Dawn Show coming up at 10. Dom will be here from noon to 3. And then Zioli will wrap up the day from 3 to 7. And boy, I tell you, we've got a nice little spread in the back. We've got some bagels, some danishes, some coffee, some tea.
It's good me. I'm eating.
Tom, how's that Nutri-Grain bar? Good?
Good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Tom from Percy's here. He's got his Kelly Green Eagles Cooper DeJean jersey on.
Yep.
So he's having a good time. And then we've got another guy who's wearing a McNabb jersey. So I'm not really sure how I feel about that. Plus, he's got a Phillies scarf on.
Oh, that's Jesus. Come up here for
No,
a second.
Jesus.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, Jesus from Philadelphia.
Jesus.
North Philadelphia, I believe.
Hey, man, come here.
You know, we feel, here's the thing, Liz, we were just talking about this, that we all feel like we're family.
Yeah.
But in many ways, we're on the phone together. You know what I mean?
Too. Yeah.
Now we get to see your face.
Yeah.
So how was the trek from North Philadelphia? Rough or no? You were fine, right?
I live right next to I-95, so.
So you got here right easily.
Yeah, pretty easily. Yeah.
So
I even have a spare tire.
You obviously don't have a spare jersey either.
I wore my Jalen Hurts jersey yesterday.
It was this 2006.
Hey, he's my favorite quarterback.
I thought. Really? What about Nick Foles? He's the guy that won the Super Bowl.
I don't have a Nick Foles jersey.
Well, we got to get that taken care of for you. All right.
The truth is, this was a gift, and this is the only one.
I have a Carson Wentz jersey.
Stick that in the fireplace, brother.
It was a Christmas gift. I can't get rid of it.
All right. Nice to meet you, though.
Nice to meet you, too.
So great to have you
in person.
Here. Yes,
right?
Absolutely.
Is that your wife, your girlfriend? Oh, very lovely. Very, very nice.
Well, we thought it was your girlfriend because, she's young and gorgeous.
Yeah.
There you go.
I don't want to assume anything, so I just,
Jesus has actually won the Morning Mystery Movie clip, I think, like 5 or 7 times.
Has he?
In the history of this show.
More than Kevin?
Well, it's pretty close.
Yeah.
Might have to keep running tabs on the all-time win list here. Tom is here. He's got the bald head. He's actually dyed the goatee Kelly Green.
I didn't even notice that. Wow, that looks nice.
It's a solid look.
That looks nice. That's solid.
Yeah. Now you just you got to shave it off tomorrow and go back to normal.
No, I'm not going to shave it.
You're going to keep it until the season's over.
I'm going to keep the color on.
Okay.
It's I got special people that take care of me. So
okay.
You have groomers?
Yeah.
Well, no. Go Birds. I just did it
Good
yesterday.
groomers.
And I was like I hope it's not going to be a jinx, but I have all the faith in the world that the Eagles are going to do it big. So
Okay.
Keep it here. I'd love to try to grow it out up top, but that's not going to happen.
Yeah, the same here.
By the way, Tom is going to take the flag from the Kayal Company flag.
That's right.
Sergeant Mark Fu should be here, I don't know, 9 o'clock or so.
Yeah, Fu said he's big on the 9 o'clock.
Yeah, he's like
a big 9 o'clock.
as late as you possibly can, like whenever you want to come. So you're going to take it and you're going to display it on your truck?
I have a Jeep. I actually have interviewed with Shark Tank a month and a half ago.
Nice.
About a flag mount that I have that I've patented for my Jeep. Mm-hmm. So that's going to be on there. I drive around every day of the week with 3 flags on the back of my Jeep. Every day's a parade, and now we'll have a Kayal Company flag on.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
We were just talking about passing it around, so somebody's from Warrington, I think.
Yeah, there's a guy coming from Warrington. Ray, I think, or Warminster?
Warminster.
What is it?
Ray's from Warminster.
Ray from Warminster. He's we're going to have to. I got you and him confused. I thought it was you, and I talked to him on the air. So he'll get it after you. So
That's what I said. I said, we're close.
Yeah.
I drive, I deliver for a living, so it'll be no problem meeting up with the guys, and we'll get it all over Bucks County and Montgomery's.
We're scheduling out to February, March.
It's true.
We're like an orthodontist.
You guys should have had some merch here.
Oh, that's a good point.
Well, yeah, we'll. Well,
we got to
talk to our promotions department. As you see, our promotions department is here.
Right here's the staff.
Where's Walter?
Everybody's like, but it's a holiday. We don't really want to work.
Yes,
I'm like,
exactly.
okay, it's cool. It's
all right. We have a lot still ahead this morning. The cut sheet is coming up in just about 35 minutes. Stocker will have that for you at 7:45.
By the way, Road Warriors here.
Yeah.
I forgot my bike. But no, hang on. But
he shakes his head.
I'm
Here
going
comes the
to.
excuse.
I'm kind of
Road
close,
Warrior
so
shakes
I'm
his
going to run back to my house and get it and come back. So
Okay.
That's
He's going to run back to his house and never return.
That's not true. I'm definitely coming back.
We want to see the little baby Dylan.
Yes.
Who's not a baby anymore.
That's right. All right, cut sheet in just over a half hour. Sean Farish live from Nashville at 8:30. We will get his inauguration perspective, both in and out of Trump character. And then Esty, who does the greatest Kamala Harris.
Yep.
She will join us at 9:30 in shame and defeat and tell us what's going through her mind, assuming she has sobered up. Allegedly. But right now, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:11, the great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, Kayal Company News Live this Monday morning, January 20th, Inauguration Day. We are sponsored by Meineke today. We just want to update you on the Philadelphia police officer who was injured in stable condition after being struck by that vehicle at the South Philadelphia Sports Complex right before the Eagles clinched the win last night. We know that the driver, who's accused of being under the influence, after the crash, police did apprehend that driver and arrested the driver. This happened on the 1000 block of Patterson Ave just before 6 p.m. as our Philadelphia Eagles played the Rams in the NFL playoffs.
Oh, this was before the game?
This was...
Oh, no, 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock.
It was after the game. Okay.
So we don't know if, presumably this person, were they tailgating?
I mean,
were they at a bar in the vicinity?
I mean,
seems like they might have been
tailgating. You can assume such things, right?
We're just, we don't know for sure. We're not making any accusation. But in this case, as this alleged drunk driver was evading Pennsylvania State Police.
You can see the video on YouTube.
Yeah,
if you're watching
right
on YouTube, you can see it.
And so what happens is they try to attempt to pull this individual who was driving erratically, try to pull this individual over. Then the individual speeds off. As they're speeding off, and this is in front of Patterson Ave, their 1000 block of Patterson Ave, suddenly actually puts it in reverse. I don't know what the person, was thinking. They don't even know what they're thinking this morning, what they were thinking this morning. Shoves it in reverse at a high speed, rams backwards into an officer with the traffic division who was assigned at that location, obviously prepping for the, huge let out of all the Eagles fans, the traffic, etc. So we know that the officer was rushed to Jefferson Hospital. We only know that the female officer, that she's in stable condition this morning. So hopefully she's recovering and okay. We know that the person driving was arrested. I don't have a list of the charges, actually, so not a lot of information on this. We'll try to bring that to you.
Hitting a police officer's car
Striking,
might be one.
injuring,
Yeah.
We can think of the charges.
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
Obviously, they're waiting for the blood work to come back on the person arrested, maybe waiting for them to sober up.
What do you think? What do you think the BAC was? For
I know.
4.1.
But we hope that our officer and the latest officer, we just talked last week, how many officers were injured in different stops where so they're evading somebody. There were 2 Philadelphia police officers injured just last week. So this whole pattern has to stop. Okay, the big good news today is that President-elect Donald J. Trump will be sworn in today, and it's hours away. Woo! We're here live at the Newtown Athletic Center, yes. And we are here to celebrate. Breakfast is being served. The coffee is hot. The crowd is warming things up. So we hope you come on down. We'll be here all day until 3 o'clock and really witness together this historic day in our nation as President-elect Donald J. Trump takes the oath of office and formally kicks off his second term in the White House. So the inauguration marking the official transfer of presidential power with the executive branch changing hands from the Biden administration to the Trump administration. The 20th Amendment states that a president's four-year term ends at noon today, January 20th, and incoming President-elect Trump will be sworn in. We've talked a lot this morning about the fact that we have these frigid temperatures here, the Arctic blast hitting much of the East Coast, obviously, because of the dangerous cold. That's why they've been really scrambling, all the crews. They made the decision to move the swearing-in ceremony inside. A lot of questions, and that's what Nick Kayal was talking about in his big take. If you missed it, 6 o'clock this morning, we started at 6 a.m. Where were you?
Yeah.
But Nick talking a lot this morning about the fact that there are many, including Glenn Beck, many others, who say, well, where was the danger? Is the danger in the dangerous cold? We know the wind chills are around 0 in D.C., or is there something else? We know that the danger threat, assassination attempts, etc., have been high. And so amid the tough security situations as well as the tough cold, they've decided to move this thing inside. So ceremonies with the president-elect, the vice president-elect, they're planned by the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies. And so we will see the procession to the Capitol this morning. The vice president's swearing-in ceremony goes first, then the president's swearing-in ceremony, and then the inaugural address, the honorary departure of the outgoing president and vice president, and then the signing ceremony to which the new president has to sign the nominations, the memos, the proclamations, the executive orders. Trump had said yesterday, he had talked about close to 100 of those executive orders, although the media is reporting 200. So what does that look like? I suspect that maybe the media is including everything he has to sign. You know what I mean? That's what makes sense to me. All the memos, the proclamations, and then about 100 executive orders.
I hope he went to Staples and bought some pens. He's got a lot of things to sign.
And then the inaugural luncheon. And then the president and vice president review the military troops. And then the presidential parade will take place at the Capital One Arena in downtown Washington due to the cold. So it'll be indoors. And that we saw the huge Trump rally that was yesterday. So this will be the same venue again where I was ticketed to go today.
Were you really?
I was.
Okay.
But
you decided to come into your job.
I decided to come and do my job because my boss, Greg Stocker, said,
that's right.
We start at 6 a.m.
That's right.
In Bucks County.
You know, let's give her credit. In a day and age where everybody wants to work from home at their table and do virtual, Dawn's out here schlepping with us. Right. Good work out of you.
So officially, the inauguration ceremony begins about 11:30 a.m., and that'll tee up then President Trump swearing in about noontime when he officially, legally becomes president of the United States of America. And that's really why we're here as we think about all of you, especially in Bucks County, a pivotal place. And we have some special guests upcoming. We'll be announcing who also, could have been there right on the dais, quite frankly. Really important jobs within Trump Force 47 this election who are choosing to be here with us today, with you, and a special message. So we have a friend to Kayal and Company, to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, who in a snowstorm came back, was in D.C. all weekend at all the rallies, everything, and is going to be delivering today an important message from President Donald J. Trump. And so that's something we're really looking forward to. And that's why it's important. It was important for all of us to be here in Bucks, a pivotal county in the presidential election, as well as Pennsylvania, of course.
It's really amazing. I mean, this county and the other counties, you know, Delco, Chester, you go up to Northampton County, so many pivotal counties in the most important swing states. So when we sit here and say, you know, Trump's president, again, in part because of you in this audience, it's not lip service. It's fact.
Amen. So according to the Trump Vance Inaugural Committee, the inaugural ceremonies will begin with a musical prelude performed by the University of Nebraska Lincoln Combined choirs. And as well, we've got the president's own U.S. Marine Band. And so it's going to be exciting. And obviously, we're going to have the Reverend Franklin Graham. He'll deliver the invocation. Christopher Macchio, who we've heard at many of the Trump rallies, the opera singer dubbed America's tenor, singing "Oh America." Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh, by the way, he'll be the Supreme Court Justice administering the vice presidential oath to J.D. Vance. And then we'll also have the Chief Justice. He will be delivering the oath for Trump. Country singer Carrie Underwood, joined by the Armed Forces Chorus and the U.S. Naval Academy Glee Club. She will perform America the Beautiful.
Yes, Carrie Underwood. Taking a lot of flack on those social media streets.
Cares, right?
How dare you show up at this inauguration?
It's a sin.
Good for her.
Yeah, good for her. I believe Melania, our incoming First Lady, was on with Fox and Friends at 6 o'clock this morning. So I believe it was live, too. I believe it was a live interview. So they're pumped.
She's been on that show a lot.
She has.
I think I know what's going on.
What?
Her and Trump and who's the female on the show?
Ainsley.
Yeah, and she's now married to.
She's engaged.
What's his nuts? What's the guy? The guy that.
This sounds like your husband who's asking for all the inside.
He's like Hannity's out. He always.
Ainsley is Hannity's.
Yeah. What is this, like a little double date night type stuff?
My theory on the engagement, because they just announced their engagement, my little theory is that Trump was like, "When are you gonna, make this honorable? Why don't you put a ring on her finger? You can have the wedding at Mar-a-Lago. Maybe Ainsley will be the maid of honor."
Let me ask you this: you're the female of the show. I don't, I try to stay in my lane.
Excuse me.
How does Sean Hannity pull that off?
I know.
Seriously.
Right?
The $25 million a year contract.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Well, I think Ainsley probably, she's got some good coins.
It's true.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
I don't know. She seems a little out of his league. Just an observation from a guy on the outside.
Well, he knows martial arts, so there's that.
Oh, he does. Well, so does Zuckerberg apparently.
He talks about it all the time.
Yeah, maybe we ought to get it. We ought to promote a fight. MMA, Hannity against Zuckerberg in the cage.
Yeah.
Who you got? What's FanDuel have for the odds?
That's Sean Hannity. He's got some big commentaries that he gives. Some big hands. I don't know.
I sleep when he talks.
Stop. But it'll be exciting. Yeah. Hey, we have so much news to bring you today. We want to talk about thanking our sponsor, Meineke. When you step on your brakes, do you hear a little squeal or maybe a grinding noise? Don't wait. You want to take care of that. So take your vehicle to your locally owned and operated Meineke, and their expert technicians, they're going to diagnose the problem. Find a location nearest you, Meineke.com. That's MEINEKE.com. Meineke, thank you for sponsoring Kayal and Company News Live. We've been talking about the Eagles victory, and we face the Commanders. It'll be, is it a 3 p.m. game,
3
by the
p.m.,
way?
yeah.
3 p.m.?
Round 3, by the way. Third time they'll play in 3 months.
Woohoo! For the NFC East Championship game. And then we have to talk about the forecast. So it feels, I guess here, it feels like it's 7.
Yeah.
So we got that going for us. Which
7,
is nice.
huh?
Not nice. 7.
Great.
But our road report from the crowd here is that the roads...
They're fine.
The roads are absolutely fine. It's amazing.
Yeah.
I actually live in Philadelphia, so I always say as soon as you get to Montgomery County, it's like clear sailing.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the side roads in Philadelphia, not quite.
I mean, I left my house at 425. I did the speed limit the whole way. And
you were fine.
Yeah.
So
And as we all know, I have a huge truck. So. That 6-cylinder beast was moving.
Yeah, it took me 50 minutes. But again, I live in the city, so I had to just get out, maneuver through.
Yeah.
Then once I got on the turnpike, it's smooth sailing to here.
Sure is.
So come on down to the Newtown Athletic Club Live, Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. We are just 20 minutes out from a Monday edition, Inauguration Day edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. But before we get there, one last story to hit on, and I do want to throw up at least the video, if we could, when we come back, Phil, because yesterday, hostages released, and I think we need to have a conversation on what transpired these last 16 months, and also the visual of this, a stark reminder to all of those Gen Z Ivy League dopes that were chanting from the river to the sea. How you can chant that after watching that video, maybe you might realize that you were on the wrong side all along. It's Kayal and Company, and we are live this morning from the NAC in Bucks County. We are back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're signing up or hitting snooze on some financial newsletters, scrolling through your socials that all seem to be saying the same thing, or getting together with your neighbors at a cookout to game plan college funds, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. Sleek new designs and innovative features with thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes to storage solutions. And we get the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. So trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com and let's cook up something extraordinary.
The pro football playoff season is here, and there's one place to be. The BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Your home for wagertainment, giving you the sharpest insights and bringing on expert guest analysis.
From point spreads to props, live betting to futures, BetQL has you covered every step of the way with wall-to-wall coverage on the road to the championship in New Orleans.
Listen live on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM on the free Odyssey app and twitch.tv/BetQL or YouTube at Odyssey Sports.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 10% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
When you're still looking for love, Valentine's Day sucks. Every restaurant is fully booked. Suddenly, all chocolates are heart-shaped, and all the PDA. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
.32, Kayal and Company live on Inauguration Day, Monday, January 20th. We are live from the NAC, the Newtown Athletic Club, Newtown, Bucks County. Nick, Dawn, and Greg as we are with you until 10 o'clock. The Dawn Show at 10, Dom at noon. We are live until 3 p.m. today. Looks like the sun is coming up.
Yeah.
Sergeant Mark Fusetti just sent me a text. He says, I will see you soon. What a great day. The flag is on its way. Mm-hmm. We've also got vehicles out in the parking lot right now. I see the American flag. I see a Trump flag. And we will have the Kayal and Company flag.
Yep.
So it will be a flag trifecta coming up very shortly. 855-839-1210, the number. All right, so the last story to hit on before we get to the cut sheet, which is coming up shortly. Another big day yesterday, obviously. We talked about the restoration of TikTok, but on a more serious front, the first Israeli hostages released under the Gaza ceasefire as 3 women were turned over to Israel. And in exchange, around 90 Palestinian prisoners, doesn't seem like an even trade, 3 for 90, but, great to have it nonetheless, where these prisoners were freed by Israel in the first round of exchanges. And if you recall, when Numbnuts was on his way out, Joe Biden, we're going, it's going to be in 3 phases, and I can't really tell you about phase 2 or phase 3. And I don't know much about phase 1, but my handlers have told me, here's what's going to go on in phase 1. This is the beginning of phase 1. And I want to play you this clip on YouTube here. Phil, this was one of the hostages in sort of the prisoner swap release. And I believe this occurred in the evening hours. If you want to roll this, go right ahead. All right, so are we on a delay?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Sorry.
Okay, so I can't see it right now, but hopefully the audience watching it. So there we go. Now you have all of these terrorists with black masks on. They've got green headbands on. They almost look like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles with AK-47s. It's just outrageous when you watch this. And I'm legitimately watching the clip of this a day or two ago on social media, and I'm seeing just people on top of SUVs jumping and hooting and hollering. I'm not sure if there was any cursing or anything like that, so we don't have audio with it. And I'm thinking, man, you're getting released, and this is available for public consumption. You know, the media or firsthand accounts with smartphones are covering all of this. And if you think that is a rowdy setting, can you imagine what it was like for 15 and a half months being one of these hostages, American, Israeli, male, female, young, old, down below in these tunnels where it is completely dark? You are in isolation. They gave you barely enough, necessities to survive. I saw the one lady, she had her hand bandaged. It looked like she might have lost a digit or two with these savage barbarians. And you have all of these people for 15 months that, wanted to interrupt our lives, with the protests on bridges and public streets and marching for the Palestinian cause and, the Gaza way of life. And I'm thinking, some of these people, first of all, they don't even know what they're protesting. And secondly, we talked about it many times, so many people in different communities that if you tried to relocate and live over there, they would adamantly reject your way of life. They might stone you. They might behead you. They will kill you. And yet we have the young generation that was so enamored with standing up for the wrong cause. I would like for those people to watch all of these hostage release videos and realize what these individuals had to deal with. I'll just tell you, Dawn, you're tougher than I'll ever be. I and Greg as well. I would not have lasted 15 months in a tunnel underground. I have no idea how these people survived. I don't know if it was their faith, whatever it was that kept them going. But I'm just so ecstatic that these people get to go home. Yes. And I hope that and I don't think this will happen. With Trump back in office, guys like Pete Hegseth, assuming he's confirmed, the days of this happening, I think, are over because Trump has said, if you F around, we will destroy you.
Yeah. Yeah, by the way, today we're expecting that Marco Rubio gets confirmed as Secretary of State.
Yeah.
He's among those, so that looks like it'll happen today. But yeah, I mean, what bothers me is that in most of the coverage this morning, I'll say the vast majority, if you saw even the news yesterday, that the media focuses on Gaza. To me, the headline story, just as a longtime news person, isn't the story that these three women, their families weren't even sure if they were alive after 471 days somewhere in a cave, that they hugged their families for the first time? You know what I mean? In nearly a year and a half. A year and a half. It blows my mind. Their 24-year-old Romy Gonen, Doron Steinbrecher, who's 31, and Emily Damari, who's 28.
Phil, can you roll cut 24? This is the moment these three hostages were transferred to Israel after spending 15 months in Hamas captivity. If you want to roll cut 24, Phil. Again, I'm not sure if there's audio of it. I don't think there is, but we have the video up there.
Yeah.
So
let's see here. Should be catching up in real time. There you go. Yeah, it looks like a white SUV, and yeah, there you got the hostages, I think, coming out of the back seat here. There's one individual. I believe you will see. I think this might be the clip I saw with her hand all bandaged and wrapped up. It's unbelievable. And you're right, Dawn. You talk about the coverage. I've got MSNBC.com up right now. I'm looking through the main page and scrolling down. Everything, not to say that they shouldn't be covering Trump. They are, and they should be, but you see nothing. Okay, here you go. You have to get about halfway down the page, And the headline is 3 Israeli hostages, 90 Palestinian prisoners released on first day of Gaza ceasefire. I mean, you would think that this would be a little bit higher up, but it's not.
We also have, this is cut 2020. This is Emily Damari's mother, who thanked Trump for getting the Israel-Hamas ceasefire deal done. Roll it.
President-elect Donald Trump, you have really made my dream come true, but it's not over. My dream is still going on until I see Emily and all of the other 98 hostages back in Israel with their families. I just want to say thank you so much for getting and pushing that deal to be signed. I want to thank all the mediators and negotiators and anyone else who's been connected to thank you from the bottom of my heart. But it's not over yet. Emily and the other 98 hostages are still not here. And we need to get them home as soon as possible and keep them alive until they are here.
There you go.
About a third of the way down on CNN.com, as first Israeli hostages are released, Hamas sends a message. It is far from being destroyed. Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, you heard Hegseth in those Senate confirmation hearings. I think he said verbatim, I want to kill every single Hamas terrorist. And that is a guy who, we know Trump doesn't want to start wars. He wants to end wars. He doesn't want to fund the military-industrial complex. He doesn't want to be at conflict. I mean, he said if they are not released on day one or when I take over, there will be hell to pay. But this is obviously something, and I think it was Biden that said this last week in the 3 phases, that it'll probably take roughly 6 weeks, if I recall correctly.
By the way, breaking news here. Joe Biden has pardoned Anthony Fauci, General Milley, Cheney, and the January 6 lawmakers. So there you go. In the last hour, in the last couple of hours of his presidency, he pardoned Anthony Fauci and General Milley, Liz Cheney, and the January 6th committee.
And I would argue completely unnecessary because I don't think Trump is going to waste his time going after individuals when he has such a small window of time to get things rolling. When you talk about getting 11 things done on day one, you're talking anywhere 1 to 200 executive actions. Do you think he really cares? Do you honestly think forget what he says. Again, it's not about what Trump says, it's about what he does or he does not do. Do we really think he was ever going to go after and try to have political prosecution and weaponization of government against guys like Fauci? It's not going to go anywhere. It was never going to go anywhere. All those congressional hearings on Capitol Hill, we got all these aha, gotcha moments. Nothing was ever going to materialize. It was a dog and pony show. We talked about that for 2 years on this show. So
I think it shows that I think in a way it's a good thing because the fact that he pardoned them tells me that he thinks they're guilty.
Oh, for sure.
Well,
you know what I mean?
He said in the statement, the issuance of these pardons should not be mistaken as an acknowledgement that any individual engaged in any wrongdoing, nor should acceptance be misconstrued as an admission of guilt for any offense, Biden said in the statement. Our nation owes these public servants a debt of gratitude for their tireless commitment to our country.
We owe Fauci absolutely zero. That guy perjured himself 5 or 6 times, in my opinion, on those witness stands. And this was a guy who tried to tell everybody, oh, it's 100% safe and secure. The virus, you get vaccinated, it's dead on arrival with you. You can't. Everything that they said when it pertained to COVID was wrong.
In the AP article, it says here, because that's what I'm reading from, it's customary for a president to grant clemency at the end of his term, but those acts of mercy are usually offered to everyday Americans who have been convicted of crimes. But Biden has used the power in the broadest and most untested way possible to pardon those who have not even been investigated yet, and with the acceptance comes a tacit admission of guilt or wrongdoing, even though those who have been pardoned have not been formally accused of any crime. That's according to the AP.
There you go. All right, 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, we will come back and get to the Cut sheet on a Monday. Inauguration Day, Sean Farish at 8:30 and Esty coming up at 9:30. Cut sheet is next here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, how much I think of the Chapman family team. Just great people. Love the work they've done in my home to make my home more beautiful. You know by now, if I needed new windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, I would only trust the Chapman family team. So here's the thing. Until the end of this month, until the end of January, you receive 50% off any standard door installation when you purchase a new door. Think about a new front entry door. It's like a makeover for your home. Just gives it a whole new look and really change the look of your house. And maybe you have something upcoming, maybe a graduation upcoming, a big family party. So make sure you take advantage of this fantastic promo before it's too late. Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. They carry a range, as you can imagine, of top brands to choose from, including Provia. That's what I have. And they're going to work with you to pick the perfect door for you. You can visit their showroom. It's in Westchester, or they can come to your home. You can take a virtual tour at ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Check out all of the products they have. I love the before and afters. All those photos, that's what I would say focus on first. But whether you or somebody you know, you're looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, all the hardware choices, just give them a call. You can text them. They're local. They're like-minded. They're listening right now. A real person is going to respond to you, whether you text, whether you call 610-431-8898. You can check them out online, like I say, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Shop can't miss deals going on now during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. For a limited time, get a free adjustable stand when you buy a DeWalt 12-inch miter saw. That's a $229 value. Plus, save $680 on a Midea 4-piece kitchen appliance suite, now just $17.96. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Valid 1/13 through 1/24. Cannot be combined with additional discounts while supplies last. See store or Lowes.com for more details and qualifying items.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go, shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit NoTimeToWait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hi, I'm Mike Veneria Jr. with Ausperity Private Wealth. No matter your occupation, whether you work for a big company or you're a small business owner, everyone wants to keep as much of their earnings as possible. I specialize in tax minimization strategies and retirement planning that'll help you build a strong financial future for you and your future generations. Call me, Mike Veneria Jr. at 856-252-0107.
Securities through Sanctuary Securities, Inc., member FINRA SIPC, advisory services through Sanctuary Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hey, navigation? Take me to KiaofCherryHill.com.
For January only, KiaofCherryHill.com is offering 0% APR for up to 72 months on select models. KiaofCherryHill.com is home to over 300 new Kias available to choose from. KiaofCherryHill.com is offering ultra-low lease payments for the month of January. Available 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com. 0% for 72 months equals $13.89 per thousand financed through KMF. On approved credit. Ends 1/31/25.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties, and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit easyOutRealEstate.com. Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhaus Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
Hey, it's Joe Cameron. Let me tell you about United Tire and Service. You know, we all want to trust the people that service our cars, and we all want convenience. With 10 locally owned United Tire locations, you can get your car into the shop and back on the road quick and easy. And whether it's for an oil change or an engine repair, they'll take the time to get to know you and your car. They always get you the best tire prices by shopping competition to save you money on all the major brands. Schedule for the location nearest you at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
$7:50 on a Monday morning. It is Inauguration Day 2025 as 47 gets set to take over Kayal and Company. We are broadcasting live this morning from the Newtown Athletic Club, Newtown, Bucks County, as the NAC is a beautiful, beautiful facility. Huge as well.
Yeah.
I got to check this place out. Do you see the pool, by the way?
Yeah.
Pool
I mean,
wide
this place
world.
is, yeah. This is,
like 5 pools.
This place is no joke, man.
Basketball courts look beautiful.
Beautiful here.
Swing on by. Check us out. We will be here till 3 o'clock this morning.
Yep.
Living in America, baby. No, not 3 o'clock in the morning. No. No. 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
That's the time we get up.
That's correct.
Right.
Cut sheet is coming up here in just a moment.
So we usually do this, and I want to do it here at the NAC. We usually do a live crowd participation version of what's on the cut sheet. Can you guys do that this morning?
Yeah, I think we could do that.
All right, cool.
Yeah, let's do
All right, you want to hit Jimmy? Don't worry about the intro. We will do it here live. All right, I'm going to count to what? 3?
Yeah, sure.
And then everybody can. I need everybody's
go 3,
participation.
2, 1.
3, 2, 1. What's on the cut sheet on this Monday? Yeah, thank you. No sponsor today, so that was kind of anticlimactic, but thank you for that, everybody. Let's start here with cut 1. This is outgoing DHS Secretary Mayorkas.
Oh, my boy.
He claims that Biden, this is our last day to play these guys, right? So we have to.
Right. I never want to see or hear this schmuck ever again after today.
He claims that Biden and Harris wouldn't let him secure the border.
Oh, so we have throwing under the bus?
It was their fault.
Oh my God.
It was their fault. Roll cut 1.
Mr. Secretary, do you not, put the politics of the election aside if you want. Do you not look at the immigration issue in this country and what has transpired over the last 4 years, given the number of people coming into this country illegally, given the firestorm that this has created, the national dialogue about it, given some of the efforts, frankly, by the administration, especially early on, to be more lenient than they have been? Do you think none of those things, if you could go back, you would do differently?
Look, Andrew, yes, and you have to understand something, and this is not specific to government, but to any large organization, including a government administration. People have different views on what the correct policies should be, what the correct operational measures should be. Those disagreements, those different views are voiced. Decisions are made, and then everyone marches in unity together. That is the nature of a large organization, and the government is no different.
But just so I'm clear, are you suggesting your own personal views about how to operate this were at odds, or there was a distinction between your personal approach and how you would have wanted to do it and how maybe your bosses wanted to do it?
I don't want to get into the deliberative process. We're one team, and it's one effort. But this is not a revolutionary concept, that there are disparate views when one has many people involved in the decision-making process.
So, translation, Barack Obama, Nancy Pelosi, and Chuck Schumer told Joe Biden, and then Joe Biden told Kamala Harris, the border czar, and then the border czar told the guy at DHS, Baldy Alejandro Mayorkas, you will let them in to the tune of 10, 12, 15, perhaps even 20 million people, because it's all about repopulating districts and winning swing states and getting more Democrat voters. So basically, he just backed the electric school bus over the entire administration, and even those technically not in the administration.
Well, Road Warrior brings up a good point. He says, I guess he didn't get a pardon. No, I guess he didn't.
And he won't be getting one after that comment.
That's true. Absolutely. So apparently mass self-deportations are already in progress.
Yeah.
So people are already like, yeah, we're getting the hell out of here.
Yeah, fling yourself out.
This video courtesy of News Nation. This is cut 3, Philip. Go.
Trump has promised to carry out the largest deportation operation in U.S. history. And before those operations begin, some migrants are already choosing to leave the country voluntarily. News Nation's Jorge Ventura joins us live from San Antonio, Texas this morning with more on this story. Jorge, how many migrants are we actually seeing doing this, leaving voluntarily?
Right now, Marky, it's unclear, but we are starting to see a trend, and this comes as cities across the U.S. and Mexico are now bracing for President-elect's deportation operation. But his hardline messaging on those deportation efforts have some migrants panicking and some even choosing now to self-deport back to their home countries. I spoke with immigration attorney Rolando Vasquez, who tells me that some of the immigrants that he represents that entered under the Biden administration are now choosing to return home, fearing deportation under the incoming administration.
Just as recent as yesterday, they notified me that they're going to depart the country voluntarily, and understanding that, you know, the Trump administration is going to carry through on their promises.
And it's not just Trump's deportation plans that are influenced these decisions. Vasquez says it's also that Mexico is now open to accepting non-Mexican deportees. Mexico's move would impact Cuban and Venezuelan migrants the most, since those countries typically do not accept deportation flights from the U.S., but may from Mexico.
Wow, there you go. All right, you can stop it there.
You know, fear is a powerful tool. And, you know, when Trump says something, you have a lot of these individuals that are they're not stupid. We talked about this countless times over the last 2.5 years, that whether it was South American nations, whether it was Asia, whether it was Europe, the whole planet knew that we had an open border. Southern border specifically, but certainly some stuff at the northern border as well. And they know. They've seen it. They have their social media. You know, they might see it on the news, whether it's a Trump threat, whether it's a Tom Homan clip. You know, these people are paying attention, and they knew that they had an opportunity to get in. And now that the fear is, you know, kind of kicked back in, a lot of them saying, you know what, I'm going to mitigate my damages and I'm getting out. And that's kind of what happens when, you know, Trump carries that big deportation stick. Because I don't think that they want to be dealing with the workplace deportations. Can you imagine how embarrassing that would be? You're sitting there at work, and here comes ICE. Here comes Tom Homan.
So what's the word Tuesday? Tomorrow?
Could be tonight.
Tonight, wow.
Yeah, the word is tonight. But the thing about it is, if you know, the Philadelphia Inquirer, local media, national media focusing on, they're going to raid places like churches and corral and jail immigrant families. I don't see that happening. That's not what we're talking about. What I believe is, and everybody I talk to says, and Trump has said on the campaign trail for how long, right?
Yeah.
That they're focusing on the criminals, and not just nonviolent criminals, but in particular violent criminals.
Yeah, you start with the worst and work your way down. Yeah.
And so at that point, I think that the focus here, you think of Laken Riley and all the people that we don't know their names, that, because think about it, even in our area, you know, look at your local crime blotter, whether it's here, but especially Chester County.
Yeah.
Look at the Chester County. If you ever do this, I do it every day because I have tons of family in Chester County. Look at their crime blotter and just tell me, are these individuals being arrested on a daily basis? All American citizens? I think not. And some of these are, a lot of them are knife. It's a knife, and a lot of them are domestic, but a lot of them are not. And a lot of them are burglaries. So that's who they're talking about. But I think the big one will be when they reportedly, when they declare that the cartels, they list them as a terrorist organization, and that frees up all these federal agencies, these SWAT teams. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
They're going to come in and all dressed in their right? I see you applauding. Yeah, because this is about the cartels.
Mm-hmm.
That's who's reigning hell. You listen to Tom Homan, for example, and you know this is where I go with the pedophiles, right? Hello. Did you guys see that the huge, he was a BLM, Trump-hating, Pulitzer Prize-winning cartoonist, and over the weekend the story broke.
Oh, the WAPO guy?
That this guy, well, not just WAPO, it's all, I mean, he does major publications, Nick.
Yeah, he had,
and,
child...
accused of...
Mm-hmm.
having child pedophile type sicko images, 600 images on his home computer over the weekend.
And he was the individual that tried to claim years ago that Republicans were groomers.
Yeah.
And what does he end up having on his device, allegedly?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Child pornography.
So I just think that as far as this human trafficking issue,
yeah.
The sick part of it is we're going to learn all this because they're going to make it transparent. But these human traffickers, the human sex traffickers, the pedophile trafficker, like all this kind of stuff is going to come to light. But the fact that we have anywhere from 300,000 to 500,000 children and teens who have been smuggled into this country illegally, and they're being trafficked, makes me nauseous.
And you haven't even touched on the fentanyl crisis.
Exactly.
Which you talk about, bias by omission in the media. How about a blackout in the media? When's the last time the national media did a story on cartels and drug dealers and fentanyl coming across the border and killing countless thousands, presumably children and teens, that think they're doing one drug and end up taking that and dying?
And what's significant, too, to your point, is that Trump had tweeted out, was that Friday? And he put out on he put it on social media, talking about the fact that he'd already reached out to China's President Xi. Remember that China was miffed because of the policies that went into effect regarding, I don't know, all the ingredients of drugs. The Biden administration had blamed China. So it would appear to me that basically by Trump cracking down on the cartels, the one they're not mentioning is any involvement from China. They're putting this purely on on Mexico and on the cartels. So when that happens, and if they start using drones to, I don't know, blow up factories overnight or whatever, then the total war on drugs, fentanyl, all of that is put on Mexico, but it's not put on China.
The new incoming national security advisor, excuse me, Mike Walls, was on State of the Union and talked about the actions that will be taken from the Trump administration when it comes to immigration. Let's start here with cut 13, Phil. Go.
Immigration. The president will tomorrow apparently issue a whole bunch of executive orders specifically on immigration. Can you explain what that is going to look like? Will there be raids right away? Tell us how that's going to look and who is going to be affected.
Well, you are certainly going to see a much more aggressive action from Border Patrol to lock down our border, number one. Number two, we are working rapidly back towards a Remain in Mexico policy. Number three, you're going to see some of our key partners step up in terms of deportation and taking some of these people back. I don't want to get too far ahead of who they are, how that's going to occur. And then number four, Tom Homan actually absolutely is going to take much more aggressive ICE action. Our inner city mayors are begging for it. The president campaigned on it. We are going to start with the worst of the criminals to get them out of our cities and out of our
communities. Is this large-scale raids we're talking about?
Well, I don't know, how you would define large scale, but when we have criminals raping, assaulting, and conducting the mayhem that they are, one of the things you're absolutely going to see is aggressive action to get them out of our communities.
This coming week, it will start.
The president's ready to go minute one on getting these people out of the United States.
Okay.
They cannot be aggressive enough, in my opinion. And you know what's going to happen because the Democrats and the media always in lockstep with the narrative, with the message. You talked about the deportation possibly at a church. Probably won't happen. But in the event, whether it's ICE or any other agency or any state or local office actually working along with the Trump administration, there's going to be a viral moment. There's going to be a clip where somebody is removed forcibly that's resisting, or a grandmother will start crying, or there'll be a kid with a runny nose. And you know what's going to happen? You're going to have AOC rushing to TikTok and Snapchat, and then that'll be played on MSNBC. That'll be Maddow's show. That'll be Joy Reid's show. And they won't worry about those that were killed, that were raped, the Laken Rileys of the world. They will play, they'll look for that one moment to say, look how inhumane this is. You know that's going to happen.
Yeah, I look at Dana and she has that pouty face. She just.
You think she was like that when she got divorced from King?
I don't know. I mean, she's just like.
Maybe that's the reason.
Yeah, right? Miss Pouty Face. But you would think, even if you are a non-biased, news anchor and reporter, like she is, that you would take joy in hearing that there's going to be a major crackdown in crime, that they're going to crack down on the very individuals who have caused tragedy in our nation and wreaked upon us a death and mayhem with the fentanyl crisis, with the human trafficking, all of that. And why don't you see that? Mm-hmm. Why is that not happening? Isn't this a good thing?
They show more, and they, as in network news, they show more sympathy for the feelings of somebody who broke the law, quote, seeking a better life, than those who are already legal tax-paying citizens that end up being either killed, raped, assaulted, drugged, shipped around. It's staggering to me that you talk about feelings, that you put the feelings of illegal immigrants above our own citizens. It's upside down world.
Now, here's the controversial thing I'll say to your point, Kayal, is that, yes, for a year or two, we're going to see these raids, crackdowns on cartels. We're going to see the transparency because, for our area, many of the counties, not just Philadelphia County, we're all sanctuary cities, sanctuary municipalities, sanctuary counties. When they start revealing how many criminals who've been wreaking havoc on us are actually not here legally, and that, in fact, they're wanted in their home countries, that will be a game changer. But once we get through those phases, I think something will happen that has needed to happen for many decades in this country. And I think that is going to be Donald J. Trump and his administration are going to say, America, we've never gotten this together. This has been a political football back and forth, and we have failed as a nation in Congress to have high-quality laws that, yes, bring in the best people who are good people, as we're a nation of immigrants. So then I think, and Trump has already alluded to this with the DACA kids, for example, and Jesus is here, we've talked about that before, but I think Trump is going to have a plan where he says, hey, at some point, the cost relationship between actually going through and deporting people who are working at companies right now, who are hardworking people. They did not come here to go on quote unquote welfare. They came here for a better opportunity. Guess what? They've been here for years and they've got a company that vouches for them. They've got a family here. The kids are in school. Everybody's doing great. In the past, when other presidents in the past tried to say those words, the answer from the vast majority of Americans is no, you're not allowed to do that. I think it'll be different this time around. Mm-hmm. I think he's the guy who can get the deal done to say, look, we eradicated the country of the terrorists, the violent criminals, the convicted criminals, the threats, etc., and we put them back to their home countries or whatever. But I think he's the one who can finally bring forth the reform in immigration law that we have lacked for many, many decades, and that stops both political parties from playing all of us and all of our emotions and doing the thing we talk about, the money laundering operation. Because there are issues like abortion, like immigration reform, that they just go to your point, they go to our emotion, right? And then people on both sides will say, oh, I'm going to donate to that R or D because I'm emotional about this issue. And it became this big money laundering operation to fund their career politician job.
Trump last night held a victory rally at, where was this, in D.C. somewhere?
Yeah, D.C.
Yeah, I think it was the arena where the hockey and basketball teams play.
Gotcha.
And that's where today's rally.
What was it called?
Capital One.
Oh,
Arena.
thank you. Thank you. The Capital One
I
Arena.
did say it in
Yeah.
earlier.
There you go.
So a couple of clips from that. Let's start here with cut 27. He talked about the Middle East ceasefire. Roll Trump.
Perhaps most beautiful of all, this week we achieved an epic ceasefire agreement as a first step toward lasting peace in the Middle East. And this agreement could only have happened as a result of our historic victory in November. That was some victory. Was that greatest? I don't even know which was greater, 2016 or this one. I think this one. Look, Honest Abe Lincoln. We have Honest Abe. We have Uncle Sam. You know, Uncle Sam shook my hand about 2 months ago. He's got the strongest grip I've ever. You are a strong man. I said, what the hell was that? But I'm glad to report that the first hostages have just been released. And who knows what's going to happen? I know that Biden is saying that they made the deal. Well, you know, I mean, that deal should have done. First of all, it would have never happened if I were president. Would have never happened. There was not even a thought of it. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hezbollah. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money. They were broke, totally broke, and they would have never done anything. But they did it, you know. I like to think back to the past. I said, if only the election weren't rigged, all the things that would have happened, that would have been so good. But it was. We're not going to let that happen again. I want to thank my friend Steve Witkoff, who I think is here.
You can stop it there.
All right, so there you go. You know, when you think about this, had Kamala Harris have won the election, does anybody believe that this ceasefire and these hostages would be released? I say absolutely not. If Joe Biden was the candidate and we didn't have a subversion of democracy after the June 27th debate, does Joe get this accomplished? Probably not. And Joe said last week, it's the same exact deal that I proposed in May of 2024. Well, then if it's the same exact deal, what changed? I don't know what changed other than the fact that Trump won and said there will be hell to pay. And here, of course, you have that release. So I'm just glad, you know, you can split the credit any which way you want. But for those people, I don't know that they necessarily care. They're probably just glad to be out of that cave.
TikTok over the weekend, it was ruled over the weekend that it would, the Supreme Court would uphold the ban. The ban went into effect Sunday morning, and then it was back 90 minutes later. Trump talked about the TikTok ban. Let's do this cut. What is this? Cut 26 there? Go.
And as of today, TikTok is back. So, you know, I did a little TikTok thing. We have a guy, TikTok Jack. He's a young kid, like 21 years old. And we hired this guy, and I went on TikTok. Can you believe what I'll do to win an election? And we went on TikTok. And Republicans have never won the young vote, the youth vote. They win a lot of votes, but they never won the youth vote. We won the youth vote by 36 points. So I like TikTok. I like it. I had a slightly good experience, wouldn't you say? Romney lost it by 40 points. Not so long ago, we won it by 36 points. That's a very big spread. But I said we need to save TikTok because we're talking about a tremendous... Who in this audience goes with TikTok? Many? Yeah, very popular. And frankly, we have no choice. We have to save it. A lot of jobs. We don't want to give our business to China. We don't want to give our business to other people. And I said, you know, TikTok without my approval, meaning the president's approval, because Congress gave the president the right to make a deal, do whatever he wants. And they did that a long time ago when they had a different president. They didn't know that I was going to be the president, I guess. So I said, very simply, a joint venture. So if TikTok is worth nothing, zero, without an approval, you know, if you don't approve, they're out of business, they're worth nothing. If you do approve, they're worth like $1 trillion. They're worth some crazy number. So I said, I'll approve, but let the United States of America own 50% of TikTok. I'm approving on behalf of the United States.
You know what's amazing is 170 million Americans use TikTok. That is what, roughly half of the United States population? I didn't realize that it was that powerful. I mean, I knew a lot of people were using it. I didn't know it was 170 million. And then you look at his success that he had using it. And if you go back to Vivek in 2023, I think we played the clip on Friday where he was blasting Nikki Haley's daughter for using TikTok. And she was like, oh, keep my daughter's name out of your mouth, you're scum, the whole bit. He was telling Republicans, we have to embrace this technology. This is where the youths go. This is how we're going to win the Gen Z vote. And then Trump's rolling out garbage truck skits right here in Bucks County, McDonald's French fry skits. And where are those skits ending up? On TikTok. Who sees that? I gave you the stats last Friday. It's about 14 million impressions that he had on both of those. So,
by the way,
it's invaluable.
The McDonald's thing that happened here in Bucks County was set up and implemented by the people right here at the Newtown Athletic Club.
I was just going to ask, how close are we to that McDonald's right now? Do you know? Does anybody know? Are we within like 3 or 5 miles?
No, no. It's like 25 minutes.
25 minutes?
Yeah.
Has anybody gone to that location since Trump did the French fry bit?
Since you have. So
how are the fries? Extra salty? I love salt. I'm just like Trump. I love salt.
So in the 15 minutes or 90 minutes, whatever it was, that TikTok was down, people lost their minds. Let's do cut 7 here. This said that it's a crime what happened, that TikTok was down for 90 minutes. Cut 7. Phil, roll it.
We want to talk about criminal behavior. This right here. This is a crime. This is a crime against humanity.
It's a crime against humanity.
She's probably more offended and hot and bothered over losing TikTok and will classify it as a crime against humanity, but probably was totally mum on things like Lake and Riley and the immigration violations committed in this country against innocent American citizens. I have no idea what her political alliance is, but if she is anti-Trump, she might want to thank Trump for helping get that restored in, I don't know what, would you say 75 minutes? 90 minutes?
Something like that.
Yeah, life will go on.
So on the other hand, this 102-year-old World War II vet begs either president to save TikTok because it allows him to talk to younger people about his service and history.
Oh, wow. Okay, so he's using it for a really good cause.
Yeah, this is cut 6. Phil, go.
Oh, TikTok, I'm going to miss you. I just, it's hard for me to think that I'll be coming here expecting to talk to you and can't talk to you. I'm not sure if the presidents, either one of them will listen to me, but I'm going to put in my 2 cents. President Biden, President Trump, if there's anything you can do to save TikTok, do it.
Wow.
Do it. Yeah,
Let's keep TikTok rolling for everyone. It has given me popularity. It's opened the door.
This guy is
I've got
amazing.
a whole bunch of children that listen to my TikTok. It's good that these children remember the servicemen, what they did. I've told all these stories on TikTok, so they will remember them. They gave their life. They gave their lives so we had a better world. Now they want to take part of that world away from us. I'm a proud old man. How many people can say these things? Not only am I proud, I'm the luckiest man in the world.
Wow.
I got you guys for listeners. God, I want to thank you all.
All right, you can stop it. Thank you.
So his name is Jake Larson, according to his shirt, U.S. Army World War II. We need to get him on for our Veteran Spotlight.
Agreed.
Presented by Window Nation.
You know,
I would love to chat with Jake.
It's funny. We always talk about, we see these mindless dopes on TikTok.
Yes, with purple hair, nose ring, and pronouns.
But you forget about something like this. Somebody like this who's doing good things by teaching kids about World War II and how we can't fall back into that.
And also lost in all of this, the content creators that use TikTok as a revenue stream.
Agreed.
I was texting with Sean Ferris yesterday, who will be coming up in about 10 minutes, and he gets money from Twitter and TikTok for the imitations and the impersonations that he puts out. So for all the content creators that were crying about TikTok banned, were you crying when Twitter was banned? Because 3 or 4 years ago, when people were removed and deplatformed, by the way, they were making money as, quote, content creators.
Let's go back to the incoming National Security Advisor, Mike Walls, who also talked about TikTok. He says that he wants to save TikTok, but he also wants to protect Americans from Chinese influence. Cut 12, Phil, go.
Okay, TikTok. Yeah. As of this morning, TikTok is dark in the United States. President-elect Trump said, save TikTok, in just a 2-word social media post. I think it's pretty clear what he wants to do. The law, of course, says that he does have the ability to put a pause on the ban for 90 days, but only if there's significant progress toward a deal to sell it. Is there a viable deal on the table?
Yeah, so, what's interesting here is this is about bridging from Sunday to Monday. This is about giving the tech companies, the app stores, the providers, the cloud storage, and others, the confidence that we are going to work towards some type of deal and to not make this go dark. And I think that's what you're going to see in the upcoming 24 hours. The president needs optionality, and he wants it to evaluate deals that are in accordance with the law, but also protect our national security.
So he's going to bring it back on. Will he bring it back online?
Well, we're working literally real time, working with the various tech companies, get it back online, and buy him some time to, one, save it, but protect Americans' data and protect Americans from any type of foreign interference.
All right, you can
So, I mean, that's the best of both worlds. You get to keep TikTok alive. You get to have free speech, First Amendment, be able to utilize it, be a content creator, whatever you want to do, and also ensure that Americans' data and their privacy and their, personal information is protected. That's why we use DuckDuckGo, right? Because we want our personal information protected. So but here's what I'm blown away by. China never putting up resistance to this whole idea. They were totally on board with TikTok going dark. So that tells me that this was absolutely used for spying on American citizens. I've got Yahoo right here. Yahoo Finance says that TikTok, according to analyst Dan Ives, is well north of $100 billion in worth, with the algorithm and potentially up to $200 billion in a best case scenario. If you own something that is worth $150 billion, would you just let it go away or would you sell it? I would sell it unless you're afraid of letting out the secrets as far as those algorithms and what they were stealing from American citizens.
Yeah, I mean, it was a unanimous Supreme Court decision when they saw
It's crazy.
that it's, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
it's crazy that we have a unanimous decision on anything.
yeah.
We never.
So
I
it's
know.
totally a risk to national security. But what nobody's saying is that what they're really negotiating over is who gets to keep the information that they gather.
Yeah.
Because they gather all of our information with all the other sites, unless you're on DuckDuckGo, they don't store it. But this is the issue. So the negotiation, I think, and this is what they've alluded to, is that they want to keep all of the information that they're still going to gather on us.
Mm-hmm.
They're just going to keep it in servers here.
Yep.
So is it in the USA cloud or is it in the China cloud?
Yep.
I mean, that's basically what the negotiation is,
Yep.
which should really open all of our eyes. But unfortunately, nobody's talking about that. And so I think that's the bigger issue to me that people should be wary of and understand. They're collecting data, your facial imagery, everything about you. And they can also look into your texts and emails. They're doing that.
Yep.
And then they're storing the information.
To say
that's kind of creepy.
To say that like everything we do is not spying on us is kind of, you know what I mean? Like I don't use TikTok. I never will. So I don't really care except when I pull clips for this segment. But, you know, it doesn't bother me. I just think it's rich to say that, well, it's China is, you know, they have our information already. I hate to say it. You know what I mean? They just do.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. This is the best and worst thing to ever happen.
Amen. There were protesters yesterday in D.C.
And in Philadelphia.
Some of the women were dressed up as, I'll let Dawn say this, they were dressed up as female members.
Yes.
Vaginas.
As,
Yeah.
pussycats.
Yes. So this, by the way, this video, courtesy of the Daily Wire, this protester complains about the elimination of women at the Women's March. So it's not called the Women's March anymore; it's called the People's March. So we took women out of that too.
Oh God!
You have to see the visual of this, by the way, because she's kind of dressed up like a. Yeah.
Like a vagina.
YouTube,
You can say that.
YouTube.com. It sounds better coming out of your mouth.
Well, do you want to use the keyword that you used months ago?
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT, where Sean Farish has just joined the
on deck circle,
the chat there, so he's in there. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT if you want to see this video. All right, this is cut 14. Phil, go.
What is this outfit you got going on here?
Well, it's pretty self-evident what the outfit is. It's a vagina dress.
Oh my gosh, what?
Inherited this lovely gown.
What inspired you to wear it?
In Seattle, Washington.
What inspired the dress?
Well, we've got a women's march to attend, and I did it 8 years ago, and I'm back again.
8 years ago. Okay, what's different about the 2017 march and today?
The organization seems way better.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
I heard that it's not called the Women's March anymore. It's the People's March.
But, you know, that's sort of the trend lately, has been sort of to eliminate the word woman.
Why is that?
I'm not willing to do that.
Yeah, why do they not want to say woman anymore?
All kinds of reasons that I don't agree with.
Oh, wait, tell us more. I'm so interested in this.
That's okay. Probably
By
shouldn't
the way,
go
that's
there,
supposed to look
but-
like a.
I mean, I'm a woman.
That's supposed to look like one? I don't know.
I'm not qualified to talk about it. Can ask my wife. So,
unwaxed.
Women's March. Were they marching for Title IX?
That's an ugly vagina.
That is bad. I'm trying to segue here.
That's a sin.
Save our show here.
Look, she said it.
Nick's like all red. Look at his face.
Yeah, this is like when I walk into Victoria's Secret. I'm so out of place. I have no idea what to
Beet
do.
red.
Like they weren't. They weren't marching to save women's sports. They weren't marching to keep dudes out of women's locker rooms.
Look, Nick trying to bring it back to a serious
Professional
topic. Look,
broadcaster here, trained at Temple University.
I appreciate you.
They weren't trying to march for women's locker rooms, but they're marching for that because of what? The guy who won the election that defeated Kamala Harris?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, is this a continuation of the Roe v. Wade thing? Perhaps. Knock on wood, thank God it didn't ultimately end up being the reason why Republicans lost. But here we are again. And look, knock yourself out. Protest all you want. March. I'm good with all of that. As long as you don't obstruct people's path from point A to point B, as long as it doesn't turn into violence, I'm good with it. But, man, You're right. That was a bizarre looking.
It was.
Right.
But I think that they wanted it to be a people's march.
Yeah.
Because they wanted to increase the numbers.
Well, this
I think
person,
that's a piece of it.
this is a male at this march who was asked about their Laken Riley bill, and he says that it's an immigration or an immigrant bashing bill.
Oh, okay.
Cut 15, Phil. Go.
We're here today with a civil rights and immigrant rights group called BAM. Okay. And we're here to defeat Donald Trump and his fascist movement.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah.
How do you plan to defeat him in the fascist movement?
Yeah. I mean, Donald Trump has stated that, like, on day one, he's going to carry out mass deportation and to pardon January 6th, like, rioters. And we, especially the Lincoln Riley bill, is an immigrant bashing bill that has to be defeated now. And I think that, like, we must, like, take mass action to stop, like, these ICE terror in our community. And we want to, like, raise, like, wherever we are in our community, we have to build defense guard against ICE raids and deportations.
Do you know who Laken Riley is?
When I read it, I kind of retained the information, but I didn't retain it.
She was killed by a guy that was an illegal immigrant.
What is so funny?
I think she was killed by a guy that was an illegal immigrant. That's part of the reason this bill is a big deal.
Yeah. I think that might have been the case. Yeah.
So,
Well,
I mean, are you supportive of measures to, protect the border from criminals and people like that?
I mean, I think that has been like a really right-wing rhetoric. Crimes happen everywhere in the world and in any community. And like to paint a picture that like illegal immigrants are like coming in to be like terrorists and criminals.
Like
that's
terrorists
just
and like
racist.
Yeah.
And
Plain
so
racist.
like we are for open
By the way, he's
borders.
wearing a Palestinian scarf.
Yes. So his mask will not stop or slow the spread of COVID, but Tom Homan will stop and or slow the spread of illegal immigration in this country.
Yep.
That's for sure.
MSNBC covered this People's March, saying, look, a lot of people, but it lacked the star power of the Women's March. No celebrities like Madonna.
Well, yeah.
Cut 18.
They've all fled the country.
Cut 18.
Allegedly.
No, Ellen's back.
Is she back?
Oh, yeah. She was seen in Northern California.
Oh, not Southern California.
No.
Though. She's not giving any money to help out for the wildfires?
Cut 18, Phil.
There are tens of thousands of demonstrators here on the mall protesting President-elect Trump ahead of his inauguration. It is a big crowd, but it's a far cry from the hundreds of thousands we saw at the Women's March in 2017. Not just gathering here in D.C., but all across the country, even the globe. Now, a difference here this time around, you notice it's the People's March, not just the Women's March. We started near the White House where different interest groups were gathering, climate, democracy, women's rights issues, and they all made their way to the mall. Now we have speakers at this rally. It lacks the star power of the Women's March. No celebrities like Madonna or even elected leaders. Then Senator Kamala Harris was here last time, so it's a little bit more subdued. And I spoke with some demonstrators on our way over here, including a woman named Zoe from Arkansas, who went to one of those satellite protests in 2017. And here was her take on how the mood differs this time around. What do you feel like the mood is this time around compared to 2017's protests?
Less optimistic. Maybe just because things have changed, some for the better, some for the worse. But a lot of it is just, I feel people are maybe more determined this time than last time.
All right, you can stop.
No.
You can stop it.
Oh, there's Zoe. You see it, Z-O-E. So you have these individuals out there marching for democracy, climate change, and some of these women's rights issues. By the way, so based on that logic, Dawn, women lose all of their rights today, right? This is what we were told, right? If you're a female, you need to leave the country immediately because now that Trump's in office, females will lose their rights. You know, I'm looking at that video there. I don't know, that's what, maybe 24, 25 degrees? And that was what America rejected in the 2024 election. So let's go back to the big take for a second. Both senators and people like Don Lemon saying, Trump moved it inside because nobody was going to show up. If they showed up for that, what do you think the attendance would have been today?
Yeah, and
5 times that?
look at the images of people who, in this frigid weather, spent the night outside the rally sites and right there in D.C., spent the night. They're all lined up, just like they are for every Trump rally.
Yeah.
People by the thousands are lined up in this frigid weather to make sure that they get in. And so that it doesn't even ring true. And that's why, by the way, that's why none of the celebrities are going there, because it's for losers. It's like, I'm not going to that loser event.
Mm-hmm.
That's why the celebs are not there.
That's right.
One more, and then we will get to the president-elect, who will give us a preview of what he's going to say today, later on this afternoon. Where's AOC? This is where did AOC go?
She's bartending at a Hooters.
Phil, I'm sorry, I'm scrolling through this here. Do you have the AOC clip? Oh yeah, it's 23. She talked about that last night. We were on the eve of the authoritarian administration. Cut 23, Phil, go.
Well, we are on the eve of an authoritarian administration. This is what 21st century fascism is starting to look like. Republicans really model themselves after Orban's Hungary. And so you can look to see how Viktor Orban runs Hungary to get a taste of how they will try to govern and control media and companies in the United States. And this is kind of an entree to that. As far as what we do, this is a time of experimentation. A lot of people will still use platforms, can still use platforms, but I also look towards places where you have more ownership as well and develop your audiences there. Like Blue Sky, you own your audiences at protocol, decentralized protocol, newsletters, email.
So that's from TikTok, huh? You know what? On second thought, maybe we should ban TikTok. That way we wouldn't have to see her anymore.
I'm not sure if it was TikTok or maybe it was Instagram. I'm not sure.
So she will not be attending today, along with Nancy Pelosi, along with Michelle Obama. But that's okay, because it's about protecting, as the Philadelphia Inquirer wrote in that column from the first hour, it's about protecting your peace.
Yep.
Find inner peace in defeat.
Protect your peace, Dawn.
Protect your peace.
Protect your peace.
That's right. Protect your
Talking
peace.
about
That's right.
your peace.
Yes.
Yeah. Like your firearm.
She's going to make a great crisis actor one day.
All right, let's make way for the president-elect, who is in the on-deck circle. He's chatting with people in the YouTube chat already, so he's ready to go.
Woo!
Yeah.
Sean Farish will join us on the other side as we continue. Get ready for the best Trump impersonation on the planet as we continue live this morning from the Newtown Athletic Club in Bucks County. Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. But first, let me tell you about my friends at the Piazza Auto Group, and we are talking today. It's a great day for this. The 2025 Hyundai Tucson, the brand's most popular SUV, bold new design with plenty of cargo space, and the standard all-wheel drive and great gas mileage will keep you prepared for any adventure. It also protects you and your family with a best-in-class safety rating. You can visit Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown, right off of Route 422, or Piazza Hyundai of Westchester on Route 202. You can check them out online anytime. You can do it right now, right before Dawn starts to give her read, right before Sean Farish comes up. Do it right now, PiazzaHyundai.com, and tell them that Kayal and Company sent you.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything, isn't it? For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built such a great reputation for transforming kitchens with such precision and care. From the custom cabinets they create to the countertops, backsplashes, to those storage solutions, they get the job done and fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality and without all the hassle. You can trust the name your neighbors have been relying on for decades, Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation, kitchenmagic.com, kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk about prices. At National Appliance Warehouse, we have billions in buying power that we leverage in order to pass dramatic savings to our customers. We're passionate about offering the lowest price, so we developed Price Assured to ensure we always are. Price Assured uses powerful technology to scan chain store prices online and make sure ours is lower. Because Price Assured is connected to electronic tags throughout the showroom, it's able able to update them instantly if an adjustment is needed. Our customers enjoy great service that rivals that of a small independent while shopping with confidence they're seeing the lowest possible price.
Hurry in to the Friends and Family Savings Event at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on GE appliances. Earn up to $3,000 rebate with purchase of select customizable cafe appliance suites. Shop an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music at Westchester University in Pittman, New Jersey, February 21st and 22nd.
Love the orchestra.
Joe's great. He encapsulates a Philly sports fan.
Oh, I love the music. I especially like the old songs from Philly.
The impressions of different voices. That's Conklin and City Rhythm at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st. And at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey, Saturday, February 22nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Inflation, recession, interest rates, the Fed. How do you make sense of it all? Join Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-511-3535. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-511-3535, 800-511-3535, or biglou.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. Apply by February 12th and save with no application fee. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. Get your application fee waived through February 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you looking to achieve your health goals and start the new year right? Well, now's the time to optimize and support your heart health, cholesterol, digestive health, energy levels, and more with Rescue Natural Supplements with their New Year's savings. Rescue is celebrating you, so save 35% on single bottles of Rescue supplements with the code HEALTH35. Try the popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart health, Rescue Probiotic for better digestion, or Rescue Orosine for more energy. Whatever your health goals are, Rescue has you covered. To place an order, call 800-26-ALIVE. 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Start your journey to better health today. Use the code HEALTH35. Again, save 35% on all single supplements. Use that code HEALTH35. Don't wait. Make this year your best yet with Rescue.
When you give someone jewelry, you're showing them how special they are to you. When you give them a gift from Cozy Jewelers, you are showing them how smart and special you are. Cozy Jewelers manufacture, handpick, and handmake 90% of their jewelry, and that is why Cozy stands out from your average jewelry store. When you need that unique piece of jewelry that makes any important occasion memorable, then Cozy Jewelers is where you need to shop. Cozy Jewelers, Newtown Square, or CozyJewelers.com.
Is your kitchen or bathroom in need of a makeover?
It's time to transform your home into a personal oasis with Emmons Remodeling.
Our expert team specializes in kitchen and bathroom renovations, creating beautiful, functional spaces you and your family will love. We handle everything from design to installation.
So call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Looking out a dirty old window, down below the cars in the city go rushing by. I sit here alone and I wonder why. Friday night and everyone's
8:45, it is Kayal and Company. We are live from the NAC Newtown Athletic Club in Newtown, Bucks County. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Inauguration Day 2025 as the festivities continue to ratchet up. Dawn show coming up at 10, live here from the NAC. Dom Giordano will be here from noon to 3. And right now, we welcome in the 47th President of the United States. Donald J. Trump is back with us. Mr. President, happy Inauguration Day, sir.
Well, sir, I have to say it is a tremendous Inauguration Day, even though we got the pardons from, the rotting potato in chief. You look at him, it was a terrible thing to see, but Miss Piggy got a pardon. Kermit is very happy. The rest of the January 6th committee got a pardon. They're very happy. And Anthony Fauci got a pardon, and that's probably because he stole money from Harry Potter's bank account. You know, you look at him, he looks like the goblin from Harry Potter. But Anthony Fauci is getting a pardon too. So now we look for state attorney generals with, gonads, they call them. Moose nuts, maybe we'll talk about. If they have a set, you know that? It's something that Lindsey Graham has always longed for. If they have a set, maybe they'll go after these people because the pardons only have to do with the federal people. But, I want to say something too, by the way. You played a clip last segment as a part of the highly respected and beautiful cut sheet with these people wearing the hats, right? The hats.
Yeah.
I have never seen one of those, Dawn said the word. I'm not going to say the word because I'll get in trouble. I have never seen one of them that looks like that. Very tough to grab. That much I can tell you.
Oh, my God, Mr. President.
Mr. President, speaking of hats, for those not watching, get on over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, because the President of the United States donning his Make America Great Again hat. He's got the blue jacket, the white shirt, the red tie, the American flag in the background, looking fabulous. So what was it like? I know I did
always
see
look fabulous, by the
Yes,
way.
you do. You absolutely do.
And by the way, you know that? You should see me in my birthday suit. I look fabulous, too. You know that?
Yes.
The Greek
yes, I've
gods
heard.
are very jealous of me, right? They're
Yes,
very
indeed.
jealous. Mount Olympus, they said, "Sir, how did you get such a beautiful body?" I said, "A lot of golf, a lot of McDonald's, a lot of Big Macs, right?" But I always look. I just want to correct. I just want to add that to the record. I always look fabulous.
Yes.
Always.
Always.
So take us through today. Take us through the weekend. I saw videos of boxes, people moving in. What is it like, and what has been going through your mind these last 24 to 48 hours as you return to the Oval Office?
Well, we're very happy about it, right? We love to move. It's great. We've moved out. Now we're moving back in. There's a song I wrote a long time ago. I like to move it, and it's a tremendous thing. Madagascar, what a great movie. Beautiful people, beautiful animals, great movie. And they used that song in the movie, and it's very popular because everything I do is very popular, including my ridiculous new meme coin, which I promise you is not a rug pull, but we'll see what happens. And now Melania has one, and there's about 15 more family members that are going to probably launch something at some point, right? So we'll see what happens. What a crazy thing we're doing. The first crypto president this year, but we're moving in. Right, we're moving in, lots of boxes. We have the biggest and most beautiful boxes, and we're moving like nobody's ever moved before. But we're doing very well. We had to move, by the way, the inauguration from outside to inside because it's very cold. It's colder than a witch's you-know-what, right? It's very cold.
Yeah.
Colder than the courtroom in New York City, which, as we've talked about, right, it was a freezing cold courtroom. And the lead witness in the sham case, his last name was Pecker. And when it's that cold, the pecker is very small. You know what I'm talking about, but I've never had that problem. It's called shrinkage. You look at George Costanza, he called it shrinkage, but I've never had that problem, and I never will have that problem. Obama said I had that problem when we were at Jimmy Carter's funeral. I said, "Barack, I don't have that problem," right? He said, he started laughing. He thinks it's hysterical. He thought he had a genetic advantage over me, but that's fake news, I can tell you that. But you look at it, we're moving in. We're very happy to be moving in. The White House is going to be a beautiful place once again. We brought him back, the exorcist. He's coming into the White House. He came in and started blessing the place with the holy water, and the walls were shaking, right? It was like poltergeist. It was incredible. There's a lot of demons left over in that place. A lot of bad juju, right? They call it bad juju. And I got along very well with Juju Smith-Schuster, by the way. Great guy. Taught him how to catch. But you look at it, a lot of bad energy, a lot of bad hombre demons inside the White House. We're exercising it. The walls are shaking. The earth was quaking. Got along very well with AC/DC. You know about it. We wrote that song together. But the walls and the White House were shaking. We're getting the demons out, and we're having a real president again in just under over 3 more hours. That much I can tell you. It's going to be fantastic.
Mr. President, let's get to TikTok because it went dark for about 37 minutes, and then you got things done, as you always do, and restored not only the app, not only free speech, but content creators that make money on the app. What is the plan moving forward, and your thoughts on an app that you really thrived on in the campaign?
Well, we did very well on TikTok, and yesterday I saved TikTok, right? I single-handedly, and their message said it. It said, "Thank you, President Trump. You saved TikTok. You're the greatest president the world has ever seen." That's the message I got. Other people got a different message. I opened TikTok. It said, "Thank you, President Trump. You're the greatest and most beautiful president the world has ever seen. And the app is back, and it's a beautiful app and a fantastic app. And thank you so much." They were genuflecting, beautiful people. But it's owned by China. And we get a very bad deal from China. And we're going to try and have it owned in the United States by a United States company. But right now it's owned by China, and we have to fix that. Just like the Panama Canal, a lot of other things that are owned by China, we're not going to let it happen. but we brought it back and we saved it. A lot of people were freaking out, you know. There were a lot of people on TikTok that were freaking out over not having TikTok anymore. They were freaking out like Chris Christie, who hasn't eaten in about 5 minutes. They started scratching themselves and going crazy. But we brought it back, and we brought it back like nobody's ever seen. We brought it back like we brought back the YMCA, right? Nobody wanted to listen to that song until I started using it, until I started dancing to it. And you saw the beautiful village people at the victory rally. One of them was dressed as Elizabeth Warren. You saw that. He had a big, beautiful headdress on. It was all over the place. He was doing the beautiful dance, YMCA. We call it the MAGA. It's fun to stay at the MAGA. Beautiful song. But we brought back TikTok, and the people are very happy about it. We brought back jobs for so many people, right? We created jobs, and we're not even the president yet. And we created we brought back so many beautiful jobs. And we're going to hope to get that app owned by maybe Mr. Wonderful. We'll see what happens. I gave him that nickname. I said, I'm Mr. Beautiful, you're Mr. Wonderful, right? But we're going to see what happens. If we could have control over that app and we can get the Chinese spyware off of that app, we could turn TikTok into a highly respected and beautiful platform. But they're already very happy about what happened with me. They're thanking me. They're very happy. They sent me a beautiful box of chocolates, to which we've eaten already. It's a tremendous thing. But we're happy to have saved it, and we're looking forward to better days for TikTok.
Speaking of better days, there are many things that you have to accomplish here in this final term. We're looking at executive actions that could be well over 100, maybe even over 200. You have promised many things on day one. When you look at all the big priorities for this administration, what are you prepared to do between today and tomorrow to kick things off with a bang?
Well, starting today, we are signing an executive order to bring back the $5 meal deal at McDonald's. You know, it's been missing for far too long. We're going to bring it back, and we are going to send many federal officers and technicians into every single McDonald's to fix the ice cream machine. You know, if I was your president, they never would have broken. When I was your president, we had the largest percentage of working ice cream machines in McDonald's the world has ever seen. Crooked Joe Biden took over, and they all started breaking very quickly, right? We're going to fix that, and we're bringing back the $5 meal deal. We may even bring back the dollar menu. Under Crooked Joe Biden, the dollar menu buys you maybe 2 French fries, but we're going to have it buy you a big, beautiful meal. Other than that, we're going to shut down the border. We're going to pardon a bunch of the J6 political hostages. And we're going to do so many beautiful things, including drill, baby, drill. Woo! We're going to drill, baby, drill like nobody has ever seen before. Even Pete Buttigieg is excited about it. And I said, Pete, Mayor Pete, not that kind of drill, okay? Because, you know, he loves drills and getting drilled. I could just tell you that. It's a tremendous thing. But you look at it, the Green Bay Packers, right? The Green Bay Packers, Brett Favre, he did a tremendous job for me on the campaign trail. Buttigieg. But you look at it, we're going to sign so many wonderful executive orders. It's going to be the greatest day the world has ever seen. Today and tomorrow, we're going to sign executive orders at the Capitol. We're going to sign executive orders at Capital One Arena in front of so many beautiful people who are going to be watching the swearing-in ceremony, nice and warm and cozy and beautiful. But we're going to sign them, and we're going to start making America great again. And then tomorrow, in the windy city of Chicago, very windy, incredibly windy, we're going to start the mass deportations. 200 federal officers are going to go in there. They're going to find all the bad hombres. They're going to round them up. And we're going to take Tren de Aragua and turn them into Tren de Adios, believe me.
Mr. President, final one for you. I know a lot of individuals paying attention to who will be there today. The Village people, Carrie Underwood. You go up and down the list. And then, of course, those that will not be in attendance. AOC, Nancy Pelosi, Michelle Obama. Final word, your message, your words to those who are acting like petulant 5-year-olds that will not be attending today. Mr. President, you say what?
Well, to AOC, you know, she put up her video on Instagram Live saying it's going to be fascism. And she no longer looks pregnant, right? She looked pregnant for a long time. I wonder what happened. We have to see if maybe she visited a Planned Parenthood recently because they're into that kind of thing. But, she's not going to be there. But she's not allowed to be there, even if she wanted to be there, because we're not allowing stupid people to be at the inauguration, right? She does not meet the IQ requirement to be at the inauguration. Nancy Pelosi is not a stupid person. She's a very smart person, but she's a nasty person. We're not allowing nasty people to be at the inauguration. Plus, it's going to be too cold, and it's not going to work very well for her hip or her walker, right, which is not four-wheel drive equipped, so she's going to have a hard time. She's not going to be at the inauguration. And Michelle Obama, who many people call Big Mike Motorbike, right? You look at him or her, whatever you think is going on there. I don't know what the hell's happening, but there's not too many women who have Adam's apples. That much I can tell you, and I knew Adam very well. But you look at that, Michelle is not going to be there, but Barack is going to be there, right? Barack. And there's rumors that they are splitting, and I hope that's not what happens, but there may be friction between the Obamas, and we'll see what goes on. But we don't want her there. We don't want her there. We don't want Nancy there. We don't want AOC there. But we do want John Fetterman there, right? Mr. 95, bang gavel himself, right? The Eagles. And the Eagles did very well yesterday, by the way. I called into the locker room. I said, you better win. We're going on Kayal and Company. They have to be in a good mood tomorrow. And they won, and you're welcome. I helped them win.
Thank
we
you.
did very well.
Thank you, Mr.
And the Eagles they're much better than the Eagles, according to John Fetterman. But we want John Fetterman to be there because he is going to be our next Pope of Greenland, right? He's going to be the Pope of Greenland. And he's going to be a Pope that crooked Joe Biden is not going to drop a deuce in front of, right? He dropped a deuce.
That's true.
Operation Tootsie Roll at the Vatican. We did it. We talk Spanish. Sleepy Jose Caca and Frente del Papa. And then he went there and he awarded the Pope the Medal of Freedom because of Caca number 1. Then it was Sleepy Jose Caca and Frente del Papa otra vez, which means again. He did it 2 times. Operation Tootsie Roll turned into Operation Baby Ruth or Charleston Chew. He made a big mess, just like he did for our country, but we're cleaning it up, and we're very happy to be inaugurated as the next president today, believe me.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Sean Farish, a.k.a. Donald Trump. He does Trump better than Trump does Trump. Esty Palti will be joining us at 9:30 as Kamala Harris. She does Kamala Harris better than Kamala Harris does Kamala Harris. All right, Farish, we got a lot of things to get into. I want to start with the inauguration. The news coming down Friday, probably around lunchtime, give or take, with this, a lot of these festivities, if not all of them, moving indoors. In your opinion, how much of this was weather-related and how much of this was possibly perceived threats for Trump's safety and security?
I think there was a level of security concerns, but I do think the majority of it is weather. If you look back at the campaign and you look back at some of the rallies, people passing out all over the place, there was that one event in that warehouse in Pennsylvania where several people started to, collapse, and it turned into a dance party. I don't think Donald Trump wanted to see hypothermia, frostbite, and things like that because, these people wait online overnight for hours on end, and I doubt a number of the folks who are going to be doing that are going to be prepared for these below freezing and possibly negative real field temperatures with the wind chill. I've been camping before. I've been camping in below zero before. If you're not prepared for it, you could get frostbite real quick. And I don't think he wanted to see that rule the day. True. I do think there was also a security concern. You saw the vehicles that his motorcade equipped with what looked to be anti-drone or drone detection equipment on them. So there were probably security concerns as well. But I do think the primary motivating factor of moving these events indoors was to keep people not safe from some foreign terrorist threat, but this is dangerous weather. It's weather that a lot of people may not be used to or aptly prepared for. It's a little different than, I've handled the cold. I'll just, put a jacket on and get in my car and go to the supermarket and go out. Like if you're spending hours upon hours outside, if you don't have every square inch of your body bundled up, you're going to get frostbite, and that is dangerous, right? That is a really, really dangerous condition. I mean, I'm a season ticket holder for the New York Jets, or was. I don't go to the games anymore. My family is, and we were, I'd gone to games since I'm 2 years old, and when it gets cold, you got to be bundled up. Masks and scarves and everything's got to be covered, or else you're going to wind up in a really bad situation. And I don't think he wanted to see any of his supporters in that situation. So I believe the primary motivating factor was weather, was the cold, was the wind chill. There was some snow up in the East Coast. You guys know on the Eastern Seaboard, you saw what happened in Philly. That game was incredible, all that snow falling. And your kicker did a phenomenal job down the stretch there, nailing field goals in what looked to be a blizzard. I don't think he wanted to see those folks, all of his supporters, putting themselves in harm's way for what is essentially just a formality, right? I mean, he could be sworn in anywhere, become the president anywhere. So I believe that element of safety came first and foremost. But I do think out of an abundance of not just caution over the weather, maybe there were some security concerns. There's no doubt that he's safer indoors. So it's a win-win on both fronts.
Earlier this morning, we had breaking news that Joe Biden on his way out was going to pardon Fauci, Milley, and Cheney, and immediately follows it up with, no, this is not an admission of guilt. They didn't do anything wrong. Feels like another way to kind of take a shot at Trump on the way out, maybe steal a headline or two away from him on Inauguration Day. Your thoughts on that, and if, in fact, you believe that Trump was ever going to go after any of these individuals that Joe just pardoned?
I think Trump was definitely going after Cheney. I don't know if Trump was going to go after Fauci, because in Trump's first term, like it or not, he really enabled a lot of Anthony Fauci. I mean, we can't play revisionist history here. He trusted him. He spoke highly of him. I get it. You're not going to try and undermine, the doctors at a time when we didn't know what was going on. I don't know if Trump was going to go after Fauci. I kind of feel like Trump wants to just move on from COVID because it wasn't his best moment. He handled it better than Joe Biden, but it wasn't his greatest moment. But I do think he would have gone after Cheney. I do think there's a possibility he would have gone after Mark Milley, and rightfully so. And obviously, Joe Biden feels like it's rightful also, or else he wouldn't have pardoned them, right? If he felt that there was no crimes that could have been, investigated and prosecuted, there'd be no pardons. So I'm upset about it. But my goal is this, right? Eyes forward. Donald Trump in under 3 hours is going to be the president of the United States. This actually, it may help Donald Trump, because now if anybody does go after these people, like state-level attorney generals, it's obviously not Trump that's directing it. He has no say over it because on a federal level, they can't be prosecuted. Also, now they can be brought in, they could be subpoenaed, and they lose their Fifth Amendment right to silence because of the fact that they're no longer criminally responsible for anything they're going to be questioned about. And if they decide that they're going to lie to Congress or not show up and not abide by these subpoenas, well, we have precedent for Bannon and Navarro and these guys that were held in contempt of Congress and went to prison. So, but I look at it like this: as much as I wanted him to go after Liz Cheney, is that working too much in the past when there's so many problems to fix that are in front of us? Are we going to divert resources to work on things that happened behind us? And I get it. You don't want these crimes to go unpunished. You don't want the precedent to be set that, if you're buddy-buddy with the president, you could do whatever you want, get a preemptive pardon at the end of your term or at the end of his term and not have to, face any accountability. So I get it from that standpoint. The pardons are in. I see people asking if they're going to be challenged. Good luck with that. A president's right to pardon is absolute. It is their absolute power. I mean, you could say, oh, he's a dementia patient. He doesn't know where he is. A court's going to probably laugh that out of a courtroom. I would say, let's not focus on that. Let's focus on fixing the country. Does putting Liz Cheney in jail fix the country as much as mass deportations and focusing on becoming energy independent again and holding China at bay and, maybe tariffs and replacing the IRS? I mean, if you asked me, what would I rather see, Liz Cheney in jail or the federal income tax replaced with tariffs? I'm going to say, let's get rid of the federal income tax. Screw Liz Cheney. She doesn't deserve the time of day. And let's fix our country. I mean, I'm upset. I'm very upset that he did this. but I think it's to take away from the day. I think it's to steal headlines. I think it's to, one up Trump on Trump's way in and Biden's way out. I would love to see accountability. State level, attorney generals, they can go ahead and bring that accountability for us if they want. And again, there are other avenues where we can now get them on the record to talk about what they did, because those crimes they are absolved of now, in theory. So you could bring them in if they lie to Congress. You can hit them with those crimes. But unfortunately, the ship has sailed, and I think we all have to kind of be not necessarily at peace with it, but accept it. The ship has sailed. Let's make America great again. Let's keep our eyes forward instead of looking backward, and let's turn this country around and do what we elected Donald Trump to do. And my motivating factor when I voted for Donald Trump wasn't to put Liz Cheney in jail. I would like to see it, but that wasn't my number one reason. I want a strong border. I want a booming economy. I want to cut the spending. I want our country to be respected again. I'd love to start cutting foreign aid, stop sending money overseas to all these other countries where we have all these problems here, mass deportations, bringing jobs back into our country. All of those things to me are far more important than Liz Cheney or Mark Milley or Anthony Fauci. Accountability is important, but those things I believe hold they're higher on the list of priorities.
Completely agree, and perfectly well said. Speaking of priorities, TikTok is one of the priorities, certainly in the news cycle the last 24 hours. It was gone for all of a cup of coffee, and then it comes back. But it's interesting. It's one of these things where I feel like everybody I ask, they say, I hate TikTok. Yet the truth is, half of the country is on TikTok, 170 million people. But I feel like we can have our cake and eat it too. We can have the free speech. We can generate money if you're a content creator, but we can also protect people's identities. Maybe it's easier said than done. What do you think the solution is to ensure that not only China is not taking stuff that they shouldn't be taking, but our own government is not doing stuff they shouldn't be doing?
Well, China's taking our data, whether TikTok is on your phone or not. It's unfortunate, right? But it's happening. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's something I like to live with, but it's happening. Whether you have TikTok on your phone or not, China's got your information, period. That's just what's going on. I believe, and this is the libertarian in me, and some people are like, no, it's national security threat. Okay, I think it's a bigger national security threat that China has farmland around our military bases than anything else. And I don't see a bill being passed to ban that. So what I do see is a bill being passed to ban TikTok, and people who passed the bill investing in Meta ahead of passing the bill. Again, congressional stock trading. Wonderful, wonderful thing they've got going on there. I don't like this ban at all. Not because they're telling you it's about protecting us from China. Fine. If you want to protect us from China, let's start with the fact that they own too much land around our bases instead of a social media platform. Okay, that's where I think we should start. We're not starting there. We're looking at TikTok. So I think that maybe it's a little disingenuous there. It's kind of a way to give the government a little more power to start banning apps that they don't like in the future. And that's what I'm afraid of, right? Well, if it's an app controlled by a foreign adversary, it can be banned. Well, I got news for you. Elon Musk did not spend $44 billion of his own money to buy X. The Saudis helped him out, okay? A lot of other countries helped him out in some of these cases. What is going to stop a Democrat-led administration, if one does happen in the not-too-distant future, from saying, well, the Saudis are a foreign adversary. They're a sponsor of terror, so X is banned, right? Or, amending this bill or using the precedent that they've set with TikTok to ban Rumble, right? Or Truth Social. I mean, that's what I'm afraid of. The more power you're giving the government to just ban things that they don't like for a reason that is honestly very arbitrary. Again, if they don't like China having access to our country, well, maybe the farmland around our sensitive military installation is a little more important than TikTok. That said, I think we need to return to personal accountability. If the argument is, well, children are being addicted to TikTok and it's going up, it's like, mental fentanyl and the algorithm is malicious. If you're a parent, we've talked about this before with the Cookie Monster, right? If you don't want your kids eating cookies, Don't bring cookies into the house. If you don't want your child using TikTok, don't let them install it on their phone. There is a way to do it, okay? You have to step in as the parent. The government cannot be looked at, oh man, I hate this app. Government, fix it. Okay, if you don't like it, don't use it. I like TikTok. I'm not addicted to it. I go on it maybe once every few days to kind of see a couple things, and then I turn the app off, okay? If it's this big malicious thing that nobody can help themselves and they get addicted to, I would have a problem. I don't have a problem because I make sure that I'm not going to be addicted to a social media app like TikTok. That being said, I spend a lot of time on X. Maybe it's an addiction, maybe it's not. I don't know what you want to call it.
Oh, it
but
is.
I love that
It
app.
is an addiction. Yes, I'm taking the gum and the patch for it right now, actually.
But the thing about TikTok is, okay, if people are making money, and this is the other talking point that I don't like. They're like, oh, well, now these people have to get a real job. Well, I'm a big believer in the free market, right? I don't watch makeup tutorial videos. My wife does. I don't watch them. I don't watch, cooking videos and here's how you chop the pickle and put it in and da-da-da-da-da and these dance trends. I don't watch them. A lot of people do watch them, right? I don't watch Joe Rogan. I don't think it's entertaining. It's too long for me. I've watched one episode of Joe Rogan. It was the one that Trump was on. That's it, right? A lot of people do. It's the free market. If there is a market and a demand for a product, a service, a form of content, and you can fill that void and you can sell it and you can monetize it and generate an adequate income off of it, guess what? It's a real job. I didn't like when the government decided whose jobs are essential and non-essential. I don't like it when somebody who's a little envious of maybe some of these TikTokers who get to stay home and create. And by the way, that's not a really luxurious life. It's hard when content becomes your job because you can't fail. If you fail, you don't pay your bills, right? So it's really difficult. When you transition it from hobby to full-time job, it becomes very, very difficult. There's a little bit more pressure. These men, these women who are creating content, maybe you're out there making a fool of yourself, doing things that are dangerous. That's the risk that you're taking to generate an income. And if people are consuming stupidity, if there's a market for stupidity, and we know there's a market for stupidity, right? Look at some of the reality TV shows, the Honey Boo Boo and all these things that were out there for so long. There's definitely a market for stupid stuff on national television as well as there is on social media. If you could fill that void and monetize it, good for you. You deserve to be able to make that income. And it is, in my opinion, a real job. It's not a conventional job. It's not a traditional job. I picked up a broom for the majority of my teenage career, right? Working in different stores, sweeping the floor, cleaning toilets. It's not fun. I had to do it. If there was TikTok and I could sound like somebody back then, maybe I wouldn't have had to do it, but it wasn't there. Technology wasn't there. All right. The bottom line is here. Here's what I would say, though, a word of advice to these creators, because now you know that it can be gone in a blink of an eye. All right. We've been through this. Conservatives have been through this. We were demonetized, deplatformed. And this is the difference. The government came out and banned an app, okay? But back over the last 4 years, the government was actually banning actual people from the internet, okay? There was a time where I was not allowed on Facebook at all. And then when I was allowed on Facebook, I could not post a link to my website where my content was monetized because it was listed as spam, and it was an instant community guidelines violation. That would happen on Facebook. That would happen on X or Twitter. Not X. X is a lot better now. It's not perfect, but it's better. That would happen on YouTube. That would happen everywhere. They made it debanking, demonetizing. They made it impossible for actual people to make a living online if they disagreed with their politics. If you're a creator on TikTok and you have a massive following, my advice to you would be don't put all your eggs in one basket, because if that basket goes away, you're done. Set up your community on several different apps. I don't like YouTube. YouTube is very popular. It's easy for people to use. If you're a makeup tutorial person on TikTok, migrate some of your community to YouTube and say, hey, we got 90 days now. I don't want to lose this again. Here's where I'm building a secondary, community. Build on Rumble, build on X, build on Instagram. Don't just keep your eggs in one basket. And now you know what it feels like. I'm not saying, revenge, this is a good thing. Now you know what we went through. And we didn't have the option to build on some of these other platforms because they didn't exist yet. Rumble didn't exist yet. Getter and X and Truth Social, they didn't exist yet. They do now. So if I'm a creator on TikTok right now and that's where I'm making the majority of my income, that's fine. You can continue to do that. But you should build on other platforms as well. It's as simple as just posting your videos over there and every once in a while telling your following on TikTok, hey, follow me on YouTube in case we lose this app again. It'll make sense to people, and it's what we had to do. And that's why the conservative media ecosystem, the podcasts and the if you want to call it alternative media, that's why it's everywhere. It is everywhere right now because we decided if there's a platform, we're going to be on it. Because if we get banned here, at least we're over there.
Exactly right. Sean Farish. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Sean Farish, a.k.a. Donald J. Trump. Enjoy the rest of Inauguration Day, brother. Always enjoy chatting with you, and we will talk again this Friday.
All right, sounds good, guys. Enjoy Inauguration Day. Under 3 hours, and we get our guy back, so let's do it.
There you go. Sean Farish live from Tennessee. We will come back, get to a big 3 from Dawn, and then Kamala Harris is on the way, and Mark Fusetti is here.
Yeah.
He's got the Kayal and Company flag. He is ready to hand it off. Mark, I want you to be like Sergeant Slaughter back in the day. Give it a good wave here. Like this is 1980s. There we go.
And come on down. We are live at the Newtown Athletic Club. We have breakfast being served, and then lunch is coming up.
Yeah. All kinds.
So you got to join us.
Yeah, well, you won't miss a thing here at the Newtown Athletic Club for the inauguration.
All right, big 3, Kamala Harris, music, movies, and a whole lot more. 9 o'clock hour brought to you by the Piazza Auto Group, where you can purchase the all-new Acura ZDX with an incredible 0% financing for 72 months, plus complimentary charging bundles. Visit Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester, and shop online at piazzaacura.com. The big 3 coming up next from the Newtown Athletic Club, Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Providers help thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Let King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia help protect you and your family. King Shooter Supply has over 200 years of combined firearms experience to help you get what you need to protect what you love. They gladly welcome beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters. They'll guide you through the nuances of finding the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories that you need for self-defense. Visit them at 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia. Visit them on Facebook or at kingshooters.com.
Your 401k goes up and down. That's fine when you're 40, but not when you're 60. Find out how to protect your hard-earned money. Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Valentine's Day is almost here, and if you're still dragging your feet, here's my advice. Get to Family & Company Jewelers, and you're guaranteed to walk out with a gift that will last forever. They have a huge selection of 24-karat, gold-dipped roses in pretty much any color you can imagine. The perfect Valentine's Day gift is right on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey at Family & Company Jewelers.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Hair Volume is the best-selling hair tablet in the world and one of the many award-winning natural hair products from New Nordic. Purchase at newnordicusa.com or CVS.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
I'm going to switch.
.24, it is Kayal and Company as we are live here from the Newtown Athletic Club, Newtown, Bucks County, Inauguration Day here on Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Here's what we have still ahead. The Dawn Show coming up top of the hour. We'll find out what she has. We have Today in Music History from Phil Almquist. And our girl Esty, a.k.a. Kamala Harris, on the way. And I believe, Dawn, this segment is brought to you by
the Special Olympics PA. The 2025 Philadelphia Polar Plunge is the coolest event in the Philadelphia region. Chill at Citizens Bank Park, February 1st. Make a splash. Support Special Olympics Pennsylvania athletes at the very same time. Just visit phillyplunge.org. Learn more. Sign up today. Thank you, phillyplunge.org and the Special Olympics PA for sponsoring this segment.
Or you could chill by going outside for all of 3 seconds as we get set for the flag handoff, Stalker.
Yeah, so we have Sergeant Mark Fussetti, who's over here. He's waving the flag here. Stand, if you can stand in front of. Yeah, that's Sergeant Mark Fu, for everybody who knows him.
Dun, dun,
there we go. And then he just had it. Kirk, can you bring the? That's why I gave you the microphone there, my friend. Yeah, if you can give them to Sergeant Mark Fu. Did you wave it proudly, sir?
I waved it proudly. It went on a nice trip with me. I can't really give those details. But we had fun.
Nice.
It waved proudly the other night. My son wakes me up at midnight and says, "Dad, there's cops around in our house."
Uh-oh.
I look out. There's, I believe, Bucks County Sheriffs. They're outside, dogs and everything, all under the flag. But they were chasing somebody and obviously didn't catch them. So
a lot of people
it's all a lot.
A lot of people were saying that by carrying that flag, you put your personal safety and security at risk, to which I said, my man Fussetti used to serve high-risk warrants. Yeah. I think he'll be able to handle himself quite well.
No, we were okay. It had a good trip, let's just say that.
Nice.
We had fun.
So I messed up because I promised it to two people at the same time.
There you go.
So Tom and Percy is out here, and Ray in Warminster, and I promised both of them the flag. So Tom and Percy is going to wave it. He's going to take it now, right? Kirk, yeah, there you go. And you're going to take it now, right? And then you're going to give it to
Yes, I am.
Ray.
Speak into the mic. Speak into the microphone. Come on, Kirk.
Yeah, I'll be waving
like
this
Oprah.
thing very prominently on the back of my Jeep.
Nice.
I have a flag mount that I invented. We're in the process of patenting it. And this flag is going to be in part of my daily parade. Wherever I drive, it's a parade, and it's going to be all over Bucks County.
Beautiful.
So it's like a pop-up Trump, Kayal and Company parade wherever you go. Is that awesome?
That's right.
That's right.
Positive
That's
energy.
absolutely right.
And then you are going to figure out a way to hand it off to Ray in Warminster, right?
Yeah. Whatever we got to do, man. You're an ex-Marine, man. You go farther than I do, but
that's right.
My father said I never would have amounted to anything, man. I want a flag. Woohoo! The last time I won, something was Bon-Ami at some kind of a flea market, so,
Kirk,
so there you go. I'm moving up in the world.
Kirk, can we do something during the commercial break? Can you take a video out there of Tom from Percy putting it on his... All right, cool.
Yeah.
So during the commercial break, we can take one of those cameras and on YouTube. All right, cool. So if you're watching on YouTube, you can see he will put it on his truck. Don't worry, we won't show your Jeep. Excuse me.
It's a Jeep.
We won't show
I thought you were taking a shot at my truck because there's another fellow Honda Ridgeline owner in the building. Where's the other Honda? There he is, right there. So two of us that know great trucks.
Okay. All right. So we'll do that during the commercial break. So if you're watching on YouTube, you can see all that.
There you go. All right. We will come back. We've heard from the winner of the 2024 election in Donald J. Trump. What do you say we hear from the loser one last time? Kamala Harris will join us next on Kayal and Company, live from the Newtown Athletic Club here in Newtown, Bucks County, on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Yeah. Great news! There's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon. Get over $500 in value and savings when you have mobile and Fios with Verizon. Plus, the Fios 1 Gig plan comes with a 5-year price guarantee. Save up to $300 annually on your Fios internet bill. Plus, for a limited time, get a $200 Verizon gift card when you sign up for a Fios 1 Gig plan and use it to pay your Fios bill. That's like getting 3 free months of Fios home internet. Don't miss out. Stop by your nearest Verizon location for details on this limited time offer and learn how you can get over $500 in value and savings today. Gift card offer and 5-year price guarantee ends 2/19/25. Requires Fios service for 65 days before card registration. One offer per eligible account. 3 months free based on Fios 1 Gig plan rate of $64.99 per month with auto pay and mobile plus home discounts. Price guarantee for new subscribers and applies to current base rates only. Other charges and third-party services and perks excluded. Additional terms apply. See store for details.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years.
He was in big trouble.
We're going to take your house, garnish your pay.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm.
I don't owe the IRS anymore. It was because of Optima Tax.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Actual client compensated for sharing their experience. Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
Shop can't miss deals going on now during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. For a limited time, get a free adjustable stand when you buy a DeWalt 12-inch miter saw. That's a $229 value. Plus, save $680 on a Midea 4-piece kitchen appliance suite. Now just $17.96. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Valid 1/13 through 1/24. Cannot be combined with additional discounts while supplies last. See store or Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit GetEthos.com. That's GetEthos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Hi, this is Merrill Reese. My wife Cindy and I had a new roof installed by Impersonator Roofing, Siding, and Windows, and we're delighted. When it comes to your roof, good planning is essential. Jack Impersonator and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for over 5 decades, using only the best CertainTeed products. If you need a new roof, call Jack Impersonator Roofing. Online at impersonator.com. It's good to hire Jack and his team. Remember, the best homes have an Impersonator roof.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Are you prepared for an emergency or disaster? Because it's not a matter of if, but when. Don't find yourself saying,
I'll trust water bottles and a flashlight to save the day, but I'll be proved wrong.
With a tornado approaching, I'll realize that I lack a wheelchair-accessible shelter.
When the floodwaters rise, I'll be up in the attic with 20 cans of beans. It's a recipe for disaster.
let's prepare so we all have a better story to tell. Get started at ready.gov/older adults. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you, you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 10% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Come gather round, people, wherever you roam, and admit that the waters around you have grown, and accept it that soon you'll be drenched to the bone.
Tearing to my heart.
9:36, Kayal and Company. It is a Monday inauguration day here at the NAC, Newtown Athletic Center. A couple of housekeeping notes. One of our great listeners that is in attendance today just came up to me during the commercial and says there are a lot of people still on the way that are coming through the property, but they are going past the Sports Athletic Center.
Yep.
So if you do that and you're coming up the driveway, you will see us on the left. If you've gone up too far and you see the basketball courts, the swimming pool, and then the back end, make a quick U-turn and come back around because that's where we are broadcasting from this morning.
Yeah, I got a lot of people saying, like, where are you guys? I'm like, I don't know. I use Google Maps. I don't know. We're at the NAC.
Yeah, so do a quick U-turn, come back around. You'll see some of the trucks. You'll see some of the flags outside right now. Also, Esty, a.k.a. Kamala Harris, is under the weather.
Yes.
So she's alerted us.
Kamala's hungover.
Yeah,
so
Kamala had too much Cabernet last night. She had the Rams on the money line. She lost, so she's unable to join us, but that's fine.
We'll work it out and try and get her on sometime this week so she can still give her farewell address.
That is correct. So Dawn show coming up at the top of the hour. Dawn's in hair and makeup now. She'll be back in a few minutes. In the meantime, let's get to what we like to call What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
Part 2. You guys remember this California mom who befriended Gavin Newsom?
Oh, yes, right at the beginning of the wildfire.
So she was on with Piers Morgan over the weekend, and she said that he wasn't on the phone with Biden. He was talking to his wife.
Yes.
Remember, he was like, I'm on the phone with the president right now. She's like, okay, can I see? He's like, I've been trying. I believe
I said he was on the phone with either like a delivery or a takeout service, but yes.
Let's roll cut 11, Phil, if you will, my friend.
Why is the president not taking your call?
Because it's not going through. So
Why?
I have to get cell service.
So let's get it. Let's get it. I want to be here when you call the president.
So the question is, has the governor lived up to his word? But joining me now is Rachel herself. Rachel, great to have you on Uncensored. I watched that with mounting anger, actually, on your behalf, because you were just getting so obviously fobbed off by Gavin Newsom. And your anger was palpable and entirely justified. How do you feel now that everyone's seen this video? How do you feel about it?
I'm an American, Piers. Thanks for having me on. Am I allowed to use the word that starts with W on your show?
Absolutely.
He's a wanker. That's all I can say. It was insanity. It was pure insanity. It's still insanity.
You can stop it. You can stop it. I just wanted her to say wanker.
Yeah, Jimmy Kelly, I need flubbed off on my board.
Fobbed off.
Fobbed off.
F-O-B-B-E-D.
Fobbed off.
Yep.
I need fobbed off from Piers Morgan on the board.
Yep.
But what would you expect? I mean, do you really believe Gavin Newsom in that moment was on the phone or trying to get on the phone with Joe Biden?
No.
Joe Biden only works from noon to 4 to begin with.
Yep. I'm not going to play it because we're going to get flagged as soon as I play Saturday Night Live. Did you watch Dave Chappelle?
I watched the entire show just because of Chappelle.
I have to ask you, what did you think of the opening monologue?
Underwhelming.
It was 17 minutes, and it was very preachy. It was very slow. I like some of the jokes. It was good.
He was smoking a cigarette.
I like the way he delivers, but that's his act.
Yeah.
That's what he does. I like the way he was smoking a cigarette and sitting there and, telling tales, but it was very like on my high horse. This is the Dave Chappelle.
Yes.
And I don't like this.
So, but how much of this is him being on NBC versus what you would get on Netflix?
I think he's very full of himself these days. And that's coming from a place I loved Dave Chappelle.
So do I.
I just don't think that was a good set. I don't think it was a good appearance.
It's actually laughable when you say who was the best performance on Saturday Night Live, X or Chappelle. And it was X because the cold open where they were basically ridiculing and mocking MSNBC with their own talent.
Agreed.
That was better than Chappelle.
Yep, 100% it was. Speaking of Gavin Newsom, he was on MSNBC over the weekend talking about the wildfires, what he's doing. Let's start here with cut 28, where he has a message for President-elect Trump.
First responders on the ground to get accurate information out there to the people of California. I'm more interested from you in how damaging it is when you have somebody with that type of a platform who is next week going to be the president of the United States is injecting inaccurate information about the worst wildfires in American history.
Let me answer that by thanking President of the United States, Joe Biden,
who within 36 hours supported a major disaster declaration by text. Within a few minutes later, committed 100. He could have just committed 75%, 90. He said 100% of all the costs for disaster recovery. That took the time to meet with first responders, was here on the ground. I want to thank President Joe Biden. And then I want to offer that as an example to the incoming president of presidential leadership, a president of the United States of America, being here for the American citizen. What's not, I think, helpful or beneficial is this string of consciousness, these wild-eyed fantasies that somehow the state water project, we have reservoirs that are at or near historic highs, full, completely full, that somehow there's a magical spigot in
all right, you can stop
California,
it.
Northern
He's in full damage control mode.
This guy, he is more concerned with allegations of spreading disinformation than he is the factual spreading of wildfires in his own state. This is now the second straight Sunday that this guy has put on this image, this optics, the setting he's in. If I recall last week on Monday, you played Gavin Newsom, I think, standing in the same spot with another MSNBC host. I don't know if it was Welker or it was somebody else, but yesterday with Psaki, and you hear the helicopters in the background. He wants all the visual and all the audio to go along with it.
He does.
He's only concerned about his potential run in 2028.
Steve Bannon was interviewed by John Carl. I can't believe I'm even saying that.
Wait,
but
ABC interviewed Steve Bannon.
ABC this week interviewed Steve Bannon, and he talked about the tech CEOs. Remember, we talked about the Joe Biden's farewell address where he talked about the oligarchy. The tech CEOs. Steve Bannon addressed that. This is what he said. This is cut 21, Phil, go.
The three richest Americans ever. You're going to see Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, prime seats. That doesn't seem like the forgotten men and women that Trump talked about last time. Are you surprised to see that?
I am not. They're there as supplicants. They're not there as the oligarchs. Remember what Biden said about the oligarchs. Jonathan, you know better than anybody because you've chronicled this in detail. We had no power. President Trump was out, and I mean when out, the political class in the Republican Party and Fox News turned against him. We're going to make him a non-person.
He was banned from their platforms.
For, I think, 18 months. But as soon as Zuckerberg said, I've been invited and I'm going, the floodgates opened up, and they were all there knocking, trying to be supplicants. So I look at this, and I think most people in our movement look at this as President Trump broke the oligarchs. He broke them, and they surrendered. They come and say, oh, we'll take off any constraints. There'll be no more checkings, everything. And when Biden talks about that, they create the oligarchs. They only became oligarchs, and they flipped on them when they had surrendered, and now they're going to come to Trump saying, I view this as September of 1945, the Missouri, and you have the Imperial High Command,
the Imperial Japanese,
and he's like Douglas MacArthur. They're there to. That is an official surrender, okay? And I think it's powerful.
All right, you can stop it. You can stop it. You can stop it.
So this is an interesting revelation. This is the same network that just had to shell out $15 million from George Stephanopoulos making the claim that Trump is a rapist. And now you have, if you would have said to me at the end of 2024, who will ABC interview in early 2025 that you never would imagine in your most insane dreams? I never thought I would see Steve Bannon on ABC. The question is now, moving forward, will some of these controversial voices be platformed by the mainstream media with Trump in his second term?
They'd be smart to do it.
They would be smart.
They'd be smart to do it.
I totally agree.
There you go.
All right, that'll do it. Cut Sheet Part 2 in the books. We'll come back, find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show, and I believe we do have an in-studio performance of Phil Omquist.
Who told me he'll be out here at 11 o'clock.
So Phil will be out here after he gives us a live rendition of Today in Music History. Phil Omquist out here to sign autographs and talk about bad Jets football, and we'll do that on the other side of Kayal and Company here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you looking to achieve your health goals and start the new year right? Well, now's the time to optimize and support your heart health, cholesterol, digestive health, energy levels, and more with Rescue Natural Supplements with their New Year's savings. Rescue is celebrating you, so save 35% on single bottles of Rescue supplements with the code HEALTH35. Try the popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart health, Rescue Probiotic for better digestion, or Rescue Oracine for more energy. Whatever your health goals are, Rescue has you covered. To place an order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, speak to a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant, or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Start your journey to better health today. Use the code HEALTH35. Again, save 35% on all single supplements. Use that code HEALTH35. Don't wait. Make this year your best yet with Rescue.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
It's the grand opening of King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia, Sunday, February 2nd from noon till 6. With deals and specials you won't want to miss. The gun store and shooting range is complete with an additional 7 more indoor lanes, 14 total, a huge parking lot rear entrance, and the same great staff inside. King Shooters welcomes beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters, helping you find the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories. 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia, on Facebook and at kingshooters.com.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything, online to hybrid courses, lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Win big this winter with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning's win-win deal, offering the best HVAC value on new installs to keep your home warm. Save thousands instantly with no equipment markups, extended 10-year warranty, rebates, and tax credits. Plus, CNC makes budgeting for your new system easy with 0% financing options. Schedule an estimate today with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York certified comfort experts, and start saving today. Visit cc-hvac.com. Offers only for new installations through January 31st.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
It's Kayal and Company, a little Village People, a YMCA, a fitting song as we wind things down here for our show.
Yeah.
The Dawn Show, coming up shortly.
Can I just give a shout out here to...
Yes.
Arlene and Charlie.
It's their 57th wedding anniversary.
57 years we were married.
Wow.
Still to the same man. That's something.
Amazing.
And it's Trump inauguration. Whoa.
Wow. Awesome.
What a day. What a day.
Congratulations.
Woo.
Congratulations. Thanks for coming out.
57 years. I might not even live to see 57. She's been married for 57.
You certainly won't.
What a time to be alive.
Amazing.
All right, Dawn Show coming up in a few moments. We'll find out what she has on tap. But right now, before he comes out to sign autographs, it's time for Phil Almquist with Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, January 20th, we celebrate the birthdays of Nathan Connolly from Snow Patrol, Sid Wilson from Slipknot, Paul Stanley from Kiss, Ian Hill from Judas Priest, and Tracy Guns from LA Guns. We also lost Meatloaf on this day in 2022, Etta James in 2012, and DJ Alan Freed in 1965. Sings include What's Going On by Marvin Gaye in 71, She Loves You by the Beatles in 64, and Jump in the Fire by Metallica in 84. Albums include Pyromania by Def Leppard in 83, City to City by Jerry Rafferty in 78, Meet the Beatles by the Beatles in 64, Between the Buttons by the Stones in 67, and Infinity by Journey in 78. Also in 88, the Beatles were inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. In 69, Led Zeppelin performed in front of just 55 fans on the night of Richard Nixon's inauguration. And actually, speaking of Nixon, James Brown performed at the inaugural ball, even though he endorsed Hubert Humphrey. In 58, Elvis received his draft notice, and in 65, both the Stones and the Kinks made their debut on ABC's Shindig. But lastly, on this day in 82, Ozzy Osbourne bit the head off a bat on stage in Iowa, thinking it was plastic and not real. For Kayal & Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
Phil Almquist with another riveting rendition of what occurred today in music history as we find out what Dawn Stensland has lined up in exactly 7 minutes and 5 seconds.
Yeah, and we're a little over 2 hours from the big moment when DJT, our incoming president, becomes the president, number 47 again. Can't wait. So we continue on with the celebration. Somebody will join me right at 10 o'clock who could be there today, right there on the dais, who was there in D.C. for all the celebrations. But you know what? She chose to come back home, traveling overnight last night in that snowstorm, to be here with you, Pennsylvania, with you, Bucks County. And she brings forth a very special message right from the top, right from President Trump. So we can't wait to talk to her. Also, some local Bucks officials and elected officials who can breathe a sigh of relief and talk about at the school board level, et cetera, what's going on and the future. So we'll have it all the highlights from yesterday.
This morning, his office did.
What's that?
What is that?
Jimmy Kelly with his first misfire with 20 seconds to go.
That's all right.
He was almost at the finish line.
By the way, we'll be live here at the NAC all day until 3 o'clock, until Dom's show is done, and you won't miss anything. By the way, if you're watching right now on YouTube, just stay right there. We're going to continue the feed. We'll have the inauguration live on the YouTube if you can't come down here to the Newtown Athletic Club. But you should definitely make a trip down here, Dawn show, and then Dom will be live starting at noon all day here today.
There you go.
Well, Dom is, I think he's going to come on a little early.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? Like
Sure.
11, whenever he can, 11:40-ish or 11:45, because we're leading up to the moment then when we, of course, you're not going to miss a thing. We will, when Trump starts signing the documents noonish, we'll go, WPHT will carry all that for you.
There you go. Everybody, thank you so much for coming out. It was a pleasure to see everybody here. Don't go anywhere. Dawn is up next, then Dom, and then I'm going to come out there and say hello, and then Stocker's going to go back and, I don't know, tip the pool boy or whatever he does from his compound. All right, everybody, have a great rest of your Monday, as John Fetterman would say. Good night, everybody.
Woo.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
With a new administration bringing optimism back into the nation, it's more important now than ever before to become crash-proof.
Anthony Torelli, Clifton Heights, Pennsylvania. If President Trump can do what he did in his previous term as president and get the economy booming again, then that would be great for crash-proof and it would be great for my family and my future. This year, our portfolio grew by 15.7%. If I had left my funds with my previous advisor, that money would have returned about 8 to 9%, and we outperformed my previous advisor 2-1. That's interest credited that we're not going to lose with no fees involved. I'm glad the market's up, and I hope it continues to go up. But at some point, the market's going to come down again, and I'm guaranteed not to lose anything. We can continue on this pathway to success with crash-proof retirement.
You don't have to choose between security and opportunity. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on January 22nd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows, and you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Young man, there's no need to feel down. I said, young man, pick yourself off the ground. I said, young man, cause you're in a new town. There's no need to be unhappy, young man.
Yeah, we are celebrating. And, you know, somebody who was actually there, welcome into the Dawn Stensland Show. We are live from the Newtown Athletic Club. Thanks for being here. Woohoo! Somebody who was there for all the festivities. You're not going to miss a thing today, so we'll play everything. I don't know if you couldn't sleep last night. I couldn't sleep last night with the snow. It felt like Christmas Eve coming into today. And somebody who could have been there was there all weekend in that snowstorm, in the height of it. The woman who is the wind beneath the Trump Force 47 wings. Linda Kearns, our great election integrity attorney. She could have been there today with Trump. She wanted to be here to bring forth an important message. Can we hear it for Linda Kearns? Woo! Who, yes, loves
Wise men say only fools.
No fools here.
I wanted to be here with you all to thank my beloved Pennsylvanians for making today happen. if Pennsylvania hadn't gone like it did, I don't think the country would have gone like it did. We showed momentum here in this very important swing state, and when the rest of the country noticed, we put Donald Trump over the top. And I wanted to be here to thank you all, to thank the listeners, to thank the voters, to thank everyone who volunteered for me, to thank Cranky Pants Greg Stocker, who I think over the last year was probably like, enough with Linda Kearns. Like, does she need to be on the radio every day? But he did. He let me come on. He let me bring the RNC message. He let me bring the Donald J. Trump message, and I couldn't be happier. And Dawn's right. I'm counsel to Pennsylvania for the RNC, and I'm also one of the counsels for the inaugural committee, and I'm actually on call in case something happens. But I told them I wanted to be here, and they were thrilled that I wanted to do that for you. So here I am.
So your team right now is what, at the Capital One?
They're at the Capital One. I mean, if it would have been in person, we would have been, up front. But we're at the Capital One Center. They're texting me pictures. They're a couple rows in, but I'm fine. I am here with my beloved Pennsylvanians.
Awesome. Listen, I know you have a message because you had talked about President Trump, Michael Whatley, the entire team. Your message that you wanted to convey here locally as to what they feel about everybody here, all the patriots, everybody listening, Linda.
Absolutely. Yesterday, we had a big inaugural luncheon to celebrate the incoming White House counsel. Dave Warrington, Michael Whatley was there. I spoke to him. We talked about how this station got the message out for us and what Pennsylvania did to really put us over the top. The whole team at the RNC and at the Trump campaign couldn't be happier. And I'm glad to say we're not going anywhere. I'm going to start tomorrow asking all of you to sign up to be poll workers in this election because we want you all ready for 2028 and all of the other elections in between that are just as important. So today's for celebrating, and tomorrow we're back to work. We already have a whole team in place, and I am thrilled because as an election law attorney, I've been asking for this for years. Like, just because we win, you can't abandon us.
Yes, it's so true, Linda.
The work starts the next day, and the RNC is absolutely committed to that with Michael Whatley, and I just couldn't be happier.
I know we'll play a lot of audio, Linda, upcoming about some of the statements that incoming President Trump, he made a lot of statements yesterday, throughout the day, and even late last night, his kind of last word at that candlelight dinner. I know you were there for all of it. But when he talks about that they were trying things or the shenanigans, and I see the so-called mainstream media or the legacy media, and they say, and they poo-poo that. Nothing was happening, nothing to see here. Everything was as if it was, let's say, pristine. I think we know differently. I certainly know differently because I know thousands of RNC attorneys, many of them here in Pennsylvania, led by you. This was not a nothing burger. I feel like, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I feel like you and your team were in court throughout, just trying to make sure there was election integrity, transparency, and that there were no shenanigans.
It was the busiest year of my life. I worked on Stensland hours for a full year. I don't know how I did it. I don't know how she does it, but it was only because we were allowed to have so many volunteers, so many eyes and ears, and that's something that we really fought for. That wasn't something that just came easily. And yes, multiple lawsuits, but you know what the difference was this year? We were so prepared. No post-election lawsuits. That's because we won before the election. We got it all done. And we still have a lot here to do in Pennsylvania. We need to elect people to our legislature that's going to pass good election integrity laws. We need to elect a Republican governor in Pennsylvania. That's coming up. So we do really need to change a lot. But yes, we worked so hard, and it was all of the volunteers that helped. I had eyes and ears everywhere.
Yes.
And when you have eyes and ears, it's harder for people to get away with shenanigans.
Yeah, so when you hear people say that in the so-called legacy media, you know differently as to what was going on. To have that many attorneys who had to be in court constantly fighting and battling to keep that election integrity. If we can ask Dan Borowski, he'll be here. I know some of you have asked about Big Dan, but he's in mission control back at Odyssey World Headquarters in Philadelphia. So Dan, if you can play some of the candlelight dinner audio that President Trump had been speaking out. We'd love to hear what the president had to say last night.
Yeah, here we go. Take a listen.
Thanks, Dan.
I want to
especially thank you all for being here on the eve of one of the most important days in the history of our country, the day we save our nation and begin to make America great again. I'm thrilled to share this special moment with so many friends and supporters. You are a very extraordinary crowd of people. You're the men and women who helped make this momentous day possible, and I'm incredibly grateful for your love and support and generosity. You've been amazing. Our journey has not been an easy one, as you perhaps have seen. A lot of people said that was an impossible journey, but here we are. And we stuck together through every challenge and obstacle, and we stood strong for our country and for our freedom. And this is not my victory. This is our victory, everybody in this room. Thank you.
Trump in stereo, but we're hearing two different statements kind of blended. It was like Trump in stereo. Linda's like, is that two different statements? Or?
But Dawn, before we continue, I got to say a real girl thing. I mean, we are bringing glamour back to that White House.
Yes.
Have you been watching Melania?
Yes.
Stunning. I mean, I think I'm looking forward to that the most for the next 4 years.
Yes.
Stunning.
She was, and you were there in person, Linda, but she was, just to describe the candlelight dinner, he's in a tux. She was in this black sequin.
I think she might be on the feed.
Yeah, if you can see, there she is right there if you're looking on YouTube. So she has sort of a off-white silk top. Then what is that? Almost like a cape that's long with sequins, matching her sequin long. I don't know if it's Dolce. I don't know what she's wearing. I'm not good with all that, Linda. But you're right, glamorous.
And this morning
elegant.
at the prayer service, she had on a gorgeous hat. I saw the picture. Oh, we're in for a great 4 years.
And that's just it. You have the prayer breakfast. And then reportedly, they said that Biden and Trump would have tea together, the Bidens and the Trumps. Right. And what do you make of that, Linda, as far as, and then they'll ride to the limo together?
Right. I mean, I like to see those traditions carried on, and I'm glad that they're doing all that. I think it's important for Americans to see that transition.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. It's so funny to me, though, that now it's over, and we even saw it with Obama chumming it up, joking around with Trump during that funeral when they were in the pews during the Jimmy Carter previous to the funeral, obviously. But all of that rhetoric that we heard that, Trump is a danger to democracy, he's the devil, he's Hitler, I think not. And aren't they showing, that's why the liberal media is losing their minds, right?
But I could see Obama getting right back at that for the midterm. So I don't trust them.
So we need to just remember and keep on playing this. So take me through it as far as what you're preparing for, because that's the thing I keep seeing. I don't know if you all are seeing it on social media, but I keep seeing this on social media, that people are saying, well, I hope that they keep up with election integrity, because if they forget about that, the same thing will revive its ugly head.
Right. Well, Chairman Whatley is absolutely committed to election integrity. He was just elected to another 2-year term, and I was with him yesterday, and he is committed. And at 12:01 today, a lot of the colleagues that I worked with, they're becoming White House counsel. 12:01, they are going to be in that office working. The rest of us are going to be celebrating, and they're going to be in that office working. And some of the portfolio is election integrity, working with Congress on good election laws. So it's going to continue. Absolutely.
Which is so important. But all of you, Linda will be tapping into all of us on the weekends, during the week. Remember Trump Force 47, all of our great meetings? We need to just keep it up. And just like with Trump, I mean, before office, you felt like I had to remind myself, well, he's not the president yet. The guy is so hardworking, but he's already to work today. We'll talk about all of that, right, with what's going to happen. Do you have any insight for us, Linda Kearns, as far as what we can expect? Because I'm hearing that, for example, the cartels may very well be labeled as a terrorist organization.
Well, I've represented Trump in his elections now for 10 years. So, and I've gotten to see a lot of the people that he has around him. And what I can tell the American people is the people he has around him this cycle are amazingly talented, smart, bright people. I have tons of confidence in the decisions that they're making. A lot of the people that I work with, both in the campaign and on the inaugural committee, they are going into that White House counsel's office. My friend Pam Bondi, who's been on this station,
Yes.
she's going to be our attorney general. I couldn't feel more safe as an American. So I can relay that I have a lot of trust and faith in the talent that he's recruited that's around him.
It's so true. Let's hear it for the great Linda Kearns. Woo! Linda, we love you. Can't thank you enough. And of course, I know there was Elvis news too today, so it all fits together.
Well, yeah, Phil never disappoints. and I know. I know that's got to irritate Greg, but actually that's part of the enjoyment.
Yes,
of it, right?
absolutely.
Absolutely, yeah.
You know, Dan Borowski and Jimmy Kelly back at the station playing, Jailhouse Rock. What's your reaction? I would love to hear your reaction to the fact that just this morning, President Joe Biden, in his final moments, gives a pardon, a preemptive pardon. I've never really heard of this, but it's to Fauci, it's to Liz Cheney, it's to the J6ers, it's to Milley. Your reaction to that, Linda?
My reaction is, if they didn't do anything wrong, why did they need a pardon? But I think that we as Americans, we cannot forget what we went through. We cannot forget what it was like under the Biden-Harris administration. We can't forget what it was like under the campaign with all of the lawfare and all of the threats to President Trump, because I don't think those have stopped. And remember, Corey Compatore, his family is celebrating Donald Trump today without him. And that was, right, I think, a product of the lawfare, of the rhetoric. And I think that it's going to come back. And I think that we're much stronger than they are, but we have to remain vigilant, which is why I am also very confident in the RNC under Chairman Whatley's leadership, because he knows we have to remain vigilant about everything, including election integrity.
Amen. Linda Kearns. All right, we have to take a quick break. Around the corner, much more what you can expect going on with Inauguration Day. Donald J. Trump, number 47. We'll be right back.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Quite a surprise pivot for the 76ers. The team striking a deal reportedly with Comcast Spectacor to remain in the South Philadelphia sports complex.
Is this a loss for Sherelle Parker? This would go down as one of the highlights of her tenure.
I think that's why she was excited about it.
So in a 72-hour stretch, Macy's, no more in the Wanamaker building, and you don't get the arena.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Helping your inner circle prepare for emergencies can start in many ways. Put together an emergency kit with WipeWall. Create a family communication plan with your tita. Remind Bai to keep a backup battery charged. It all starts with a simple step, telling those you care about to be ready for the worst. So start a conversation and plan for emergencies together. Get more tips at ready.gov/start. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Cancer, a scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people
across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
The new 2025 Harley-Davidsons have arrived at Barb's Harley-Davidson. Barb's is Philly's closest and New Jersey's #1 dealer, and they want to be your Harley-Davidson dealer too. Be there Saturday for the new model reveal party, only at Barb's. Check us out at barbshd.com.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
The pro football playoff season is here, and there's one place to be. The BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Your home for wagertainment, giving you the sharpest insights and bringing on expert guest analysis.
From point spreads to props, live betting to futures, BetQL has you covered every step of the way with wall-to-wall coverage on the road to the championship in New Orleans.
Listen live on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM, on the free Odyssey app and twitch.tv/BetQL or YouTube at Odyssey Sports.
Here are the top questions from homeowners in the new year. Can my roof survive another winter? And can my bank account survive if my roof doesn't? Trust PJ Fitzpatrick for the answer. Roofing done right the first time and roofing priced like it was last year. That's right. To keep their crews working this winter, PJ Fitzpatrick will set all prices back a year and guarantee your estimate for all of 2025. Plus, they guarantee their work for the life of your roof. Visit trustpj.com to schedule your free consultation and price lock guarantee.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Donald Trump gets sworn in at the Capitol as the 47th president of the United States. The snowstorm has come and gone, but temperatures are plummeting and staying that way the rest of the week. And what a thrilling win for the Eagles versus the Rams. They'll host the Commanders next Sunday for a trip to the big game.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Woohoo! We are here to celebrate Newtown Athletic Club. Thank you for being here today. I know lunch will be served shortly, so we've got the Fight flag reminding us of Butler, PA, not just the initial attempt to take our greatest president of the United States ever, number 45. But, remember that big reunion Butler County rally here in Butler, PA. That was amazing. And I remember during one of my interviews with Eric Trump that the great Dan Borowski, our executive producer, set up. And I had noted, because I'd actually met Ivanka Trump years ago, when she was on Ivana Trump years ago, when she was on one of her book tours. And did you realize that it was almost a year to the day when Ivana Trump tragically died? Remember that? She fell down her stairs. Yeah. It was such a tragedy and such a shock. And this was right amidst, remember, the FBI raid. And here they are, like, grieving their mom, the 3 eldest Trump kids, and coping with all of that craziness. Did you know it was, I had thought it was almost a year to the day. Eric said it actually, when she fell, was 1 year to the day, that July 13th. Can you imagine? Wow. So they almost lost their mother and then their dad 1 year to the day. It just kind of gives you chill bumps to think, what in the heck is going on, So I just thank God. I have been praying for President Trump, Melania Trump, the entire First Family, the entire cabinet, Linda, for that reason, because I just feel that this family has been under attack. I mean, more than certainly any president that I've ever seen in my lifetime.
Absolutely. And I know the producers, when I come on, they always play Suspicious Minds by Elvis. But that's the best theme song for me, because I am suspicious. I am suspicious of the Democrats. Thank God I'm not going for a Senate-confirmed position. I have to explain this. But I am absolutely suspicious of them, and we have to stay on guard. Yes. I don't want to see us get too comfortable. This is a day for celebration, but we can't get too comfortable. We have to fight for liberty every single day. And when I look back to the Biden administration, administration, who was the voice that we could listen to? We could say, hey, someone's on our side. This radio station, I mean, they were such a comfort to me through this entire Biden administration. So we just have to continue to be vigilant.
And I think that's true. How many of you have said that this morning as we're talking? I think Liz was one of the first people to say it this morning, to talk about the fact that, we came together much like family. Maybe we're just meeting today or other events in person, but we really had to come together and support one another because I remember back even on the Zioli show, this goes back to 2015, and I remember being on the air and saying, Rich, there's something weird. You're saying you put something out on social media. Why can't I see it? Or you would DM somebody, or it was really bizarre. Now we know the truth, and hopefully we get that transparency.
Absolutely. And, I've been an election law lawyer now for over 20 years, and so many times I was called horrible names and an election suppressor, an election denier. And I thought, all I really want is to have poll watchers in the polling place.
Yes.
Why are they demonizing me? But that's what the left does, and we just have to stay on alert.
It's so true. Let's listen in. I know Linda was there, but some of you haven't heard as incoming President Trump was yesterday, huge rally, and then that beautiful candlelight dinner where I think it's the last time we heard from him on the inauguration eve. It's a tradition, but he took the moment to, quite frankly, alluded to Linda, your team, but also Dave McCormick, Senator McCormick, and others. Listen in as Trump was speaking out last night.
So as we begin this exciting new chapter, I especially want to thank my family, starting with our great First Lady, Melania. Thank you, Melania. And a very special thanks to our outstanding Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, along with his incredible wife, Usha Vance. Great. Thank you, J.D. Fantastic job. Thank you very much, Usha. And I have to call out somebody that's very special, who we put into a position that she knew nothing about other than she's an extraordinarily competent person, and she learned everything she needed to learn probably in the first day. And that's Laura Trump, who became the head, along with Michael, of the Republican Party, and she ran a tough group of people, and we made it too big to rig. They tried, but they couldn't get past her.
So, when you hear him say that, too big to rig, is there any exaggeration? Because I see already the so-called CNN fact checkers, and they're saying, Trump continues to tell lies and spew these lies, it's too big to rig, etc. Is that truthful to you, Linda Kearns?
That they were trying to rig it? Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. We're constantly under attack. And I think what a lot of people don't realize is our election laws in Pennsylvania, they really need to be fixed. Mm-hmm. I'll just give an example. There were more slots for observers of mail ballots in Bucks County than I had in Philadelphia, meaning they only gave us so many slots in Philadelphia because there was only so many Republican candidates, and that's how the law is written. But in Bucks County, even though I had more slots, the room where they count the ballots was so small, I couldn't fit all the observers in there. So there was all sorts of constant inconsistencies, constant just changing of the rules along the way, and we just continued to fight. And what you may not realize, I think I talked about this on Rich's show last week, we're still fighting over whether or not you have to date a mail ballot.
Can you believe this?
The Supreme Court just considered that case in conference last week, whether or not to take it. That's a case from the western part of the state. And then just last week, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court agreed to take the issue again, whether or not asking people to date a mail ballot violates the free and fair election clause of the Constitution. And it's just ridiculous that they're saying that we're trying to suppress the vote because we want people to properly date their ballots. And I think that's a common sense rule. I don't think I ever signed my name without dating it. So yes, it's absolutely still being attacked.
Unbelievable. I know we have a great audience here, and in the audience, actually, I was talking to Angela, who works with a group as their case has gone to SCOTUS as well, and that's about federal employees having to do with federal employees and private employees who actually did not want to get the vaccine, were threatened with firings, that sort of thing. Do you see a resolution within, as far as all of these executive orders and memos and different things? We're hearing 100 executive orders, but maybe another 100 things that Trump will sign today that clarify this or clear that out and bring people back to work or give them some kind of justice on this.
Absolutely. I mean, I heard that some of Trump's remarks today are going to be about bringing common sense back, and that's what it's all about. I mean, that was a really dark period, that whole vaccine period in our life. I heard you this morning calling it a pandemic, but they called it a pandemic. Was it really a pandemic? I mean, I'm not even sure it was. Sure, there was this virus going around, but did we really need to shut everything down? It was so ridiculous that happened to us as Americans, but especially here in Pennsylvania, we really fought back. We fought back to the governor, and we got our voices heard. So I am so proud of Pennsylvania in that regard.
Amen. 855-839-1210. Yes, Dan.
I got a question for Linda.
Uh-oh. Is it about Elvis?
No, it's about a conspiracy theory.
Dun, 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 dun,
yes,
dun, dun.
One that's now developing on the left. Yesterday during a speech, Trump said this about Elon Musk, and it's led to a lot of conspiracy theories about what happened here in Pennsylvania. Take a listen.
And it's pretty amazing, but he did that, and then he journeyed to Pennsylvania, where he spent like a month and a half campaigning for me in Pennsylvania, and he's a popular guy, and he was very effective. And he knows those computers better than anybody, all those computers, those vote-counting computers. And we ended up winning Pennsylvania like in a landslide, so it was pretty good.
Sorry to put you on the spot there, Linda, but I don't know. Are you able to tell us what he meant by that? Because the left has spun out of control with conspiracy theories saying that Trump meant that Elon hacked into the computer somehow and stole. Now they're starting with the election conspiracy theories, Linda. So your thoughts on that comment?
I hope they all get sued by Dominion and others.
I think, first of all, real election integrity is not that exciting. It's very, very, very basic. And the genius of our system in the whole country and in Pennsylvania is that it's separated out. It's not centralized. So there are no computers to hack into. You would have to hack into there was 4,000 voting machines alone in Philadelphia. None of them hooked up to the internet. So if you wanted to hack into them, you had to hack into 4,000 of them, multiply that all across the state. There really was no computer to hack into. So no, I mean, the left is they're going to have to spin these theories because they have to talk about something. I would think they would be celebrating because now they have something to talk about. Now they don't have to lie about the fact that Biden is really aware and alive. Mm-hmm. Like, now they have something actually to talk about. So I don't think that's a conspiracy theory that we need to spend a lot of time on.
Well, you hear them talking about this. There's another conspiracy theory involving Elon Musk, this one with Vivek Ramaswamy. Again, this is the left trying to take the narrative, control the narrative. You'll hear from Vivek around the corner, and what's up with that? The Dawn Show continues right after this.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Let King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia help protect you and your family. King Shooter Supply has over 200 years of combined firearms experience to help you get what you need to protect what you love. They gladly welcome beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters. They'll guide you through the nuances of finding the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories that you need for self-defense. Visit them at 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia. Visit them on Facebook or at kingshooters.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
If the cold weather has you thinking it's finally time to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then there's no better time than now to make your home more energy efficient while taking advantage of Guida's big winter sales event. My good friends at Guida Door and Window are extending their big winter sale through the month of January by offering 40% off every window and door you buy. That's right, 40% off every expertly installed energy-efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass. And if you're in need of a new door, you'll get 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, you can start your project with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. The offer is for a limited time only, so act quickly. If your home needs new windows and doors, call the experts at Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Think about it with the Eagles. Every week, all right, we're going to show Pats. We're going to show the steps. And when an Eagle fan does something stupid, bozo in the 700 level, that doesn't speak volumes to all of us. There's always a few bad actors.
I'm just surprised that it did not end up in a fist fight. You know what I mean?
If you're leaving the stadium and there's a bunch of drunk idiot fans yelling at your wife, do you immediately take out your phone and start filming, or do you do something about it? You do something about it.
Get in their face.
My crowbar.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon in the house, and dig this, folks. This is not a drill. It's the real thing. You can now join me weeknights from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT or anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Yeah, we are celebrating. By the way, Sarah brings this Trump Blanc de Blanc. This is from Monticello. It's his special champagne. We got it. We got a couple bottles, courtesy Sarah. The Trump champagne, right, Linda? So we'll be popping that.
Cannot wait. 1201 cannot come fast enough.
Right? So let's, as we celebrate Trump in about an hour, right? Let's talk about Vivek Ramaswamy. And just speaking about what the left does, I saw them trying these on social media yesterday, on X, last night. And people are saying, oh, do you see there's trouble? There's fighting between Vivek and Elon. They're fighting the Doge. There's trouble in Doge. And I look at that right away. And you know how you have like your BS meter? And I'm like, this is so ridiculous. I know from friends who, whatever, close to Vivek and the insider sources who've said Vivek was always looking to run for something in his home of Ohio, right, Linda?
Absolutely.
So then, sure enough, and they never mentioned the fact that Mike DeWine, Ohio's governor, what did he do Friday into Saturday? He announces that his lieutenant gov, who he clearly wanted to be teed up to be the next gov, all of a sudden he's naming him, appointing him to J.D. Vance's empty seat as J.D. advances to Veep. Right. And what does that do? It tees up Vivek. Makes sense to be the governor, to run for gov in 26. But it's the kind of thing that I'm talking about. And we all have to be smart and savvy about that. And I think that's what, to your point earlier, Linda, that's what we are learning.
Right. I mean, these Democrats, it's a lifestyle choice to just try to knock us down, try to have these conspiracy theories. Personally, I was working last night because I was still finalizing some of these contracts for the inauguration. So maybe these people need to get a job and stay off social media. Maybe we'd all be better off.
Yeah, not just your 8-year-old, but maybe some of these other so-called influencers. All right, I know Dan Borowski has some Vivek Ramaswamy audio for us. Did Vivek say this yesterday? Or he put this out on social media this weekend, if not yesterday?
This is either Friday or Saturday that he put this out. Yeah, because he posted it out on Saturday.
Those things that we have to look forward to. I think the number one thing we actually have to look forward to is a revival of self-confidence in the United States of America. We have, for the last 4 years, and quite possibly longer, we have lost our sense of who we are as a country. We've succumbed to this culture of victimhood, victims of narratives of race or gender or sexuality or the climate or the weather or anything else. And to me, my reason for getting into this fight didn't have to do with me, didn't have to do with our family, certainly my wife and I. We've lived the American dream. This country's given us everything we could have asked for and more. I'm in this for the next generation. President Trump is in this for the next generation. I'm here with my 4-year-old son who came along with me. I told him to stay back in the hotel, but he really wanted to come here and be here, with us. He's right here. His name's Karthik. He turns 5 next month. And that's why we're in this, is that we want to pass on a country to our kids greater than the one we inherited, and a country where our kids can be confident and proud to be citizens of this nation once again. A country where we teach them not to be victims, but to be victors. That's who we are as Americans. We've lost that inner animal spirit, but not for much longer. I think that's what's going to change at noon on Monday, that we are going to make America great again by believing in ourselves. The pursuit of excellence, the unapologetic, restrained pursuit of greatness, that's what America was founded on. We're the pioneers, the explorers, the unafraid, who no bureaucracy, no system, no government would stop along the way. The country where Thomas Jefferson, at the age of 33, younger than me, signed into existence the Declaration of Independence in the nation that followed, the Lewis and Clark expeditions in the years thereafter, the Louisiana Purchase. Worth remembering that one. We weren't always the small fringe of backwater colonies that expanded into creating a country that's the greatest known to the history of mankind. That's the spirit we're going to revive. And it's going to take all of us. I think that it's easy once you've defeated your opponents. In this case, it was the Republicans versus Democrats, to celebrate. But the hard part of a victory like this is once you've won both chambers of Congress, you have a 6-3 majority in the Supreme Court and control of the White House. Now you have no one left to blame but to actually get the job done. And so we've preached it to the other side. We've told the people, young kids on the left at universities across the country, I've told them we don't believe in victimhood, we believe in victory. But now we're going to swallow a bit of our own medicine and say we believe the same thing for our side as well. Victory is our only option. And Monday morning when Donald Trump takes office, that is not the destination of our fight. That is the start line for a battle that continues not just for the next 4 years, but for generations to come. And I truly believe, now more than ever, not in some fake politician way, but in a true way, I believe it now, that our best days as a country are actually still ahead of us. That we are not a nation in decline anymore, but a nation in our ascent. And with your help, we're going to get there. Thank you, guys. God bless you and your families. May God bless our United States of America, and may our best days as a nation be ahead. Thank you.
So that's Vivek Ramaswamy. You remember when he was here, many of you were at that town hall, one of the town halls he did. The one I attended with him was at the Union League. But I would just ask you, when you hear him speaking, the word is he's going to announce for his candidacy for the next governor of his home state of Ohio. But does that sound to you, Linda Kearns, like somebody who's disgruntled or having, I don't know, some kind of troubles in Doge?
Absolutely not. And what he said was so inspiring. I mean, I look at my own family. Neither of my grandfathers made it out of grade school. I represented the President of the United States campaign 3 times. So our family could have sat back as victims, and we didn't. We just worked hard, went to school, decided, we're not going to let anything keep us down. And that was his message. So no, he does not sound disgruntled at all. He sounds like somebody who I want to be a governor.
Yes.
Absolutely.
He's an American patriot.
And he's been working with Doge ever since they announced it. So, and I'm sure he's not going to completely divest himself. I mean, his ideas are awesome, and they're going to be available to all of us.
Linda, when you say that, I think that's part of what's happening is just reviving the American spirit and reaching so many different groups. And actually, Dan has a great piece of audio where Trump speaks to that as to who he wants to serve as the next president of the United States. I think that's an important point that you made. For me, I'm that girl, first female in my family to graduate from college, put myself through. Many of us are like that, where no other woman in my family had a college degree. Very few men, if any, did. And then as well, thinking about what our families fought for. My grandpa, John Schuett, you can look him up, Purple Heart awardee. He was on Iwo Jima. And you look at his 5th Division, 26 Marine. I mean, he was there at Iwo Jima during that horrifying time, 1945, when most of his unit did not come home, at least. They came home in a box. And you think about the patriotism. He suffered his whole life with he was wounded, WIA, came home, but loved America, loved this country, and said every day, I'm so proud and thankful to be an American. That's what we're reviving.
Absolutely. And it is okay to say, in fact, it's expected. We live in the greatest country on earth.
Yes.
Yet the liberals don't want us to say that. And Donald J. Trump, he's bringing that back. And he's celebrating all of our armed forces. I mean, he went to the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier this week, and that was a very moving ceremony. He remembers, he knows what it takes to have the liberty that we have, and we have to fight for it every day. And that's why I'm so thankful. 12:01 today, we're back.
We're counting down. If you're watching us on YouTube and here at the Newtown Athletic Club, our team, Sean is here, Kirk is here, Captain Kirk we call him, but they're switching back and forth so that you can see. Sometimes we have us on, but sometimes we have I think this is the presidential motorcade. The Trumps and the Bidens had a little tea. Sean's nodding yes. So they had a little tea, a little breakfast this morning. Yep. And now in a show of unity, the current president, the future president, the first ladies, they're right, Linda, they're in the limo.
Absolutely.
Making their way.
Yep, making their way to the swearing-in ceremony. Yep.
So it's a big moment in our American history. So if you're listening, if you're watching on YouTube, you're not going to miss a thing because the guys are monitoring this. so that you'll not miss a thing, as you'll see everything that happens. And they're kind of switching back and forth to show the crowd here, us here, Linda.
And we need to take ownership of this, because remember, we made Pennsylvania Trump country. People call us a purple state. I don't believe this. We are ruby red.
Yes. Thank you for being here, whether you're in person with us live at the Newtown Athletic Club. Remember, lunch is about to come out, about to be served, so come on down. Otherwise, stay cozy where you are. The roads aren't really that, I mean, we all made it in fine. So the roads for me were pretty good, and I'm coming from Philadelphia, so
I came from Philly.
So so side roads, just be safe, but it's bright, sunny. They've done a good job clearing. Come on down or join us and stay where you are as cozy, but we will certainly be here. And as far as our friend Rich Zioli, I even texted him, offered my Michael would come pick him up. I know that it kills him, Linda. He was supposed to be your date. You guys were supposed to be there on the dais right there by Trump. Well, you know what I mean?
All right. Well, so yesterday was the big inaugural luncheon for the Republican National Lawyers Association, where we celebrated the incoming White House counsel. Rich was supposed to go with me. He could not because of his foot. I did
and the surgery.
Texting him, and he was thrilled to see the pictures I was texting him, but so sad that he couldn't make it.
Yeah, I can't believe it, but we've been praying for him that he's taking the antibiotics. He had that surgery more than a week ago, hospitalized. So he's with us and with the president, with you, Linda, with all of us in spirit.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And he'll be on at 3, but that's why he wants you to know that, because he's not here. So thank you. Tommy McDonald just brought up a monitor so we can see Donald J. Trump, 47th. President of the United States. I literally just got butterflies.
This is what it's all about. Every one of you who stood in a polling place for 16 hours for me, every one of you who just watched those ballots, every one of you who made phone calls, who just made sure your neighbor, your friend, or your aunt who might not have voted got out to vote. This is you. This is your victory.
Yes.
We did this.
You take that victory lap. And, I got to talk about our win beneath our wings, our great loyal sponsors who make it all happen. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, featuring the very latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. I'm talking Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati. These models, they're so sleek, so beautiful. New designs, innovative features powered by the very latest in technology. Right now, Piazza has thousands of new as well as certified pre-owned vehicles available right now across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and of course, New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Just visit them. Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-511-3535. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider, 800-511-3535. That's 800-511-3535. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-511-3535.
Am I going to be okay? It's the most important question you should ask yourself when approaching retirement. A financial advisor will probably answer that question by looking at just one thing: how much you've saved. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, we believe that's only half the story. The stock market will continue to go up and down, but at Spectrum Wealth, we can help you build guaranteed lifetime income that's not affected by any of it. Let's sit down together and help you answer the question, am I going to be okay? Call 856-322-8686 or online at spectrumwp.com. And tune into the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Dawn Stensland here. Recently, I had Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning out to my home to make sure it's winter ready. A third-generation owned and veteran-founded company. Maybe you live in an older suburban home. Consider a ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning. Mitsubishi Electric is a great solution for a home lacking ductwork and could provide up to $2,000 in tax savings. Contact Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning now. MarvinEKanze.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Hey, Cherry Hill. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker, play 1210 WPHT.
We are live, we are local, and we are about an hour from the big moment. Linda Kearns, woo! Let's hear it live from the Newtown Athletic Center.
We are making America great again.
I can't wait. We've got the Trump champagne. We're going to pop it right at noon. And so here's what we do. We're giving you a hybrid, so you're not going to miss a thing. You can see all the pomp and circumstance. As I do recognize there's Kim Bondi. There's Pam Bondi,
Pete Hegseth, yep.
I saw Governor Burgum. So they're the cabinet making their way in. And so we've got that going on. Dan Borowski the Trump campaign or the Trump presidency just released an awesome new hype video to get us all like kind of fired up for 1 hour to go. Let's watch.
Give you one message to hold in your hearts today. It's this: never, ever give up.
FBI raid at Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago residence.
Deadly force being authorized.
Nothing worth doing ever, ever, ever came easy.
Donald J. Trump has been indicted.
Jack Smith has again indicted former President Trump.
Over the course of your life, you will find that things are not always fair. You will find that things happen to you that you do not deserve. Like they said, take a look at what happened. But you have to put your head down and fight, fight, fight. Never, ever, ever give up. The more people tell you it's not possible, that it can't be done, the more you should be absolutely determined to prove them wrong.
CNN projects that Donald Trump has been elected president.
Treat the word impossible as nothing more than motivation. Relish the opportunity to be an outsider, because it's the outsiders who change the world. 250 million Americans are not garbage. And it'll make a real and lasting difference. The more that a broken system tells you that you're wrong, the more certain you should be that you must keep pushing ahead. you must keep pushing forward.
I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
So just remember that. Never stop fighting for what you believe in and for the people who care about you. America is beginning a new chapter. Our best days are yet to come. I can promise you that.
We are back.
We are back, baby. I seriously, I got chill bumps. I did. I just watched that, and if you were not watching on YouTube, this great hype video that Dan Borowski just played and found. So part of it is you're seeing the persecutors. A lot of that video, though, Linda Kearns, was taken right here in Pennsylvania. Absolutely. Fight, fight, fight. Blood coming from his ear, but as well from Bucks County, where we're broadcasting from the Mickey D's. These pivotal moments.
Absolutely. I mean, I will tell you, it is not a walk in the park to represent him. Let me just tell you, it's not just pure happiness. Yeah, it's a lot of challenges, but it is worth every second to see this day and to see not just Donald Trump coming back into office, because when you vote for the president, you're just not voting for the president. You're voting for all those people you just saw walk into the Capitol. You're voting for the Attorney General. You're voting for the Secretary of Health and Human Services, and you're also voting for all of my colleagues that worked on the campaign, very talented people who are now going into the administration, and they're going to carry out the vision. I, of course, am going to stay in Pennsylvania and win elections. That was my choice.
We need you here.
Absolutely.
And that's just a piece of it for those of you here who stayed in line. And they showed just moments ago the images of the escalators. So maybe I think a lot of us have been there with Trump since the escalator, but maybe not. And that's part of his cabinet. When you look at his vice president, J.D. Vance, was critical at some point, has talked about that.
Right.
That he was somebody who did not think that they thought, oh, this guy is just bloviating, and then got into office and actually the promises made were the promises kept.
But that's because we're a party of ideas. We don't just fall into line. And I think it's important to challenge people, to challenge ideas, even within our own party. And it's okay maybe not to agree with everything President Trump says, maybe not say it on the air, because but I think that's very important. It's part of how we become better as a country. And I am so proud of us. And I didn't think this, there was a couple times in that campaign, believe me, when I was up all night, keeping those Dawn Stensland hours, thinking, am I going to get through this? Am I going to solve all these sticky problems? And we did it.
Yes, we did it. 855-839-1210. Quick break. We'll do a reset at the top of the hour. We have the Trump champagne on ice, ready to pop the cork and begin a new day, a new dawn in America. Woo. Thank you.
Maria here to tell you about the exciting things going on at Lexus of Cherry Hill. The L Certified Winter Collection Sales Event is going on now. New year, new ride. Receive special finance rates on L Certified Lexus models now through March 3rd. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Lexus of Cherry Hill is family and veteran owned and operated, and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence recipient for the customer sales experience. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-419-2387. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-419-2387. 800-419-2387. 800-419-2387.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. Apply by February 12th and save with no application fee. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. Get your application fee waived through February 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Dom Giordano. Congressman Jeff Van Drew. Can you throw a football 40 yards out?
40 yards, I'm not so sure. Can you?
Of course.
Well, yeah, that's one of the claims that he always makes is a 40-yard football throw.
Dan, have you seen him throw it 40 yards?
No.
We did have a contest. It was close.
We'll make it to Mulligan's, make it to the beach, and see him throw it 40 yards on the beach. We'll measure it out.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
NHL star Matt Martin for American Humane.
Hi, I'm Matt Martin, and in all my years of playing professional hockey, I've gotten my share of bruises and injuries. But for many who really put their lives on the line every day, it's not always the injuries you can see that hurt the most. I'm talking about our veterans. Every single day, 184 veterans are diagnosed with post-traumatic stress, and tragically, 20 take their own lives. When medications and therapy don't help, professionally trained service dogs can. American Humane, serving the U.S. military for over 100 years, has put together a free guide to help veterans obtain these life-saving service animals. If you are a veteran or know a veteran struggling with PTS, please go to AmericanHumane.org for this free, downloadable resource. Let's give our veterans the help they need to win their battle.
For more information, visit AmericanHumane.org.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
You are not your diagnosis.
And vision loss does not define you.
Your drive defines you.
And we are here to let those challenged with blinding retinal diseases know
that we are driven too.
To be a beacon of strength,
a champion of courage,
an advocate for hope.
And we are stronger together.
We fund.
We fight.
We win.
We are the Foundation
Fighting Blindness.
Join the fight at fightingblindness.org.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Yeah, I'm feeling good, feeling fine, feeling awesome and fired up. We are here live at the Newtown Athletic Club, live Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the Odyssey app. Thank you for being here. The house filling up. So if you're watching us on YouTube, we do have on the feed everything that's happening on Capitol Hill, and you see everybody coming in. I just saw former President Barack Obama as he made his way in. We've been following the limo with the Bidens and the Trumps. It's amazing how all those people who feared Hitler and the devil now suddenly love him. It's just incredible, but I digress.
And Dawn, don't forget, go Birds.
Woo!
Have we talked about yesterday? Go Birds.
That's just it. I really, before...
There's too much to be thankful.
See, now you got them spelling. So a couple of things here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. You're not going to miss a thing in less than an hour. The greatest president ever, Donald J. Trump, sworn in as number 47. Can't wait for the big moment. Can't come soon enough. But they're making their way in. We're here with, and part of it, you know, my friend Denise came up because we've got our Amalfi crew from the Italy trips and going this spring to Italy as well. We got all of us packed in here. But, you know, part of this is, as Linda Kearns, the great Linda Kearns, who's our election integrity official, who's also special counsel for the president's team, who was right there all weekend, could have been there with Rich Zeoli on the dais, as we say. But Linda came back during the snowstorm, if you didn't hear me say it, because it was important for her to be. I said, Linda, can you be with us here? She came back in that storm last night. I'm like praying for her safety to be here with us today.
In my beloved Pennsylvania that put Donald J. Trump back in the White House.
Woo! We can't wait. You're not going to miss a thing. So I want to get to our next guest, because when we think about locally, and I was having a little theme with, because they were really, if you're a conservative woman, you know this. Whether you're out of the closet, if you're in the closet, it's okay. We won't show you on camera. That's okay too. How many of you came out of the closet as a conservative woman to maybe an outer community? Can I see just a show of hands? How many have come out of the closet, let's say within the past 4 years? Just a show of hands, right?
Yeah.
Big applause. Woo! Because it's not easy, right? I did that. And it was the great Rich Zeoli. He said, Dawnie, you got to come out of the closet. So Rich, by the way, Rich just texted me. He wanted to be here. As I say, he was supposed to be in D.C., as Linda was. Say a prayer for him. He may end up back in the hospital. He's just... God bless him, as he had that bone surgery, and I'm really worried about him. But it just kills Rich to not be here with you, but he's with all of us and he's watching. So we love you, Rich Zeoli. Even though Rich is sick, and even if he goes back in the hospital, maybe I'll bring him a treat on the Trump platter that we got there at the Resolute desk, but he doesn't get to keep the platter. I'm just saying.
I have a feeling President Trump will have Rich back during this administration.
Yeah, Rich.
I have a good feeling.
You have a feeling?
That,
okay.
Yes. And I might have an in.
Ooh, a little tease for the future. Well, Rich won't bring me this time, so he'll make sure he gets the goods. We want to bring in, seriously, when we think about the local school board level, and I just want you to think about this as far as what's going on. And this is not just a national story, as you well know, it's local. I want to just welcome in Ann Horner, if I could, locally on the school board, one of the conservative women who has had the courage and the bravery to stand up for our school children. Because this has been a situation where it has been tough for people at the school board level. We've talked about this, the persecution locally. I want to welcome you in. Thank you, first of all, Ann, for being here today and for all you've done. Thank you.
Thank you for having me,
Absolutely. Can you take me through why this day is so important to you, Ann?
This day is important to me because it started back in 2020. I got involved because the kids were out of school, and I knew what we were doing. My son attended Council Rock, as well as Middlebucks Institute of Technology. And I could see that these kids were falling, not just academically, mentally and physically. And I thought, I've got to stand up and I've got to get in front of these boards and I've got to let people know. And then more people started reaching out to me, staff and teachers, and I had adults and students telling me what they were going through and what was happening when we were keeping them home.
And that's just it. You know, Linda Kearns, Linda, alluded to this. Did we really ever need to keep the kids at home?
I don't think
I mean, you know, all of this will become transparent, and I think part of that is why today, maybe that's part of the reason Biden gave that preemptive pardon, which I've never heard of, to Fauci. But for you, Ann, as a parent, you're in this district, this is your home. The fact that Trump, I know he promised me, we were on Kayal and Company, Nick and I asked the question about what happens with Title IX, for example, or any of this, and he made the promise day one, all of that goes away. We're going to protect girls and young women in sports, in locker rooms, etc., which is awesome. But what's your, as far as for you, what this means today and how you move forth after today?
Really what this means is that we've got somebody that's going to take the education, which is important to our children. This is our future. And we need to make sure that they have everything they need in educational ways to go through life, to have those life skills. Title IX, we already know, has already been changed because they knew Trump's going to come in. It's going to be changed. Thank goodness, right? That's a big thing. We want to make sure that our girls are protected. We've got to make sure they're protected.
And what I want to remind people, and it's something that I've been saying, I think, my whole adult life, if we had the type of turnout in these off-year elections when people like you that are elected, in presidential elections, our turnout's 70 to 80%. Off years, 20, 30% maybe. Imagine if every single Republican turned out in every election. We have 2 elections in Pennsylvania every year. Every single year. I want to see all of you people who are here at that out to vote, and I want to hear everybody who's listening. They need to show up to vote to get people like Ann in office.
Yeah, it's so important because what we realize is it was not a special situation. It's now the new norm. I mean, that's what I'm hearing from you, Linda Kearns, as an election integrity attorney. This is the new norm. Everybody has to show up. In essence, it's kind of biblical, like put on your armor and continue to wear it, be prepared, because this is the day where we have to fight, and that means every single election. I remember those midterms in Bucks County. I mean, so many of you maybe ran. I think of, oh my goodness, Arthur Martino. I mean, I just was shocked. I was sick to my stomach and shocked. But then I learned that the Democrats nationally sent tons of money to, what are they doing, sending hundreds of thousands of dollars
for school board races?
What?
Yes, for school board races, there was over $100,000 raised, and that's what we were up against. Was there's a lot of money, and they had from outside, people that were coming into our local community to try to make change our community. That's what we don't want.
Dawn,
we want to keep it local. Yeah.
When we're back here in 2028 celebrating President Vance's inauguration, I want to hear from every single listener and every single person here that they voted in every election between now, 2025, and then. And if that happens, imagine what Pennsylvania is going to look like. If all of these Republicans show up in every election, because candidates like Ann don't have the resources that the Trump campaign had with lawyers like me, tons of lawyers, tons of staff. They don't have those resources. We depend on good patriots to turn out. And I want to see every single person who turned out in 2024, they need to show up this year, next year, the year after, and Pennsylvania will be completely different. Pennsylvania's my beloved home state. It can get better, and we can make it better. There's room for improvement.
People don't understand the local level is where your taxes are and where it affects your community. Your schools, your community, that's what affects it.
As excited you're right, as excited as I am about President Trump, what you do, if I lived in this county, would affect me more than what President Trump does on my day-to-day. What the local DA does, the local mayor, the local council person, all those positions, that affects me more. And we need to show up for those elections.
Yep. And we got to start fighting for our kids and speaking up for them and fighting for them for their curriculum to make sure they have all those educational skills to be able to come out into the workforce.
And that's part of it, why it was important for me. On this huge day, could we take a national feed and just kind of bask in the glow of all the pomp and circumstances? That's why we're playing it, so that you're not missing the images. There's no audio really per se, except, the Trump kids just came in, Eric came in, obviously Laura Trump came in. I missed Ivanka if she came in, but I'm sure she's already in. And then Barron, can't miss him. He should have been the center of the whatever basketball team in college. But, we're watching the visuals of everybody entering in. Obviously, we're not going to miss a thing. But it's important to think about what you ladies are saying right now. And that is, this is where it's at. As we think about, now be nice. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Hillary's my wife. Now, come on now. That's my best. Bill Clinton, Jimmy Kelly's usually. But, yeah, Clinton just came in. But look at this. All these past presidents, they're all there to, be part of this, which is, I think, a wonderful show. But the reason it's important to have Linda here talking about election integrity, to have Ann here talking about local elections, and especially here in Bucks, because this is where it's at. And we have to remember that this is what it's all about. This is the battleground. And so we can't just sit back and go, oh, yay, it's all done, it's over with. No. It has just begun.
Fight never ends, Dawn.
Fight.
That's it.
Right, Ann?
Yep.
Yeah, baby. All right, we have to take a quick break. 855-839-1210. 1210. I'm saying Big Dan.
Whoa, hey there. Yeah.
Little
southern accent there, Dawn Stensland, huh?
Big Dan and 855-839-1210. We'll be right back.
With a new administration bringing optimism back into the nation, it's more important now than ever before to become crash-proof.
Anthony Torelli, Clifton Heights, Pennsylvania. If President Trump can do what he did in his previous term as president and get the economy booming again, then that would be great for Crash Proof, and it'll be great for my family and my future. This year, our portfolio grew by 15.7%. If I had left my funds with my previous advisor, that money would have returned about 8 to 9%, and we outperformed my previous advisor 2-1. That's interest credited that we're not going to lose with no fees involved. I'm glad the market's up, and I hope it continues to go up. But at some point, the market's going to come down again, and I'm guaranteed not to lose anything. We can continue on this pathway to success with crash-proof retirement.
You don't have to choose between security and opportunity. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on January 22nd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad.
Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 10% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
At California Psychics, we know that when you haven't found love, it feels like everyone else has. Every movie has a love interest. Every song is a love song. Where are all the songs about cats? Or the joy of early bedtimes? And of course, the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to help you find the one. We connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So you could be feeling all lovey-dovey real soon. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated. But your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Free speech. speech lives here. With Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Drive off in your dream car with an auto loan from American Heritage Credit Union. We're proud to offer low rates and flexible terms to ensure you're getting the vehicle you truly want. Lock in with low monthly payments and terms up to 84 months. Or if your lease is nearing its end, consider a lease buyout to stick with your reliable vehicle. To learn more, visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/auto. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Equal Opportunity Lender.
It's the grand opening of King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia, Sunday, February 2nd from noon till 6. With deals and specials you won't want to miss. The gun store and shooting range is complete with an additional 7 more indoor lanes, 14 total, a huge parking lot rear entrance, and the same great staff inside. King Shooters welcomes beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters, helping you find the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories. 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia, on Facebook and at kingshooters.com.
Hi, it's John Ashell, the car czar from Colonial Hyundai. I'm excited to announce that our new home is complete and it's built just for you. Built for savings, built for service. Our state-of-the-art dealership is designed to make buying, leasing, or servicing your vehicle faster, easier, and better than ever. Right now, it's effortless to buy, trade, or upgrade at Colonial Hyundai. Colonial continues to be recognized for awarding the highest trade-in values in the region. I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. Tucson's, Santa Fe's, Palisades, and Konas. For this month only, drive home a new Hyundai Elantra SEL Sport for just $119 per month. Every new Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's Best Warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
2025 Elantra SEL Sport. 12,000 miles a year for 24 months. $5,999 down plus first month's payment, tax, motor vehicle fees, and doc fee. In stock vehicles only. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires February 3rd, 2025.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Woohoo! Lunchtime. We are so excited to be back at the Newtown Athletic Center here. Packed crowd, getting a little lunch. You're not going to miss a thing because when we hear J.D. Vance, the new VP of the president, when he's sworn in, and then, of course, number 1, Donald J. Trump, number 47, Carrie Underwood, we got it all covered. I do want to get to a developing story real quick here, and that's with Ann Horner as we continue the conversation. You've heard me interviewing Jamie a lot, as well as Meg Brock from Bucks County. Their battle really starting out, especially Meg Brock, starting out as a mom who just wanted to know what the heck was going on, filed some freedom of information requests, and is still to this minute, by the way, involved in lawsuits because Bucks County does not want to be transparent in whatever in the heck they were talking about. Well, then within late last week, we learned there was another situation where allegedly there were school board members and other officials who were not being transparent and were allegedly finding other ways to communicate with one another. Why is that at the school board level? By the way, that's a similar thing that we heard with the Anthony Fauci NIH. Remember that those hearings at the federal level, the national level, where there were individuals who had secret, pathways to communicate. All of that is not legal, but I want to get the latest as far as, and I know you have to be careful with what you say, Ann, but from your perspective as a school board member, Council Rock, what you're dealing with and what you're up against.
So it's not just Council Rock. In Bucks County, we've got, it came out really with Central Bucks and Pennsbury, where there's allegedly these communications on an app that you have people talking about deliberations, could be alleged deliberations, of communications of the school duties, and it's not the whole board and the public doesn't know about it. And that is not what we want to be doing.
No, those people work for the citizens. They work for the voters. That should not be in secret.
Mm-hmm. So can I tell you something? Linda Kearns, I'm just going to say it, a top legal mind, a top attorney in the nation. And so I'm glad you're hearing this firsthand, Linda, because this is the kind of thing, like, and I'm just looking, I remember my friends when my boys were little, especially, and we were in a private school, and everybody go, you be on the committee, you be on the, oh, I'm not doing it, I'm not, usually if you've been part of a school board or whatever, it's the last thing you want to do. You got the short straw. The fact that these individuals are not only giddy to do it, and then they're having like these alleged secret conversations, like what the heck? So then you have to wonder, it kind of frightens me, what are they up to? What's their end game? If they're so gung-ho about all of this, then you wonder, what is their agenda for our kids?
Yep, and that's what we want to protect. We want to make sure that we have that public knowledge. As an elected official, I have a duty to make sure that we're working together to make sure the public is knowledge and that we're doing the right for the children.
Right, and the voters, your constituents, they should hear what you're doing. There should be agendas. Everybody should know what's going on. Now, sometimes there are deliberations. There are allowed to be, a secret. They're executive session type deliberations. But for the most part, all of that should be out in the open.
Agree. Yep, there are executive sessions that are legal, and that gets publicized and what have you. But doing anything on allegations of doing it behind the closed doors is not.
Well, even though you're in the minority, keep your voice out there. Keep fighting back. I mean, I'm a Philly girl. I live in Philadelphia, and one of my big complaints always about Philly is when we do get Republicans in Philly government, which is very, very rare, they don't speak up. I want them to be a thorn in their side. I want to hear from them constantly. Make a huge pest of yourself. Like I make a pest of myself with my Elvis requests here at the station. Make a pest of yourself with what you believe should be happening, because that's why your voters voted for you.
Absolutely. That's exactly why I'm here. Those people elected me to be a voice for them.
Absolutely.
I will just say, Ann's one of those people who, they had to drag. I mean, you're a mom. You got a full-time job. You were dragged into it, and now exactly. I think what I see with you is a real sense of duty. Now seeing what you see.
Absolutely. I have been driven because when I ran and realized, why am I doing this? I'm doing this because our children and the community deserve to have transparency, but we also have to, we shouldn't be political. On a school board, it should not be political. We should be unified. Mm-hmm. And that's one thing going forward, and this is where I hope that with President Trump and his administration, we start really unifying all the way down.
I hope so. I think that he'll set the tone. But remember, these local elections, it's up to us. Yes. It's up to us. I mean, we can't depend on the federal government to do all this for us. That's what we conservatives believe, that we should be taking care of this at the local level, which again is why I want to see every single person vote in every single election. I've never missed an election since I've been 18 years old. I realize some of you might not have that perfect record, but you can. Between now and 2028, I want to see perfect
This is your challenge.
Records, perfect attendance.
It is. When I was knocking doors and people were saying, well, you have an election?
If I have an election?
I said, yeah, every year there are elections.
Absolutely, yeah. Oh.
Well, listen, Ann, thank you so much. Thanks, and I hope I didn't push you too much, because I know this is something new for you, and we appreciate you're a patriot, and you're making Bucks County.
And thank you for supporting us out here.
Keep up the fight.
Yeah, keep up the fight for sure. We're going to do a reset real quick here. Dan Borowski, Jimmy Kelly back at the station. We've got our great crew here. Full house at the Newtown Athletic Club. You can still come on in. You're not going to miss a thing. But this is a day, I mean, you guys, we're less than 33 minutes from DJ T taking that oath. I can't wait. I truly feel we were all sick over Christmas. For me, this is Christmas more. I said to my husband last October, all I want for Christmas is President Donald J. Trump to be sworn into office January 20th. My prayer, I know all of us, right? Our prayers are answered.
I love this country, and I am just thrilled that we are back in power.
We'll be back in just a moment.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
We are so excited and super proud to announce that the 1210 WPHT studios will now be the Piazza Auto Group and Piazza Premium Automobiles studios. And we are so excited and humbled for Piazza to serve as our naming rights partner, and we look forward to growing what is already a wonderful partnership.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 10% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
A cold weather advisory goes in effect tonight through Wednesday morning. We'll have sunshine and clouds today. It will be breezy, high around 25, but feeling colder with the wind. Very cold tonight, partly cloudy, low near 10 with sub-zero wind chills. And a colder day on Tuesday, partly to mostly cloudy with a high near 20.
Hey, Ambler. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Follow us anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
All right, everybody, we are back live. Newtown Athletic Club. Woo! We are getting close. The champagne, the Trump champagne on ice as we wait for that moment when incoming President Donald J. Trump is sworn in. It should be 12 or 12:01, and he'll take that oath of office by Chief Justice John Roberts. But before that, and we will take this live, when, in fact, the incoming vice president, that's J.D. Vance, he'll be sworn in by Justice Kavanaugh. So this is what's happening today as we see all the dignitaries, former presidents, the Trump family, the entire cabinet, all making their way in. And then, of course, after they're sworn in, we'll see the inaugural parade. And, what are they booing?
We got Kamala and Joe coming in. Yeah,
Kamala and Joe. Our crowd here at the Newtown Athletic Club.
Pennsylvania, be gracious. We won. We don't need to boo them. We won.
But, we love to boo. So let's just, be real about it. Yes. Trump's favorite opera singer. We've talked a lot about how Trump loves opera. And if you were at any of the Trump rallies, you saw that going on. So getting a little taste of opera. I don't know if you want to dip into this a little bit, Dan. Making his way in. This is an incredible moment as we see now J.D. Vance, future Vice President of the United States of America. If you read his book, Hillbilly Elegy, you know what his journey has been all about. Huge Trump supporter, an American patriot who has served our nation. And as we see this incredible event unfolding, just a beautiful event. And as well, we've just celebrated the first of the hostages come home. 3 Jewish women, 3 Israeli women, as they make their way home, because, of course, Trump had promised there will be hell to pay. And reminiscent of, for those of you who remember back in the day when Ronald Reagan, before he took the oath of office, a lot of similarities here, and I know many of you talking about that all morning today, that it reminds you of, the Iran hostage deal and how, right, Linda?
Absolutely.
So, and that, who's coming in now? There's Mike Johnson, House Speaker, making his way in. I know our crowd here at the Newtown Athletic League, many of you giving a big applause as the First Lady, future back incoming, Melania Trump, making her way through. And
making America glamorous again.
Yeah, thank you. Making America glamorous again, for sure. She was on...
Not as glamorous as Dawn Stensland, but a close second.
We were in the bathroom this morning putting on my fake eyelashes. We were having a hoot, solving America's issues, for sure. But
I think Melania has people for that.
She has her team, for sure. But everybody's assembled there. When they begin, and when Justice Kavanaugh will then begin to deliver the remarks for J.D. Vance to take the oath of office. And here he is, the man of the hour, Donald J. Trump, making his way in. I always look at the tie. Huge applause.
You did this, Pennsylvania.
There's our future First Lady, Melania Trump. Everyone's standing ovation. She's in her hat. I wonder if we can show the crowd. She's in a fabulous hat. As they're serenaded by opera singer Christopher Macchio, the tenor who, of course, has been singing the national anthem at all of the Trump rallies. And then you see Melania take her seat next to her pride and joy, her son Barron, who's like, 6'7" or something, 18
Ladies
years
and gentlemen,
young.
Escorting the President of the United States and the Vice President of the United States, ranking member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, and Senate Majority Secretary, the Honorable Robert Duncan. Boo.
If Mama Zilli were here, she would say, "Be nice, baby."
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Joseph R. Biden Jr., and Vice President of the United States, the Honorable Kamala Devi Harris.
So last time he'll hear that music when he's walking around.
Yeah.
Oh, be careful, baby.
Stop, Dan. That was a bit. So now we see President Joe Biden, Vice President Harris for the last time.
That can't be easy for her.
Yeah.
I don't really care, but
Oh, come on.
Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the Vice President-elect, the Executive Director
Here
for
they
the
come.
Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Mr. Michael Wagner, Senate Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, Jason Bell,
Kamala is not
and House
clapping.
Deputy
I'll just point out.
Sergeant-at-Arms, Mr. Sean Keaton.
And so this is the pomp and circumstance that we talk about as they are being introduced.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance.
You should know that that applause is live at the NAC that you're hearing there.
Yes.
looks like we have a standing room only crowd by now. I gotta keep saying it, Pennsylvania, you did this. The momentum in Pennsylvania put us over the top in this country. I am so grateful to every voter, every volunteer.
J.D. Vance, big smile, red tie, blue suit. He got the Trump memo.
Maybe. I think he's his own guy, too.
And you see the vice presidents, the future second lady, wearing sort of a mauve pinkish jacket. Last night wore white.
Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President-elect, the Staff Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Elizabeth Farah, House Sergeant-at-Arms, the Honorable William P. McFarland, Senate Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, the Honorable Jennifer A. Hemingway, Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable John Thune, and the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise, Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Mike Johnson, Senate Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles E. Schumer, Ranking Member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, and Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Hope somebody shaved your legs. Remember that? Shake my leg on the desk.
Dawn, be nice.
Sorry. Excuse me. Here he comes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump.
Thank you to every one of you here, every one of you listening and watching. Thank you to Linda Kearns, Michael Watley, for every patriot. Thank you for making this moment in our great country. You made this happen. You stood in line. Here he is. Donald J. Trump enters the room.
When this country saw Pennsylvania so excited for this election, it turned us around.
Amen.
When they saw your enthusiasm.
Standing ovation here at the Newtown Athletic Club.
We are back.
We are back, baby. Better than ever. I've never seen Don Jr. smile so big. He's standing to the right of J.D. Vance. President-elect Trump, his son Barron behind him. Handshake with Joe Biden.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
And everybody here at the Newtown Athletic Club just sat down too.